A huge painting was seen high above the sky, embroiling many saints around within. Even unblemished saints were caught as well. A huge painting was seen high above the sky, embroiling many saints around within. Even unblemished saints were caught as well. That unblemished Saint Royal member attacked ferociously from within the painting, yet the painting itself nullified all of his attacks. The painting was infused with the power of the great path of the world. Celestial bodies were found within, and the heavens and the earth were in motion. Matrices were also found within the painting, which made it so that the painting had indeed been infused with the power of the great path. So, this is the life spirit of Nanjai? Countless looked up in the sky. They witnessed royal members being sucked into the painting bit by bit, and they felt very rattled within. They had the impression that Nanjai, the second student of the imperial advisor, was inferior to Mu Chunyang, the third student, and his presence had not been as strong. Even when Nanjai was giving lectures in Dali Academy, he looked carefree and unfettered. Everyone knew that he was very knowledgeable and had different concepts and views regarding training. However, no one knew that Nanjai's true powers were something of such formidable magnitude. He had made painting a way of manifesting his power of the great path. He had the world in his sleeves, which was manifested in his painting. In yet another battlefield at that moment, Yang Yuan continued to bring his might to bear and blaze the trail. He continued walking forward. No one had been able to stand in his way. Mu Chunyang followed closely behind. The huge painting that Nanjai conjured flew in the sky and took off far away. Any saints who were still standing in their way high above in the air were unable to help but make way, retreating to the sides. They all felt astonished and shaken deep down, not daring to face the students of the imperial advisor. It seemed that no one was able to stand in the way of the students, other than the likes of Holiness of Nirvana. However, all Holiness of Nirvana found in Dali dynasty's imperial city had been kept busy by people brought by Emperor Xia. There was also some other Holiness of Nirvanas to be found, but they were not in Dali imperial city. Many were astonished and thought that if the imperial advisor had not been dealt with, he would truly be at the very pinnacle of sainthood in all of Dali dynasty. However, he was incarcerated at the moment, which was a situation many found to be a pity. Yang Yuan and the others cut all who dared to stand in their way down and headed to the sky. Their silhouettes went further and further away from sight, seeming about to disappear before everyone's eyes. Everyone who saw that scene understood that the people of the imperial advisor's residence had truly made up their mind they wanted to leave Dali dynasty. There was no longer an imperial advisor's residence in Dali from then on out. Yang Yuan and the others eventually disappeared without a trace as they continued to streak the sky. However, the Holiness of Nirvana's battles in Dali Imperial City were still ongoing. Every single battle was an astonishing one and caused their surroundings to shake. Furthermore, the battles continued for quite some time. While there were stronger and weaker ones to be found, none were able to kill their opponents. Fighters from both sides were top-notch. While there were still differences to be had, yet said differences were not great enough to have any of them kill their opponents. For instance, it was obvious that the Swordmaster of Lihan could overpower Cao Kong, yet Cao Kong was extremely resilient, continuing to fight despite suffering severe injuries. People of such levels had terrifyingly adamant will. Both Emperor Xia and Emperor Li were still nowhere to be found. It was thought that Emperor Xia intended to keep Emperor Li busy, giving a chance to those from the imperial advisor's residence. He told Yi Futian before that while he was willing to go to Dali dynasty, the fate of the ones from the imperial advisor's residence was eventually up to them and that he was unable to do anything further. He couldn't take them away personally, after all. If he were actually to do that, then Emperor Li could have crashed into Emperor Xia's realm and taken them away all the same. As such, despite having brought people with him, Emperor Xia was still there to teach those from Emperor Li a lesson in name, for they had been provoking Emperor Xia's realm for far too long. Emperor Xia never mentioned those from the imperial advisor's residence, despite the fact they were the reasons why Emperor Xia showed up. The battles raged on and on. Both Emperor Xia and Emperor Li were seen yet again in Emperor Li's palace, emerging in the palace building they were before. Yi Futian was behind Emperor Xia. Emperor Li's expression turned rather cold after he scanned the city with his will. At the same time, Emperor Xia said instead, "Let's get back to Emperor Xia's realm." The great shaman and other holiness of nirvanas all retreated and left after the order was given, without any intention of fighting any further. Their opponents intended to pursue them, yet Emperor Li said, "Let them leave." "Emperor Li, I know that you have wanted to test Emperor Li's realm's strength for years, but if you are thinking of taking the Emperor Xia's realm for yourself, Dali is still far from being powerful enough to do so. I don't mind if you want to wage war against us. I shall be waiting back in Emperor Xia's palace," Emperor Xia said plainly. He took flight and waved his hand. The great shaman, the swordmaster of Lihan, and others came to his side and were preparing to leave. A flash of light was seen, and Emperor Xia brought his men away. Yi Futian, who was right behind him, took one look below as if wanting to find where the imperial advisor was. However, they disappeared within an instant, emerging in the sky elsewhere. The ones from the imperial advisor's residence are safe now, but the imperial advisor wanted a death sentence, trying to exchange the safety of his people with his own life. I assume that he understands that Emperor Li would have never let him go even if he wanted to. As such, he got rid of his training using his own hands and was willingly incarcerated, Emperor Xia said while looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was speechless deep down. He knew, too, that there was no way the imperial advisor could have escaped. However, with his teacher having destroyed his training and being incarcerated, Yi Futian hoped that his teacher was still alive. While that would have been difficult, there was still hope. The expression of Emperor Li, who was still in the royal palace, appeared rather glum and severe after they left. He did not pursue Yang Yuan and the others, slowly going somewhere else instead. The place was a golden prison, which was suppressed by the Great Path. The imperial advisor was imprisoned within. There was the light of chains within the prison of the Great Path, chaining him within. The imperial advisor had lost all of his brimming appearance from the past. His aura appeared weak. He looked unusually withered, far older than common old people. "Your Majesty." The imperial advisor lifted his head. The color is his eyes were dim as he looked up at the emperor. The emperor looked at him as well, standing there quietly without saying anything. One figure after another arrived through the sky. It was King Tiandao, the Prince Regent, and the others. They all bowed and stood there quietly. The people of the imperial advisor's residence were able to escape the city in their watch, which meant that they were naturally responsible. 4 holiness of Nirvana were lost in Dali within a single day. Emperor Li looked at the imperial advisor and continued, "I'm still unable to understand why you would be willing to go to such lengths to let him go. I want the truth from you." The imperial advisor had been at the pinnacle of sainthood in Dali, after all. Yang Yuan had become a holiness of Nirvana. Nan Zhai displayed supreme powers, and Mu Chunyang was extremely formidable as well. Both of them would soon become holiness of Nirvanas themselves. As such, Emperor Li claimed that Dali had lost 4 holiness of Nirvana within a single day. The emperor was still puzzled and wanted to ask the imperial advisor. He wanted an answer. The imperial advisor looked up at Emperor Li. A smile was seen in his murky eyes as he said, "Your Majesty, I'm puzzled myself as well. But maybe, there will be a day where you understand." Emperor took another look at the imperial advisor and then left. The Prince Regent and the others bowed and stood without saying anything. While they had been able to apprehend the imperial advisor on that day, but in actual fact, they had suffered a terrible loss. No one would have thought that Emperor Xia would have brought mighty ones and descended upon Dali Imperial City. After Emperor Li left, the Prince Regent took one look at the imperial advisor. He was just as puzzled as the emperor. Looking at the figure who had once been extraordinarily renowned and prestigious, the one who had been the number figure below the emperor of Dali dynasty, incarcerated within such a prison and looked little more than an old man on his deathbed, the Prince Regent was exasperated as well. "Why, indeed?" the Prince Regent said plainly and then turned around, leaving the place. Yi Futian had been waiting in Emperor Xia's palace ever since he returned with the emperor to the royal palace. Yang Yuan and the others finally showed up. Yang Yuan came and greeted Emperor Xia in the royal palace. Yi Futian looked at Yang Yuan and the others, who were standing right before him, and he felt a sense of guilt. His eyes then turned to Feishua afterward, and Feishua faced him as well. Fei Shue, I was the one who got teacher into this mess, Yi Futian said. Fei Shue shook her head. She knew what had happened. His father had been the one who chose to walk that path. Yi Futian did not choose to kill Li Yao after he had apprehended the prince. He was set up by Xia Rong, the prince of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian had intended to let go of Li Yao. The enmity between them ran deep, and yet he wanted to spare the prince nonetheless, which meant that he had taken her father and the others into consideration. No one would have been able to anticipate what ensued following that. Yi Futian, our teacher has made this decision, and he naturally has great expectations for you. I hope you won't let him down, Yang Yuan said. Yi Futian nodded. He resolved to keep that in mind. Follow me, Xia Qingyuan appeared and said. Yang Yuan and the others followed her and came to the highest point of Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia was with them as well. I, Yang Yuan, have brought my brothers and sisters, to express our gratitude to your majesty. Yang Yuan and the group bowed to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia's appearance had no doubt saved them all. There was no way they would have been able to leave otherwise. I wasn't going to dally just for your sake, after all. There is no need to thank me. Emperor Xia said, what plans do you have from here on out? If you're willing to stay behind in Emperor Xia's realm, I shall see to it. Yang Yuan shook his head and said, we are extremely grateful for what you did, your majesty. However, our teacher had never truly betrayed Dali. If we were to stay behind in Emperor Xia's realm and train, it would have been akin to verifying our teacher's treason. I hope you understand, your majesty. Right. Emperor Xia nodded and asked, so what are your plans now? We intend to head to the Crimson Dragon realm, as such, we're here to ask for passage. There is no way the others and I will be able to repay your kindness for the time being. If there is anything you need of us in the future, I shall see the debt repaid, Yang Yuan said to Emperor Xia in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, making his stance clear. He did so even if what happened with the imperial advisor was actually sparked by Xia Rong, the eldest prince. The imperial advisor is someone truly worthy of respect. I'm sure his students will be anything but disappointments in the future. I've been asked to make the trip by someone else, and there is no need for you all to repay me, Emperor Xia said. Yang Yuan and the others looked at Yi Futian, and they naturally knew who did the asking. However, they were still somewhat surprised that Yi Futian had been able to get Emperor Xia to make such a trip personally. Qingyuan, take them to the teleportation matrix, Emperor Xia said to Xia Qingyuan. While he admired Yang Yuan and the others, he saw no need to lean on them. The imperial advisor had stayed honorable throughout. Even if they were to enter Emperor Xia's realm right after their teacher was to be sentenced, no one would have had anything to say about it. However, all of them valued their teacher's reputation. At the very least, they were unable to bring themselves to truly make a traitor out of their teacher. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. In the palace, teleportation Grand Matrix area, in front of the Grand Matrix of space to the Crimson Dragon realm. In the palace, teleportation Grand Matrix area, in front of the Grand Matrix of space to the Crimson Dragon realm. Yi Futian came to see Yang Yuan and the others off. Fei Shue stood next to Yi Futian. She turned toward him and whispered, what happened to father was nothing that we wanted to see, and I hope you will not blame yourself. She could feel the guilt in Yi Futian's heart. He must have been blaming himself all this time. Yi Futian looked at the woman in front of him and thought that perhaps the person most in pain was Fei Shue. But at the moment, she was still trying to persuade herself. A smile appeared on his face, but it was mixed with some bitterness. He said, well, rest assured, I will adjust myself. And you take good care of yourself after you go to the Crimson Dragon realm with your senior brother. I will, Fei Shue nodded gently. Will you still go to Crimson Dragon realm? Well, maybe to Chenya City in Crimson Dragon realm, Yi Futian responded. Well then, we will see you at the Crimson Dragon realm, Fei Shue whispered softly. She then walked toward the Grand Matrix of space with Yang Yuan and the others as they entered into the matrix. Everyone, take care, Yi Futian said to Yang Yuan and the others. You too, Yang Yuan nodded at Yi Futian. The brilliant light shone, and the light beams pierced straight through the sky as if opening up a great path of space, and only for a moment, the bodies of these people disappeared directly from the matrix. Yi Futian looked up at the sky. The channel was still bright with radiance. The energy required for such a realm-crossing matrix was unimaginable. The number of spirit stones of Great Path consumed by the launching of the Grand Matrix was an astrological figure each time, and only the top principalities could afford its cost. If one relied upon oneself to go to the Crimson Dragon Realm, even the cultivators from the Nirvana plane would take a long time, so that was the reason why Yang Yuan came to borrow the passage. Of course, Yang Yuan was also thankful to Emperor Xia. After all, they could leave safely entirely on account of Emperor Xia. No matter what position the two parties were in, a favor was a favor. Xia Qingyuan stood next to Yi Futian. Her eyes turned and fell on him. This must have touched Yi Futian considerably. "Are you going to the Crimson Dragon Realm?" Xia Qingyuan asked after a moment of silence. Yi Futian nodded. "I meant to use the way of the Crimson Dragon Realm to gain a foothold in Crimson Dragon Realm and then leave. It was pure chance that I thought about Dali and decided to take down Li Yarrow in Crimson Dragon Realm. But I did not expect that the Imperial Advisor would be there. Everything that happened after, the princess is well aware of." Xia Qingyuan was the one person who knew everything that had happened. At the time, right before leaving, Yi Futian had the bright idea of using the Crimson Dragon Realm to get rid of Li Yarrow and set it all up in the Crimson Dragon Realm. In reality, he had executed the plan and took down Li Yarrow. However, because the Imperial Advisor of Dali came also, he was pulled into it, thus created the situation today. But now, Yi Futian must be disappointed. His intention to go away was completely expected. "As I said last time, I will ask my father, the Emperor, to name you as the City Lord of Chenya City. You will be in charge of the city on behalf of Emperor Xia's realm. From then on, you will be in complete charge and not subject to anyone in Emperor Xia's realm," Xia Qingyu said. She understood that it was inevitable for Yi Futian to leave Emperor Xia's realm. Chenya City was regarded as their victory, and sending Yi Futian to Chenya City as the city lord meant that he would be considered as a lord of the land. To name him as the city lord was not as fitting as saying that the city would be gifted to him, and they had to send cultivators there to assist with security. After all, Yi Futian's strength was not yet enough to stand alone and defend a city. In the central area of Crimson Dragon Realm, many of the city lords were of the existence in Nirvana Plane. A simple doctrine saint was not nearly the same. "Many thanks to the princess." Yi Futian nodded and did not refuse Xia Qingyuan's kindness. "I'll return to the villa first," Yi Futian said again. Xia Qingyuan nodded. "I will see you off." And the two left together. Yi Futian did not go to see Emperor Xia and request judgment regarding Xia Rong. Although Xia Rong hurt him this time, he was the crown prince of Emperor Xia's realm and the biological child of Emperor Xia. From the standpoint of Xia Rong, what was the problem of getting rid of someone powerful, such as the Imperial Advisor of Dali? Even though the means he used were underhanded, between the battle of two major Runhuang's realms, it honestly didn't mean much. Yi Futian had no right to go to Emperor Xia and demand Xia Rong to be punished. He was the outsider, and to a certain extent, Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan had been extremely kind to him. Just because Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan treated him well did not mean that he could demand Emperor Xia to dispose of his own son on his account. Xia Rong was not Xiao Sheng. Unless, one day, he had the ability himself to deal with Xia Rong, then there would be nothing else to discuss. He would do it himself. To ask Emperor Xia to handle the matter, what could be his reasoning? Of course, Yi Futian would not form any opinion on Emperor Xia because of what Xia Rong did. Emperor Xia was Emperor Xia, and Xia Rong was Xia Rong, just like Xia Qingyuan was Xia Qingyuan. Everyone was an independent individual, even if they were a family. This was something that the Swordmaster of Lihan and the Imperial Advisor of Dali had both taught him by action. Of course, this principle could not apply to those who did evil. But for all this, he who had already entered the Saint Plane would make his judgment. After Yi Futian left, Xia Qingyuan came to the place where Emperor Xia was. When Emperor Xia saw Xia Qingyuan arrive, he asked with a smile, "Are you here because of your brother?" "Father," Does the last incident have anything to do with what happened this time? Xie Qingyuan asked. What she was referring to was when Yi Futian's identity was exposed in Dali, and the event that happened at Crimson Dragon Realm. Last time, Xie Rong was not in the palace, Emperor Xie said, looking at Xie Qingyuan. Xie Qingyuan looked up at her father. She knew that her brother, Xie Rong, was often in the army, in charge of military affairs. Of course, absence does not mean that this matter has nothing to do with him. Maybe he did it, maybe your second brother, third brother. They are all possible suspects, Emperor Xie continued. But why didn't father ever inquire? Xie Qingyuan asked. She understood that if her father had questioned these events, no matter how secretive they were, they would be able to find something. Will father not punish my brother this time? While at the Crimson Dragon Realm, Xie Rong wanted to hurt the imperial advisor of Dali. He did that by using Yi Futian's life as a bet, and there was a very high possibility that Yi Futian could have been killed. Dali dynasty incited the battle with us, and the conflict erupted in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian took down Li Yarrow, but he wanted to release him because of the imperial advisor of Dali. What do you think of what he did? Asked Emperor Xie. Xie Qingyuan looked up at her father and was speechless for a moment. No matter how much respect the imperial advisor of Dali deserved, even if he has kind to Yi Futian, he was regarded as Yi Futian's master. But after all had been said and done, he was the imperial advisor of the enemy. For this battle, we mobilized inconsiderable power in Emperor Xie's realm, and several individuals in the Nirvana plane even went to the Crimson Dragon Realm in person as support. Although it was Yi Futian who took Li Yarrow down, and there was no issue with him seeing things from his angle, for your elder brother, as the deputy general of Tian who accomplished all this, how could you accuse him? Emperor Xie continued. Xie Qingyuan listened quietly. She also wanted to hear what her father had to say. Whether it is your brother or Yi Futian, everyone is growing. They are all in the Saint Plane. Whatever they want to fight for, I will not stop them, but they must be able to bear the price, even if it is fighting for the throne. Emperor Xie's voice seemed very calm. He said, many things that you have to do, I will support them, but in what way you want to accomplish these things solely depends on your ability, and you must consider the consequences. I heard that at the Crimson Dragon Realm, the imperial advisor sent Yi Futian a saying, gentlemen do not stand close to danger. He was right. Everything you do, you must consider its consequences and consider what kind of situation you will put yourself in. Today, I will not stop the secret jostling of power between them, nor will I punish your elder brother. In the future, if he has to pay for what he did one day, likewise, I will not stop that either. This is the path of your cultivation, and every cultivator will have to go through all of this in the path of growth, able to bear it all. Emperor Xie slowly said, you are the same, Qingyuan, and you are about to step into the Saint Plane. Maybe, one day, you will fly on your own. I understand. Xie Qingyuan nodded slightly, then turned away without saying a word. Watching Xie Qingyuan's departing figure, Emperor Xie said nothing. This was their cultivation. All the storms, setbacks, and tribulations would work to build an era belonging to them. A few days later, clashes broke out between Emperor Xie's realm and Emperor Li's realm in several places with spiritual resources. Subsequently, these conflicts continued to amplify and detonate. The two Renhuang realms kept battling on various major battlefields. King Tiandao and Sacred General of Tian led the armies to confront each other. These things quickly spread to the two realms, and soon, everyone knew that all this was caused by what happened in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Or rather, it was caused by the grievances between Yi Futian and Li Yarrow, the crown prince of Dali dynasty. Once upon a time, Li Yarrow killed Yi Futian's wife in the land of the Nine States, the lower world of Emperor Xie's realm. Now, Yi Futian took him down in Crimson Dragon Realm, which led to Li Yarrow's death. Of course, these border conflicts had not affected the central area of Emperor Xie's realm. Neither of the two realms had the idea of a full-scale border war. Otherwise, it would not just be limited to this scale. In Emperor Xie's palace, there was a declaration that Emperor Xie officially named Yi Futian as the city lord of Chenya City to guard Chenya City in the Crimson Dragon Realm for Emperor Xie's realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. For some time afterward, Yi Futian cultivated in retreat at the cottage villa. For some time afterward, Yi Futian cultivated in retreat at the cottage villa. Not only him, but many at the villa had gained something during this trip, with several of them having broken into the Saint Plane. They needed to comprehend the way of the Saint Plane in earnest and integrate it into their strength. After Jiyu Dongliu entered into the divine path, his whole person had gone through a great transformation. It was as if his life spirit had once again awoken, rendering his temperament even more remarkable. The same was also true of Yu Sheng. He was born into the way, but his changes were more internal. Once in battle, his potential had completely erupted and was completely different from before. Many people in the Crimson Dragon realm had already experienced his battling method. After Yi Wuchen entered into the Saint Plane, he had endeavored to refine the Renhuang sword will into his swordsmanship, and was progressing little by little. After Huang Zhouge comprehended the swordsmanship, he had also begun to try to impact the realm of sainthood. Except for Glass Saint, she was still the same as before, unable to get out of the predicament she was in. This made it difficult for her to make progress in her cultivation. Even though she often cultivated with Yaya, she was still trapped by her own demons, as if she really wanted for nothing and felt nothing. A few months later, news came out of Emperor Xia's palace that the little princess Xia Qingyuan broke into the sainthood. This news soon spread throughout Emperor Xia's realm. The little princess was extraordinarily talented and very young. Among the many top characters in Emperor Xia's realm, she was the cultivator who entered into the divine path the fastest. Even compared to her several other brothers, none of them were younger than her when they entered the Saint Plane. Countless people lamented that perhaps in the future, little Princess Xia Qingyuan could match the achievements of Emperor Xia and enter the realm of Renhuang. Of course, this day was still too far away. Compared to this, the people of Emperor Xia's realm were more concerned about the marriage of the little princess. Looking at Emperor Xia's realm, who could be worthy of a peerless figure such as the little princess? And many had counted the many geniuses of Emperor Xia's realm. They found that in Emperor Xia's realm, the only person who was qualified to stand next to the little princess was still that person who could slay the saints while in the realm of sage. Princess Xia Qingyuan entered sainthood, and Emperor Xia hosted a feast in Emperor Xia's palace to celebrate, like a holy ceremony. Countless people felt the love that Emperor Xia had for the little princess. On this day, inside Emperor Xia's palace, many top principalities of Emperor Xia's realm gathered along with those top figures whose fame was known throughout the world. Its scale was far grander than that of Old Man Xiao's birthday banquet. This was the celebration of Xia Qingyuan's sainthood. Perhaps, there was a deeper meaning hidden behind Emperor Xia's action. Of course, no one knew exactly what Emperor Xia intended. On this day, almost all the top figures were there, including the peak existences such as the Swordmaster of Lihan, Lord of Shenyuan Palace, the Master of Zhoutian Temple, the Master of Tianji Pavilion, and the Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley. At the banquet, Emperor Xia sat high upon his throne, with Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan on each side of him. The other princes were sitting below Xia Qingyuan. After all, this was a celebration for Xia Qingyuan. All the top figures had arrived, but at the banquet, Xia Qingyuan's look was calm, and she seemed uninterested. Her eyes sometimes looked far into the distance. Today's banquet was filled with many cultivators, but one person was missing. Many people had also noticed Xia Qingyuan's look, and these top figures understood. No one mentioned anything about the princess's marriage at the banquet. It seemed that the crowning jewel in Emperor Xia's realm was now grown up, and her heart had already found its belonging. But that man was not there today. Perhaps it had something to do with what happened at the Crimson Dragon realm. Emperor Xia had already named him the Lord of Chenya City. Perhaps, soon, he would leave Emperor Xia's realm for Crimson Dragon realm. After that, it was very unlikely that he would return to Emperor Xia's realm in the future. After the banquet was over, Emperor Xia asked Swordmaster of Lihan, Lord of Shenyuan Palace, and other peak figures to stay so he could talk to them. No one knew what they talked about. Until not long after, people were able to faintly assume one thing, which shocked many in Emperor Xia's realm, and they continued to guess Emperor Xia's real motivation. When Emperor Xia's palace hosted the banquet, Yi Futian was not in the upper world but went to the 9 states to take a few people to the upper world. A few days later, Yi Futian and his party gathered at the cottage villa. Everyone from the lower worlds of 9 states was there. Yi Futian stood in front, holding the hand of a young girl. It was Little Grass, the daughter of the 4th senior brother, Shui Yi, and his wife, Yoshi. Linger stood on the other side and took Little Grass's other hand. Lulan Shui stood quietly behind them. Knife Saint, Jiyu Dongliu, and Zhuge Mingyu were all there. Of course, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, and Yuan Zhong were also present. Yaya and Glass Saint stood quietly behind. Obviously, they were prepared to go on a long-distance trip. Otherwise, it would not involve everyone departing. Yi Futian levitated into the air and glanced behind him. They had stayed here for a few years. After leaving today, it would be unlikely that they would return often. Although the Red Dragon realm was chaotic and the strong preyed on the weak, in fact, it cohered more to the principle of survival of the fittest, where everything was more direct. Everything was based on power. More importantly, the Crimson Dragon realm was freer. As the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, no other Renhuang could interfere in the affairs of the Crimson Dragon realm. If one was strong enough, then one could create an empire of one's own, one that no one could shake, just like the city lords of yore. During this trip, he prepared to establish his foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm, and when everything was settled, he would embark to the more distant Supreme Path region. Yu Sheng would also cultivate at the regional palace of the Crimson Dragon realm. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. Suddenly, this large group of people moved toward the distance. Soon, the cottage villa was emptied and seemed extraordinarily quiet. There were already many waiting in Emperor Xia's palace. When Yi Futian and his party arrived, they saw a group of people appearing in front of them, the head of which was Xia Qingyuan. Obviously, Xia Qingyuan was also preparing to leave Emperor Xia's palace and travel to Crimson Dragon realm. Aside from Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian also saw a lot of familiar faces. For example, the first person of Lihan Heaven who once fought with him on the 33 layers of heaven, Wang Chuan. There were also Shenyuan Ao of Shenyuan Palace and Gongsun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley. Yi Futian also saw the people from the 9 states, such as Bai Luli. After these people received the order from Xia Qingyuan to go to the upper world, they were under the order of Xia Qingyuan. And now, they were planning on traveling with her. "Why are you here?" Behind Yi Futian, Luo Fan asked another person. Yi Futian looked over there and saw that next to Gongsun Zhong, Gongsun Ni and Gongsun Xian were there, and Luo Fan was speaking to Gongsun Xian. Clearly, he was surprised. "Why can't I be here?" Gongsun Xian retorted. Luo Fan blinked and saw a pair of enchanting but slightly angry eyes, and he dared not look straight at them. Yi Futian watched with a smile on his face. Apparently, someone was able to trump the 5th senior brother. Luo Fan had always been cynical, but now it seemed that his status in the family would be jeopardized in the future. Yi Futian glanced at the people who were present and immediately understood that Emperor Xia had already talked to all the top forces. Many people from various forces had sent their youngsters to accompany them on the trip to the Crimson Dragon realm, but they should also be willing to go. After all, being able to travel long distances was a trial in itself. As for Emperor Xia's exact command, it was not something he could have known. However, to be able to see so many familiar faces had lifted his mood. "Is the princess also prepared to stay in the Crimson Dragon realm for a long time?" Yi Futian asked. In addition to those youngsters, each force had also dispatched some powerful saints to travel with them. Clearly, this was the result of the last banquet. "This trip is for trials out there. You can rest assured that since my father, the emperor, named you the city lord of Chenya City, everyone will obey your orders in the city, including me," Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian. "I would not dare," Yi Futian whispered softly, but seeing Xia Qingyuan looking at him, he continued, "But thank you, Your Highness." Obviously, Emperor Xia did so because of what happened last time. He wanted to travel further, and so Emperor Xia deliberately arranged to secure the foundation of Chenya City. This was truly allowing him to become a lord of the empire. Chenya City was wholly entrusted to him. As for the result, it would solely be dependent on his ability. Qingyuan, when are we going? At this moment, a voice was heard, and Yi Futian saw another group coming toward them. It was Yarou Shi, who had also brought many people to go along with her. Xia Qingyuan looked indifferent. She merely glanced at Yarou Shi and ignored her question. Young Master Yi, you've been well. Yarou Shi was not bothered by Xia Qingyuan's treatment towards her and didn't get angry. She smiled at Yi Futian. Yarou Shi was clad in expensive clothing. She looked noble and holy, like a real noble princess, even more so than Xia Qingyuan. After all, Xia Qingyuan was still in man's clothing, casual and simple. Princess Yarou Shi is also going to Chenya City, Yi Futian said. Yes, Yarou Shi said, I have always wanted to go out and see the world. Now that I have a chance, I will come along. Yi Futian didn't say much. Yarou Shi was now the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Whatever she wanted to do was not something within his control. Let's go then, Yi Futian said. Xia Qingyuan nodded, and the group set off immediately, moving towards the teleportation Grand Matrix. Gong Sun Xian stepped forward, and without realizing it, approached Yi Futian and his party, next to Luo Fan. Shenyuan Ao of Shenyuan Palace walked behind Yu Sheng. He asked him as he was walking, I heard that you decimated the geniuses of the Crimson Dragon Realm during the Battle of Crimson River, and will enter the regional palace at Crimson Dragon Realm to cultivate? As the descendant of Shenyuan clan, he certainly knew a little about the Crimson Dragon Realm. The ancient books in the family had also recorded what the regional palace was like, and many elders even knew about it. It was known as the first sacred place of cultivation in Crimson Dragon Realm. What is it? Yu Sheng said, looking at Shenyuan Ao. Shenyuan Ao also had a husky built. Standing next to Yu Sheng, he did not appear any less brawny. He looked at Yu Sheng and said, when we get to Crimson Dragon Realm, can I cultivate with you? Many people heard Shenyuan Ao's words and turned their heads back to look at him. This proud descendant of Shenyuan Palace showed no sign of proudness at this moment. This made many who knew Shenyuan Ao look rather strange. No. Yu Sheng spat. It was a resolute refusal. He continued to move forward, leaving a shocked crowd behind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Crimson Dragon Realm, Chenya City. Crimson Dragon Realm, Chenya City. Yi Futian and his party came forward in a mighty manner and descended directly into the City Lord's office of Chenya City. After that previous battle, the City Lord's office still seemed to be in ruins. The ruins were exceptionally quiet. An exhalation of breath seemed to be released from the dilapidated remains of the City Lord's office. Then Yi Futian saw a figure rise up into the sky. It was the previous City Lord, Shen Tianzhan. Only Shen Tianzhan remained in the City Lord's office. Everyone else was gone. The City Lord has returned, Shen Tianzhan said to Yi Futian. He'd known that Yi Futian would come back sooner or later. This time, Yi Futian seemed to have brought a lot of people with him. The princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan, was among them as well. In addition, there were many cultivators from every plane, making the composition of the group even more complicated and mixed than it had been the last time. Elder, what is this? Yi Futian asked, looking at the ruins. Since Shen Tianzhan had stayed to wait for him, it meant that he still recognized Yi Futian as the City Lord of Chenya City. However, if that was the case, why had Shen Tianzhan not ordered for repairs of the City Lord's office? Moreover, why had everyone else disappeared? It seemed as if Shen Tianzhan was the only one left in this vast City Lord's office. After the battle a few months ago, the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm both withdrew. Xiong Nan saw that Chenya City was empty and wanted to take Chenya City for Emperor Xiong's realm. He ordered an attack to kill me. Not only me, but several principalities in Chenya City were also attacked by the people of Xiong City. Sichu Zhong, the head of the Sichu clan, was injured during these attacks. Many people lost their lives. I dismissed everyone from the City Lord's office to prevent them from being harmed, Shen Tianzhan said. When Yi Futian heard what he said, his expression turned blank. In the past, During the battle between the two Renhuang realms, Xiongnan had wanted to take the opportunity to profit, wanting to gain all the advantages without participating in the war, to use threats to put a squeeze on their resources. He had given him some, but he'd been far from able to satisfy Xiongnan's appetite. On the day of the great battle, Xiongnan had brought people to threaten them. However, Xie Rong's iron-wrought determination had deterred Xiongnan. As soon as he'd made a move, he'd been caught up in the battle between the two Renhuang realms. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm would have killed him at any cost. Xiongnan had not dared to make his move. Meanwhile, his followers had not been silly enough to interfere in the battle between the two Renhuang realms. But after the battle between the two Renhuang realms, they had returned to their respective lands. Xiongnan had naturally anticipated that fightings would ensue within the two Renhuang realms, which would set off a storm, so he'd thought of attacking Chenya City. Emperor Xiong's realm already required a considerable number of cultivators to guard the one city they occupied. They could not spare too many others to be dispatched to the Crimson Dragon realm to guard the two cities for a prolonged period. Just like Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, they did not have many who were of the Nirvana plane. They could not possibly dispatch them all to guard the Crimson Dragon realm. Therefore, it was more likely that Xiongnan had wanted to vent the humiliation he'd suffered during the Battle of the Crimson River, during which he'd been scared by Xie Rong into not fighting, which had caused much of his indignation. As a result, he'd sent people to harass Shen Tianzhan, wanting him to submit and agree to defend Chenya City for Emperor Xiong's realm. However, Shen Tianzhan had resisted stubbornly, displeasing Xiongnan considerably. Since Shen Tianzhan had been willing to surrender to Yi Futian but had refused to become an affiliate of Emperor Xiong's realm, one could imagine Xiongnan feelings about it. So, he'd repeatedly sent people to keep the city lord's office of Chenya City in a state of ruin. After Yi Futian learned what had happened, he said to Shen Tianzhan, "It's been hard for you. It's finally time to rebuild the city lord's office." "Very well," Shen Tianzhan nodded. He had previously promised to stay on as the deputy city lord because of the defeat, though it had not been a sincere surrender. But what happened later had made him realize that maybe, by standing beside Yi Futian, he would see things differently. On the contrary, Xiongnan, the prince of Emperor Xiong's realm, was resentful because of his defeat at Crimson River. He'd even gone so far as resorting to retaliation and extortion. His villainous acts were far worse than anything Yi Futian had ever done. Shen Tianzhan would loathe to even be in contact with such a person, much less follow and obey him. No matter what, he was on the Nirvana plane, the last realm of the divine path. Suddenly, a surging wind rose up. A group of people was seen walking in the air in the distant void. They stopped a ways off and looked at Yi Futian and the others. Likewise, Yi Futian and Shen Tianzhan looked at them. They heard the leader of the group say, "Shen Tianzhan, we had given you many opportunities, and His Royal Highness had been unceasingly benevolent. Our paths are different. We cannot work together," Shen Tianzhan said to the people in the void. Yi Futian turned and said to them, "Go back and tell Xiongnan that if he wants Chenya City, send someone to come and fight me for it. If he dares not, then, by all means, stay quietly in Xiong City." The messenger stared at Yi Futian. After a while, he turned to leave, thinking that the people of Emperor Xia's realm had arrived too soon. What had happened in the past did not seem to have caused a division inside Emperor Xia's realm. On that day, Crown Prince Xie Rong, Xie Qingyuan, and Yi Futian had clearly been divided into two different camps. But now, Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan had returned together with reinforcements. This meant that Chenya City would most likely be entrusted to Yi Futian in the future. The people in Xiong City left, but Yi Futian's eyes still maintained their coldness. Xiongnan had once again exercised his old trick of profiting from others' misfortunes. He had no conscience and was not afraid to show it. The news of Yi Futian's return and the return of all the top forces of Chenya City soon spread. Sichu Yang and Sichu Zhong had both arrived as well. "Elder, I know about Xiongnan. I will settle the score with him on your behalf," Yi Futian said by way of greeting to Sichu Zhong. "I am relieved to hear you say that, City Lord Yi," Sichu Zhong responded. "I have also brought along some reinforcements to see if we can be of assistance." As he was speaking, Sichu Zhong mobilized his people. Some of the top forces in Chenya City began working together to build the new city lord's office. In the world of cultivators, the time spent building was extremely accelerated. In just a short time, a brand new city lord's office rose from the ground. Choose your place of cultivation, Yi Futian said as he walked toward the main hall of the city lord's office. Xia Qingyuan chose a hall next to him. Yarrow she did the same as if she was intentionally competing with her. The other cultivators all chose their places of cultivation in the new city lord's office. Those who'd come from the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm each set up a camp and chose an area in which to reside. Yi Futian faced the people next to him and said, "Little butterfly, you should choose an area to be used as a medicinal pool and herb garden." Next to Little Butterfly was Saint Jiang's eldest disciple, Shu Che-han. Not long ago when Yi Futian had taken the trip to the lower world, he hadn't only brought along his relatives. Saint Jiang had ordered Shu Che-han, who had already entered the Saint Plane, to accompany him. The husband and wife, along with Little Butterfly, had followed Yi Futian and cultivated with him. In the days when the sacred war was being waged against the palace, Shu Che-han had fully comprehended the way. Later, when he'd finally been able to enter the realm of the divine path by his own merit, Saint Jiang taught him everything he knew. The great teacher Shu of today was no longer comparable to the one of the past. Furthermore, the resources of the Crimson Dragon realm were incomparable to those of the lower world of the 9 states. In the future, Shu Che-han and Little Butterfly would need to collect better materials for treatments or medicinal baths. Yi Futian situated the people from the 9 states into one area. Yu Sheng, Yi Qingxian, Wu Chen and Liu Chenyu, Jiyu Dongliu, the second senior sister, and the rest were staying in the main house with Yi Futian. After all the arrangements were made, Yi Futian went over to Yaya and said, "Yaya, come with me." Yaya nodded, walking away with Yi Futian and Black-Winged Condor. In Peacock City of the Crimson Dragon realm, Yi Futian found Kong Xian. Kong Xian was a little surprised by Yi Futian's arrival. She asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "There is a matter at hand that requires Princess Kong Xian's help." "What matter?" Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Beside her, Jialo Feng's eyes were extremely cold as he fixed his stare on Yi Futian. When he'd last been on the battlefield of Crimson River, his divine feathers had been plucked by Yu Sheng. "This demonic beast of mine has some gifts in cultivation, but he can't seem to enter the divine path. I'm not very familiar with the cultivation of the demonic realm and want to send this little condor to the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm to cultivate. Therefore, I've come to ask for your help," said Yi Futian. Even though Black-Winged Condor already knew what Yi Futian wanted to do, when he heard those words, the Black-Winged Condor couldn't help but turtle up his neck and shiver uncontrollably as he stole a glance at Kong Xian. It was a truly crazy idea that might cost the little condor his life. Even Kong Xian was stunned for a moment. Her cold and sharp eyes swept towards the Black-Winged Condor. While they'd been at the empty realm, the Black-Winged Condor had not spared her any humiliation. Those words echoed in her head to this day, "Kong Xian, come quickly to serve my lord." At the time, she could not wait to cut the Black-Winged Condor into 1,000 pieces to quench the hatred in her heart. However, since she'd entered into sainthood, her state of mind had gone through some changes. Her hatred was not so strong anymore. That was why, when she'd first seen the Black-Winged Condor, she had not immediately thrown a tantrum. She looked at Yi Futian coldly and said, "Yi Futian, do you know what you are asking? Have her take this Black-Winged Condor to cultivate? This Black-Winged Condor whose mouth spewed out nothing but garbage? Does this dumb beast qualify?" Jialo Feng asked mockingly. A sharp whistling sound came from the mouth of the Black-Winged Condor. Suddenly, a great gust of wind whipped up. Its eyes glanced at Jialo Feng as its form morphed into a bolt of dark golden lightning and rushed toward him. The divine feathers of Jialo Feng glimmered brightly as the extremely sharp golden blades slashed towards them. The Black-Winged Condor did not retreat. It turned into frightening lightning and thunder, its wings extended, cutting through the void. Boom! With a loud sound, Jialo Feng's body was thrown backward. The Black-Winged Condor returned to Yi Futian's side in a radiant arc and glanced scornfully at Jialo Feng. The little condor possesses all the comprehension of my cultivation. It is very talented, but its entrance into the Saint Plain had been delayed. I don't know what should be done next, so I thought to send it to the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm, Futian said. I know that there were several offenses made in the past, but those are inevitable on the battlefield. We beg the princess's indulgence in these matters. I want to send little Condor to the Demon Emperor's realm in the hopes of building a friendship, not a rivalry. Kong Xian looked at Futian deeply, then nodded. Very well. Seeing that Kong Xian had agreed, the black-winged Condor took a secretive look at her beautiful face and shivered again. Little Condor was unlucky. It had barely escaped the hands of the she-devil, only to face yet another danger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian revealed a smile. Since Kong Xian had agreed, she must be willing to resolve the grievances of the past. Futian revealed a smile. Since Kong Xian had agreed, she must be willing to resolve the grievances of the past. This way, there would be one less powerful opponent in the future. In the chaotic Crimson Dragon realm, even though one may be endowed with excellent abilities, there were just too many strong cultivators from other major Renhuang realms. However, if there was no feud to settle, there was no need to make enemies. In fact, the grudge between Futian and Kong Xian had always been him continuously bullying her, so it was natural that he did not mind letting go of the grudge and turning war into peace. Going forward in the Crimson Dragon realm, I hope that Princess Kong Xian will watch out for us. Futian slightly bowed and appeared very humble. Kong Xian looked at him and asked, "Do you have time to stay?" Futian was stunned for a moment. Kong Xian seemed to have made quite a leap. Is there something else required by the princess? Futian asked. Fight with me, Kong Xian replied. Her eyes glowed with intensity as she stared at Futian. Back when she had entered the divine path at the battlefield of Crimson River, she decided to forfeit and not to fight with Yu Sheng, who was already on the Saint Plain. This had since caused her to feel some regret. Now that she had been on the Saint Plain for several months, and her cultivation had gained a firm foundation, she lacked a good opponent to help hone her fighting skills. She wanted to see what level her fighting power had reached. Futian revealed a strange look. Looking at her cold face, he asked, "That wouldn't exactly be appropriate, would it? They had just made peace. Why should that be followed by a fight?" Kong Xian was indeed a cultivator of the Peacock Demon Emperor clan, whose affinity to fight was innate. "There is a battle platform at my residence," Kong Xian said, eager to get going. "Very well," Futian said begrudgingly. "Shall I go all out?" He was weighing whether or not he should let it rip. Would it be better to restrain himself? If he beat Kong Xian violently, would he be adding new hatred onto the old? Of course. Kong Xian glanced at Futian coldly as the two walked toward the battle platform. It didn't take long for earth-shaking sounds to start coming out of the City Lord's office of Peacock City. Many buildings collapsed and their dust filled the air. Emerging from the thick dust was a handsome white-haired man. He cleaned the dust off his body as he walked away from the battle platform. From out of the dust, Kong Xian gradually appeared. She stared grimly at the departing figure, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The little condor shivered from the sidelines as he watched the scene play out. How did he cultivate his physical body? Kong Xian asked the little condor, regarding him with an icy stare. This was Futian's demonic beast and must have the same mind as Futian. This little condor would know how Futian cultivated. I don't know exactly. The little condor shook its head decisively, not wanting to betray its master. Kong Xian released a coldness from her body as she walked toward the shivering little condor. It looked at her and said, "Xia Qingyuan gave him the method of cultivation. It should be Emperor Xia's." Xia Qingyuan? Kong Xian stopped. It was possible. Xia Qingyuan had access to many kinds of methods. With her help, his body-enhancing techniques would be the strongest. Yes. The little condor nodded in earnest. But Xia Qingyuan always wore men's clothing. She is far less attractive than Princess Kong Xian in looks and figure. And her personality is violent and manic, not at all gentle and soft like yours, princess. You are like a goddess from heaven. How would you like to be my mistress in the future?" "Your mistress?" Kong Xian gave him a strange look. The little condor nodded seriously. "Princess, you and my master are a match made in heaven. The princess may beat this condor without mercy, no need to spare it." Yi Futian's voice was heard from somewhere in the distance. Apparently, he knew what the black-winged condor was talking about. "Ah!" the black-winged condor screamed. When it saw Kong Xian walking his way, he was on the verge of tears. Afterward, there was a mix of violent screaming, pleading, and flattering, all rolled into one. The following period made the black-winged condor realize that Xia Qingyuan was entirely too gentle. Yi Futian left the little condor in Peacock City and departed with Yaya. By sending the little condor to Peacock City, he hoped to resolve the grievances between himself and Kong Xian. It was also for the benefit of the little condor. It belonged to the demonic tribe and needed the tempering of its kind. He hoped that its luck would improve and that Kong Xian would send it to be taught by the great members of the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm to transform and cultivate. Yi Futian returned to the city lord's office of Chenya City and went to the newly built temple to cultivate. In the cultivation temple, he sat with his eyes closed, comprehending the omnipresent meaning of heaven and earth. There was a sacred radiance shining upon him. Its bright, shining light seemed to cast a matrix diagram surrounded by ancient characters around him. His body was in the center of the diagram. The might of the authority between heaven and earth seemed to be everywhere. A variety of different colors of the swordsmanship emerged, blooming around Yi Futian's body. Each color represented a different kind of swordsmanship. Inside his body, in the life palace, the ancient tree made a rustling sound. On top of the ancient tree, the colors changed until they converged into one color which flowed wildly into Yi Futian's body. At the same time, the splendid brilliance seemed to also turn into one color, integrating into Yi Futian's body like it was a furnace for refining. His body made roaring and booming sounds. The 5 elements of the Great Path were integrated into one. The universe returned to one as it refined the Great Path into one, fueling and strengthening the way. It was as if his swordsmanship had undergone transformation and sublimation. Moreover, this powerful swordsmanship resonated within the sanctified body. With a grasp of the palm, a force suddenly swept out, its violence extreme. If anyone faced it, no doubt they would find it difficult to breathe. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension was perfectly matched with his ability to cultivate. The master's vision could be described as extremely vicious. The ancient tree of the world seemed to be able to contain all things, and the deed of thorough comprehension aimed to temper the swordsmanship and sublimate it. The combination of the two allowed the refinement of many types of swordsmanship to form one that would be even more powerful after being sublimated. By using the deed of thorough comprehension to bring forth its full strength, its power became truly astounding. Moreover, he could always adjust the amount of swordsmanship that he wanted to release. As he stood up, Yi Futian waved his hand and flexed his fists. Every move seemed to be perfectly natural, blended with the Great Path, one with heaven and earth. The sacred light pouring over his body was like showering in divine radiance. Each unleashed strike may not seem strong, but it contained a curious power that gave out a dull sound with each blast, swirling as if they were devouring black holes, disappearing in an instant. In Crimson Dragon Realm, the opponents he would meet in the future would be even stronger. That day in the Battle of the Crimson River, he discovered that the strength of some of the geniuses was already very strong, and that was just the tip of the iceberg in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Every year, such cultivators would be born. In the future, he would likely face many descendants of Renhuang, and the gap between himself as these people would get increasingly smaller. Even those that he would meet on the supreme path in the future might not necessarily be less powerful than him. Therefore, the higher the level, the harder he needed to cultivate. Yi Futian left the cultivation temple and found Yu Sheng. It was time to send Yu Sheng to the regional palace to cultivate. Before long, a group of people arrived at the bank of the Crimson River. The crimson sky seemed to contain the mighty pressure of the Great Path. The Crimson River seemed like it was full magma. If anyone with weaker cultivation stepped into it, they would be burned to death immediately. Yu Sheng, go, Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng would soon enter into this most powerful spiritual holy land for cultivation. He would have the opportunity to touch the core of the Crimson Dragon realm, the direct source of the Crimson Dragon Emperor's power. Yu Sheng nodded and walked into the void, traveling directly above the Crimson River toward the castle at the center of Crimson River. He knew what Yi Futian wanted him to do. He would fulfill his mission by gaining a steady foothold in the regional palace. There, he would come into contact with the core forces of the Crimson Dragon realm. As he walked forward, the Crimson Red Castle came into view. Someone was standing guard there, and Yu Sheng handed them the token he carried. As he stepped through the towering heaven's gate that rose high into the sky, he officially entered the regional palace. From a distance, the regional palace looked just like any castle. Inside, however, it was something unique, like a city suspended above the Crimson River. In front of him, the shadows of figures stood above the void, watching Yu Sheng's arrival as if they were waiting for him. Each one among them possessed an extraordinary temperament. They were standing there like a natural chasm, blocking Yu Sheng's path forward. They were all cultivators of the regional palace. Like Yu Sheng, they had also shared the victory of the Battle of the Crimson River and had entered into the regional palace with great advantages. I heard that the newcomer is very powerful and has overwhelmed many powerful opponents with his strength, including the brother of Xing Kai, someone said. The welcome ceremony at the regional palace was always a little unusual. Perhaps the people he faced were just very weak, a woman crossing her arms in front of her said with a smile. Her manner was elegant. From the first glance, it was easy to tell that she was of uncommon and noble birth. Above the castle, Xing Kai stood, watching silently. Yu Sheng walked by someone and said, "Move." The rule at the regional palace is that the newcomer who enters the palace must respectfully address the elders as senior brothers and sisters. Only then will the brothers and sisters will make way, the man said with a smile. There were no rules in the regional palace except that the strongest fist rules the palace. Yu Sheng had already discovered that the people who were standing in front of him were all on the realm of proving holiness, just like him. Yu Sheng tightened both of his fists. With a roar, an extremely violent magical power swept through the air instantly. Behind him, a world-toppling demon king appeared. Above the firmament, the magical power tumbled and roared like a demonic god. The people in front of him revealed a look of surprise. Although the newcomers who entered the palace all chose to fight, such direct and powerful newcomers were still in the minority. Now they wanted to see how many obstacles he could pass through. Whether Yu Sheng could get through the barriers or not would be his first test of entering the regional palace. It would also determine how much value he would have in the palace. This was the welcoming ceremony of the regional palace. Boom! Yu Sheng took a step that shook the void with a roar. The Crimson River roiled. The entire castle seemed to be bombarded by the sound of thunder. On the bank of the Crimson River, Yi Futian glanced in the direction Yu Sheng had gone, then turned to leave. The road to the regional palace would be walked alone by Yu Sheng. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yi Futian and his party did not return to Chenya City after leaving Crimson River. They were still inside Crimson Dragon City. Yi Futian and his party did not return to Chenya City after leaving Crimson River. They were still inside Crimson Dragon City. This first major city of Crimson Dragon Realm was extremely vast, with many wonders and cultivation places that were not seen in other Renhuang realms. It was not only in possession of a battlefield like the Rising Dragon platform, but also had other places of cultivation. The land west of Crimson Dragon Realm was where Yi Futian and his party had gone. There were countless roads in front of them. These roads were like the branches of an ancient tree, extending to different places in every direction. A faint sense of heat was transmitted from the place. On each ancient road, people coming and going. The place was filled with cultivators. People of the Saint Plain seemed to be everywhere as well. Yi Futian looked forward and raised his head slightly to look at the sky. He saw something like a floating castle. It was boundless, reaching high above the sky. Even the Holy Will was unable to reach it. The sun and its radiance shone down from the sky. Above the castle, divine golden birds could be seen flying in circles. Bright flames rained down, holier than one could imagine. Standing next to all of it, Futian and his party seemed incredibly small. When someone walked past them and set foot on one of the roads, it was as if they had stepped onto a branch. "Is this the divine Zhenmu tree?" Yi Xiaoshe whispered. One of the 4 legendary divine trees in the lore, the divine Zhenmu tree could connect the heaven and the earth. It was able to reach the depths of the earth and high above the firmament so that heaven and earth were connected. Each of his branches was an ancient road. Together, it formed thousands of ancient roads that led to Zhenmu City, the city which lay in front of them. The Crimson Dragon army guarded Zhenmu City. Standing above the void, they looked like an army from heaven. Zhenmu City was a holy place for cultivation. It was also one of the largest trading posts in Crimson Dragon City. To enter Zhenmu City, payment of spirit stones of the Great Path was required. Otherwise, one was not eligible to cultivate in Zhenmu City. Furthermore, the price of admission was not cheap. Those who were weak and small in their cultivation simply could not cultivate for long in Zhenmu City. Otherwise, Zhenmu City would have become overcrowded a long time ago. "Go and feel it," Futian said. He walked over to the Crimson Dragon army and paid the spirit stones required for everyone to enter. The group of people walked forward and entered a boulevard inside Zhenmu City. The boulevard was lined with a lot of buildings that seemed to be no different from those on the outside. However, when you looked up at them, you would see a stout tree branch supporting a road above it. Furthermore, there was an extremely hot stream of air above the ancient tree like the flaming breath of the Great Path. Zhenmu City reaches the sky and goes deep into the ground, absorbing the fire of the Great Path. The higher that Zhenmu City reaches upward, the more prosperous the trading post will become. Many top forces have been taking shape inside Zhenmu City over the years and taking root here. The more rooted they are, the more suitable for cultivation. It is said that, at the bottom of Zhenmu, ordinary cultivators of the Saint Plain are unable to stay without getting burned up into ashes under the fire of the Great Path, someone behind Futian said. The one who spoke was Shenjun, the former young master of Chenya City. He'd always been very dashing and elegant, but now he was more subdued. He was acting as a guide for Futian and his group, introducing the background of the Crimson Dragon realm to Futian. After all, he'd grown up in the Crimson Dragon realm and knew much more about it than Futian. Futian nodded slightly, contemplating what kind of truth would be contained within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the empty realm, the will of space hung in the sky. The Crimson Dragon realm was more powerful than the space will of the empty realm. This Crimson Dragon realm truly belonged to a world of flames. It was said that those who cultivated in the art of flames were extremely powerful. "Let's go up first," Futian said, then looked at Luo Fan beside him. "Fifth senior brother, let's go see if there is a fire of the Great Path that is suitable for your cultivation." The number of flame cultivation methods in the Crimson Dragon realm was endless. Many top figures had refined it into a special flame of the Great Path which integrated the way into it. These flames were of great help to the future generations of cultivators. It could even be directly refined into the body. Learning to comprehend the divine path was of great help to one's cultivation. Although similar to Yi Wuchen's Renhuang sword will, the fire of the saint was not as strong as the Renhuang sword will, so it was quite suitable for Luo Fan who was still a sage. The higher one went, the more they discovered that the world of cultivators was destined to be unfair. All of this was unimaginable in the lower world of the 9 states. How could one compare the speed and limits of cultivation? "I'm embarrassed to trouble my younger brother for money to spend on it," Luo Fan said. "That's right. After all, I, your younger brother, am also poor. If that's the case, let's just not go," Futian said jokingly. Luo Fan stared at Futian with shock. He had not expected such a response from him. "We are all brothers of the same master. Helping each other is a matter of course. Since the younger brother is so sincere, then I will gladly accept it." Luo Fan hugged Futian's shoulder, internally cursing him for being so tight with his wallet. The senior brother was clearly not as fortunate as the younger brother. Of course, if you something that strikes your fancy, please pick out whatever you want. By the way, choose a gift for Miss Shen too, Yi Futian said with a smile. He'd been joking before. That's the spirit. Don't forget how nice I was to you when you were young, Luo Fan exclaimed with a thumbs up. Yi Futian's face was a picture of confusion. When he was young? All right, perhaps 18 or 19 years olds could be considered young. Have you found a good place? Yi Futian asked Shenjun. What level do you want? Shenjun asked. The best, Yi Futian responded. Luo Fan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Yi Futian, he thought that his junior brother was even more handsome than ever. Heavenly Flames Avenue in Zhenmu City is the most prosperous place for flame trading. Even Nirvana-level flames are not lacking there. Renhuang-level flames have even appeared there once, Shenjun said. Yi Futian nodded. Let's go to Heavenly Flames Avenue then. Okay, then we need to hurry. Shenjun nodded. His body flickered as he led the way. Yi Futian and his team followed behind. They all traveled fast as they shuttled through Zhenmu City. Zhenmu City was considered a renowned city for a reason. When all the areas above and below the surface, it was much larger than a city as large as Chenya City. Therefore, one could only imagine just how massive this ancient tree that connected the world was, or that it was still growing. In Heavenly Flames Avenue was a huge, wide-open square where many cultivators gathered to trade. There were a lot of shops in the square, many of them temporarily built by the cultivators. Outside of these shops were engraved signs displaying what items were available for trade. Of course, there were also some large, permanent structures that were used for long-term trading. The Tower of Heavenly Flames on Heavenly Flames Avenue, for example, belonged to a major force with many invaluable flames of the way. At the moment, many cultivators were assembled in the Tower of Heavenly Flames. Yi Futian and his people had just arrived. There were many flame furnaces inside, all of which contained the flames of the way. Above the furnace, the name of the flame of the way, its grade, and its abilities were listed in great detail. The cultivation of flames in the Crimson Dragon realm was considered the epitome of the Crimson Dragon region. The classification and grade of the flames here were finer than anywhere else. Purple flame, unblemished medium-grade flame of the way, aggressive attacking power with a strong ability to break defenses. Yi Futian looked at a flame furnace. Inside, a purple flame was making a sharp sizzling sound. Tiny bolts of lightning could be seen inside the flame. After cultivators entered the Saint realm, if they majored in the flames, they would temper the flame of their great path, making them physical, multiplying their power, and refining them to contain great swordsmanship. The fire of the golden flames, unblemished upper-grade flames of the way, aggressive attacking power with the ability to melt anything. Good for attacking, forging armors. In yet another flame furnace, the golden flames shone brightly, lighting up the flame furnace with extremely bright golden flames. This would be more suitable for Gongsun Xian, but she came from Divine Cud Valley. Presumably, this grade of flame of the way would not be a great help to her, Yi Futian whispered. Gongsun Xian's origin meant that she had tremendous spiritual resources of her own. In addition, her grandfather had reached the Nirvana plane. The flame he possessed could be tempered into the flame of Nirvana. The flames of the way in this area were artificially made. The flames of the way on the other side were formed naturally, Shenjun explained. Of course, there was no absolute advantage or disadvantage to choosing either. It was all dependent on the person who refined the flame and the strength of the natural formation. Yi Futian and his party continued their search for an even stronger flame of the way. They came across another flame furnace. Inside, the flames seemed dim and ghostly like a shadow. The ghostly flame of the way, Nirvana midgrade, possesses a strong sense of destruction. Its ability to burn and destroy souls was given by the Nether Saint Lord, said the line of writing engraved on the outside of the furnace. As Yi Futian walked past the Tower of Heavenly Flames, he felt a dizzying sensation and some interest. The flames here were too strong. By comparison, the unblemished flames of Wei did not appear so precious. In fact, Yi Futian had also cultivated inflaming ability. Not just the flame, He'd also cultivated many other kinds of abilities and comprehended all kinds of will. However, because many abilities were limited by magical powers, they were not strong enough. In fact, there was no absolute strengths or weaknesses between the kinds of will. Any kind of will could be cultivated to its highest level. Futian wondered if he could pick up some of them to cultivate. Senior brother, choose the one that suits you, Futian said to Luo Fan. Stronger was generally better, but it still needed to fit Luo Fan's ability to cultivate to be effective. For example, for those with extraordinary birthrights, if their forefathers had cultivated certain kind of flames, or even passed them on into the life spirit, they could inherit them in the form of comprehension, saving themselves half the trouble. Beggars can't be choosers. Let's just make do, Luo Fan said casually. However, his action was pretty deft. He pointed at a flame and said, "That's it." Futian saw the grade of the flame he wanted and felt a pinch in his heart. He said, "Senior brother, you don't want to spare me any expense. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Luo Fan listened to what Futian said and smirked, clapping his little brother's shoulder. He said, "We're family after all, aren't we? Isn't this for our second sister's sake, eh?" Luo Fan listened to what Futian said and smirked, clapping his little brother's shoulder. He said, "We're family after all, aren't we? Isn't this for our second sister's sake, eh? Really?" Zhuge Mingyu smiled sheepishly at Luo Fan, which made him shudder as he smiled. Holding his head high, he said, "Indeed. Don't bother about him, little brother," Zhuge Mingyu said, looking at the flames. While Futian had recently become rather rich, the flames were of such a level that they were really going to cost him. "Could you be more biased, sister?" Luo Fan said with a glum face. "Now you know," Zhuge Mingyu said with a smile as she looked at the dejected expression on Luo Fan's face. Futian, however, smiled and asked, "What is the price for these flames, senior?" "This is not to be traded using sacred spirit stones. It can only be exchanged for something of equal value, like the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level training methods, ritual implements, and the like," the elder who guarded the flames said. Futian smiled, thinking about how this was supposed to have been an easier day. Even if he'd been able to pay for the flames using sacred spirit stones, it still would have been difficult. "What do you think about these sword arts?" Futian sent a holy will from his brow over to the elder. The illustration of the sword of Kasyapa entered the elder's mind. The elder looked at it for a bit and then said, "The arts look fine. However, it's not something truly unique. I assume that you use it for trading quite often, so this won't do." The sword of Kasyapa was considered the best sword arts that could be found in Delhi. It was considered a very high grade even in Crimson Dragon Realm. As far as barter was concerned, its value should have been adequate. "I'm afraid you are wrong, senior. The sword art was of top-notch holiness of nirvana indeed. While it isn't something unique and could be found elsewhere, I could say the same thing about the consuming flames of the way. I'm sure seniors who are trained in such arts could have created it again and again," Futian said. "You saw the grade of the consuming flames of the way yourself, extreme holiness of nirvana level. It was crafted by a mighty cultivator at the very pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, requiring quite a bit of spiritual power to craft it. Do you think someone of such a level would have crafted flames like that over and over again to sell? Furthermore, what if others managed to figure out its workings?" The elder continued, "The higher the level of the flames of the way is, the harder it is to come across. I need a training method of the same level to exchange for it. Otherwise, it'd be better for you to look elsewhere, sir." Futian felt rather speechless as he looked at the forceful elder. He knew that what he'd said was the truth, but the trade depended on whose needs were stronger. The elder was not in a hurry to sell it off, and others wanted to trade him for it. Unless there was a high demand for the product, the elder wouldn't have dared to negotiate in such a manner. If Futian were to set up a shop selling methods of such levels, he would be asking for at least as much as the elder. With that thought, Futian seemed to have chanced upon a way of getting rich. However, on his plane, If he simply traded holiness of nirvana-level methods without a care, he might as well be painting a target on his back. Why would there be a need to trade if one could just take what they wanted by force? After all, the Crimson Dragon Realm was a largely lawless place. Alright, we'll just go elsewhere, Luo Fan said, clearly frustrated. What do you think about this method then, Senior? Xia Qingyuan interjected from the side. She then sent holy will into the elder's mind. The elder nodded and said, you could take the flames for 2 methods. That will do. Xia Qingyuan took out the method she'd used and looked at Yi Futian, who then took out a manual copy of the Sword of Kasyapa and handed it to the elder. The elder checked the goods and then nodded, handing the furnace to Yi Futian. He said, the furnace itself is one the top-of-the-line containers of flames. It would have melted under the powers of the flames of the way a long time ago otherwise. You people are getting quite a bargain here. Yi Futian took the furnace and handed it to Luo Fan before turning to Xia Qingyuan. He said, thank you, Princess. I still have other methods with me though. There were many methods to be found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace, but the truly top-of-the-line ones were kept in private collections by the royal palace. Even if he were to have seen them, there was no way he could have traded with them. However, if Xia Qingyuan were to do so, then it naturally would not be a problem. Never mind. It's all the same, Xia Qingyuan said plainly. The elder looked at the 2 of them and speculated about their identities. Princess. But then again, all kinds of people could be found in Crimson Dragon City. The place was the biggest and greatest city in the Crimson Dragon region after all. Luo Fan took a look at Yi Futian, impressed by his little brother's capabilities. They were far above his own abilities. He sure couldn't measure up to him. Yi Futian, someone called out. Yi Futian turned and saw someone familiar. He quickly recalled who the man was. It was the man who had fought Yu Sheng, Wu Chen, and the others in the battle of the sleeping dragon Zhuo Shu of the Black Flames clan. He was a native of Crimson Dragon City. Zhuo Shu took a look at Yi Wu Chen. Those who had lost to him in the past had since become saints at the Battle of the Crimson River. Yi Futian nodded with a smile, not wanting to engage him in conversation. Zhuo Shu then took one look at the flames that Luo Fan was putting away. In truth, Zhuo Shu had always wanted the consuming flames of the way. He wanted to consume it to strengthen his flames. However, his family wouldn't grant him 2 top-notch methods to exchange for it. Their flames of the way were powerful to begin with, so they were reluctant to cover such expenditures. Yi Futian, Lord of Chenya City? Many turned to look at Yi Futian curiously. After the battle between Li City and Chenya City, as well as the Battle of the Crimson River, the City Lord of Chenya had gained quite some renown. Of course, his renown paled in comparison to that of Yu Sheng, who had practically steered the direction of the entire Battle of the Crimson River. A battle between 2 cities was a big event involving 2 imperial realms. However, the attention attracted by such battles could not compare with the Battle of the Crimson River. That battle had enabled the winner to enter the regional palace. Plus, the Battle of the Crimson River had been fought in the Crimson Dragon City. We'll take a look elsewhere, Yi Futian said as he walked out of the Tower of Heavenly Flames. However, there were still many people around who had come out to take a look at him. Some were heard saying, Yi Futian was bickering with Xing Kai back at the Battle of the Crimson River. It was quite a pity that they didn't end up fighting each other. Yu Sheng's talents were unparalleled. He seemed to listen to this guy a lot. How would Yi Futian compare to a devil like Yu Sheng? Many talked about this. Many cultivators on Heavenly Flames Avenue turned to look at Yi Futian as well. Xing Kai of the ancient imperial city was extremely renowned, even in Crimson Dragon City. Xing Kai would become a renowned figure in the Crimson Dragon realm in the future. Furthermore, the 9th servant, the City Lord of ancient imperial city, was also a legendary figure. He was lauded as the #1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City. Yi Futian did not bother with what the people around him were saying. People of renowned clans were commonly seen in a place like Crimson Dragon City. For instance, Zhuo Shu was a descendant of a Ren Huang, yet people had stopped paying him any attention soon enough. Are you looking for flames of the way, my friend? Someone asked, causing Yi Futian to turn around. An old man was setting up a street stall in the middle of the busy Heavenly Flames Avenue, making him stand out of the crowd. The old man's aura appeared to be very weak. The grades of flames he was selling in his stall were all of the very low grades. No one walking about was paying him any attention. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm indeed looking for flames of the way." "Why do you ask, sir?" "I have some here," the old man said, beckoning Yi Futian's party over to his stall. Yi Futian took one look at the flames in the old man's stall. They were like comparing gold and dirt when he thought of the quality flames being sold at the Tower of Heavenly Flames. There was no need to compare them at all. However, Yi Futian nonetheless walked up to the old man and said, "The levels of these flames are rather low. They would be of little use for my friend's training. I do have higher level ones if that's what you're looking for, but I don't know if you dare to take them," the old man said to Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the old man and noticed how alert and cautious his eyes were. Although the old man looked frail and had little aura to speak of, Yi Futian was able to tell that the old man was very adept at concealing his true abilities. He had been quietly sitting there before with no one bothering him. He had not been trying to bother anyone either. Yi Futian wondered why the old man had decided to call out to him. "If the prices are good, I don't mind taking them," Yi Futian said. "You can have them for free." The old man flashed a beaming smile. His teeth were rather yellow and somewhat unsightly. Yi Futian looked even more puzzled. Free? There were a lot of situations where free things turned out to cost the most. They often required payment in other forms. "What conditions do you have then, sir?" Yi Futian asked. "I have none." The old man shook his head. Yi Futian felt rather puzzled. He was unable to read the old man. "That was why I asked if you would dare to take them," the old man said somewhat aggressively. "I don't dabble with what I know nothing about," Yi Futian said, bowing to the old man. "I shall take my leave." The old man looked very mysterious. Yi Futian thought that it would best to exercise caution in a place like Zhenmu City. "Are you sure you don't want it?" A voice with a terrifying aura cried out all of a sudden, sweeping all over the Heavenly Flames Avenue. Its scorching will made everyone turn around in an instant. Yi Futian was no exception. He saw the old man holding a ball of flames of the way which glittered brilliantly. They contrasted with the rays of the sun above in mystical ways. The three-legged golden ravens in the sky over Zhenmu City cried. The old man put the flames away in just an instant, smiling at Yi Futian. He said, "I'm giving them away to you. Do you dare to take them?" Renhuang flames of the way. Yi Futian stared at the old man and then looked around the avenue. Countless pairs of eyes had turned toward him in an instant. The old man whom no one had bothered with before had suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the area. That flames of the way were being given away for free. The eyes of countless people were burning brilliantly, Yi Futian included. However, flames of such levels would be difficult to hold on to. It was no surprise that the old man had asked him if he dared to take it. What he was unable to fathom was why the old man was trying to give the flames to him for free. There was no way that they knew each other. "I'll take it," Yi Futian said. If that old man said that he was willing to give Renhuang level flames away, then it would be up to Yi Futian to choose how to deal with it. If he was unable to keep it around, he would simply sell it. He walked up decisively, the people around him following him, concerned that the old man was up to no good. However, that old man simply chucked the flames into the furnace and handed it over to Yi Futian, who accepted them right away. He then looked at the old man and said, "Since you've said you're giving it to me, then it's up to me to decide what to do with it, right? Of course, I wouldn't hold it against if you just gave it someone else. So long as you're willing to take them from me, that is." The old man looked at Yi Futian with a beaming smile. That look gave Yi Futian a bad feeling. The old man waved and put the entire stall away before disappearing in a flash. Many formidable auras turned in Yi Futian's direction as soon as the old man left. Yi Futian frowned and thought that the flames would indeed be difficult to hold on to. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yi Futian watched as the old man disappeared and the people in the square closed in on him. However, none of them dared to try to take the flames from him by force. Yi Futian watched as the old man disappeared and the people in the square closed in on him. However, none of them dared to try to take the flames from him by force. Yi Futian, the lord of Chenya City, was backed by Renhuang forces, making him a difficult person to take on. Furthermore, it appeared that the princess of Emperor Xia's realm was with him. "Do you mind if I have a look at those flames of the way?" Zhuo Shu of the Black Flame clan asked. Yi Futian took a look at him and said nothing in reply. Those flames would cause quite a commotion if they were exposed. It would be a bad idea to take them out so casually. While there was no doubt that they would be something difficult to hold on to, the flames were in his hands and he had no intention of letting them go. "Let's go," Yi Futian said with a low voice, getting ready to leave the area. They had attracted way too much attention. However, a powerful aura seemed to be sweeping from in far away at that moment. One figure after another streaked over Heavenly Flames Avenue, locking their eyes onto Yi Futian. An elder took one step and sent scorching will all over the place. He grabbed at the space before him and will of the great path of flames roared, transforming into a great fiery dragon that lashed out at Yi Futian's party. Yaya stepped out and appeared right before everyone in the party. She waved her hands and sword will shrouded the entire area. Terrifying ringing sounds were heard as a screen of swords appeared before Yaya. The dragon was blocked by the screen, yet it remained adamant in breaking through them as it roared. The people around retreated and scattered in a hurry. The elder continued moving forward, his robes billowing. He waved his arms, conjuring one dragon after another in the air. All of them roared as they charged at Yi Futian and his party, trying to engulf everything within the vicinity in the flames. Yaya took to the air and was immediately surrounded by sword will. It turned into streams of flowing light in an instant, heading straight for the dragon as she placed the area on lockdown. Terrifying clashing sounds rang through the air. The great path shuddered as more and more mighty beings showed up, all trying to surround Yi Futian's party. Several people acted at the same time, manipulating flames of greater magnitude to attack Yaya. The screen of swords blocked out the sky as it shrouded everyone within. Yaya was forced one step back. She scanned the people around her with eyes as cold and sharp as swords. The space above them was completely taken over by swords and flames. Yi Futian and his party were trapped. A group of people approached them. All of them looked rather young, especially the person taking the lead. Their leader was a woman dressed in fiery red clothing. She looked to only be 25 or 26 years of age, yet the aura emanating from her was unmistakably that of a saint. She was elegant and stunning. Her fiery red robes billowed as she turned to look at Yi Futian and the others. All eyes turned towards her. Many immediately recognized who she was and where her group came from. She was a member of the Shi clan, a top-notch clan that was an early founder in the establishment of Crimson Dragon City. The Shi clan had been in Zhenmu City for many generations and was incredibly powerful. They owned many properties and controlled many industries in Zhenmu City. The leader of the Shi clan was known as the Saint Lord of Joyang, one of the figures at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon City. His powers were unfathomably profound. Her group consisted of mighty members of the Shi clan. The woman who was leading them was none other than a direct descendant of the founder of the clan, Shi Chan. Shi Chan looked at Yi Futian's party with a cold expression and said, "Hand over the flames." Yi Futian frowned. He hadn't expected to get into real trouble so quickly, but there was no denying how forceful these people were. They were forcing him to hand over the flames right away. At that moment, Yaya, who was still in the air, sent sword auras to tear the dragons apart. The fires of the great path roared and then disappeared with the sword will. Their opponents did not continue attacking. They instead surrounded Yi Futian's party. Many of the people on Heavenly Flames Avenue retreated quite a distance away to watch what was happening from safety. "What do you mean?" Yi Futian took a look at them. "You want to take my things without even bothering to talk first? Man, you guys are harsh. Hand over the flames and then we'll talk," Shi Chan said. "Shi Chan, I heard that the flames of the way were stolen. Are these the people behind the theft, A member of Shi Chan's party asked. The young person took a look at Yi Futian's party and said, "What is there to talk about with the thieves? We should take them down right now." Thieves? Yi Futian frowned. From what this young person said, these flames had been stolen from the woman before them. The old man must have stolen them and given them away immediately after. Head back to the clan with us. If you're able to explain yourselves adequately, you might be able to leave with your lives intact, an old man standing beside Shi Chan said. His eyes seemed to be imbued with fire as he looked at Yi Futian's party. His words were extremely forceful. That flames of the way were of the Renhuang level, so they were very precious to them. In truth, those flames were more trouble than they were worth. All the most powerful forces in the Crimson Dragon realm were after them. I'm afraid that there is some misunderstanding happening here, Yi Futian said. If you're talking about the flames that caused all that ruckus earlier, they were given to me by an old man just moments ago. Many people on the avenue saw it happen and will be able to serve as witnesses. You should consider that before you call us thieves. Shi Chan's eyes sparkled as she turned to look at the crowd on the avenue behind them. Someone called out, "It happened just like he said." Shi Chan's expression changed after that. She locked her gaze onto Yi Futian and asked, "Why would the star-plucking hand just hand over the flames to you? What is your relationship with him?" Many gasped at Shi Chan's words. Whispered gossip broke out all along the avenue. That old man who had gifted the flames to Yi Futian was the star-plucking saint. Shen Jun's expression shifted as well. He telepathically explained to Yi Futian, "That woman is a member of the Shi clan, the most powerful force in Jianmu City. The star-plucking hand is the nickname of the star-plucking saint, an extremely powerful figure. He has reached the holiness of nirvana and is capable of reaching unparalleled speed, making many great transformations, and wielding formidable combat abilities in battle. He is one of those few people who even the most powerful figures in Crimson Dragon Realm would hesitate to mess with. Anyone who dares to mess with him will find themselves down on their luck. Furthermore, the star-plucking saint is a weird guy who keeps to himself. He has stolen some of the most precious treasures from the most powerful clans in Crimson Dragon City. No one to date has been capable of capturing him. He felt that the case was very weird. The star-plucking saint could have simply taken what he'd stolen from the Shi clan away without making a fuss. The Saint Lord of Joyang of the Shi clan, despite being extremely powerful, was utterly incapable of capturing the star-plucking saint. The two men were probably more or less equal in power. No one could tell who between them was the stronger one. Even if the star-plucking saint simply took the goods by force, there was nothing the Shi clan could do about it. The saint was a loner and there was no way the clan could get their hands on him. He'd handed the flames to others right in front of everyone on Heavenly Flames Avenue and no one had recognized him. That in itself was a testament to his frightening ability in the art of transformations. It was apparent that the star-plucking saint had masked his aura and changed his appearance. Shen Jun didn't understand why he had given the flames to Yi Futian. How should I know why he gave the flames to me? However, since he gave them to me, the flames are mine. All of you showed up and attacked us right away, accused me of being a thief, and even declared that I would only live if I explained myself adequately. I'm afraid you are not much better than thieves yourselves, Yi Futian said coldly. Shi Chan frowned slightly and said, "If things happened as you say, then it is indeed a misunderstanding. However, the flames of the way were indeed stolen from my clan by the star-plucking hand. If you're willing to return them, then we shall call it a day." Return it and call it a day? Xie Qingyuan's expression turned extremely cold after hearing what the other party said. She then responded, "You people attacked us and accused us of being thieves. Do you think we can just let that slide?" Whether the other party was telling the truth or not, the flames had nonetheless been given to them by that old man. The other party should have been thankful if they were willing to return the flames instead of demanding them back. Furthermore, they said that they would call it a day after the flames were returned. It was as if they were saying that they were doing Yi Futian's party a great service by not bothering with his people anymore after that. Furthermore, what is the nature of the flames and how can you prove that the flames are yours in the first place? Yi Futian retorted. If the other party didn't want to bother with being courteous, he saw no need to be polite with them. Although the flames had indeed proven difficult to hold on to, they would not simply let go of them just because of what the other party had said. Worse still, the other party had demanded the flames back instead of asking for them politely. Boom! Raging fires burst out everywhere. The elder from Shi Chan's clan hovered toward Yi Futian's party, getting ready to strike. So, they were going to take the flames by force. If you think you can take the goods by force, I can guarantee that you all will pay a greater price, Xia Qingyuan said, eyeing the people right in front of her. Shi Chan, they are from Qianye City, Zhuoshu reminded her. All those who had been preparing to attack the group frowned. The Shi clan had paid attention to the Battle of the Crimson River at the regional palace. Even though the battle between the two imperial realms had taken place outside of Crimson Dragon City, they had nonetheless caught wind of the news. These people were from Emperor Xia's realm? That meant that the powerful woman must be the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Shi Chan's eyes landed on Xia Qingyuan. She had great renown in the Crimson Dragon realm and was considered quite a legend on her own for her extremely exceptional talents. Shi Chan's eyes seemed to have been imbued with scorching flames as she glared at Xia Qingyuan, unfazed by the princess's identity. Even the Renhuang forces of other realms commanded limited power in Crimson Dragon City, especially where top forces like the Shi clan were concerned. But then again, they would not go out of their way to severely offend those of other imperial realms. Doing so would pose a grave threat to the native forces of Crimson Dragon City. Those flames belong to the Shi clan. You all might be of other imperial realms, but it will still be impossible for you to take the flames away. Shi Chan glared at Xia Qingyuan and appeared extremely powerful. While foreign imperial realm forces were extremely powerful, the majority of their forces were not in the Crimson Dragon realm. If the Shi clan insisted on keeping these people around, there was no way they could simply leave. It was impossible to simply walk away with those flames. Even if those of the Shi clan refrained from taking the flames by force, there was still no way Yi Futian and the others could call for help from Emperor Xia's realm. If that course of action was possible, conflicts like these would be settled in such a manner from then on. The number cultivators who had reached the holiness of nirvana level from imperial realms were far fewer than those in the Crimson Dragon realm. Mobilizing those saints was more difficult than it seemed to be. Furthermore, even if such saints were mobilized, the forces of foreign imperial realms could not simply act against the native forces without ample reason. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Jianmu City was the home territory of the Shi clan, meaning that Xia Qingyuan and the others were at a disadvantage. Jianmu City was the home territory of the Shi clan, meaning that Xia Qingyuan and the others were at a disadvantage. That was why Shi Chan was daring to be so forceful and insisting on keeping them around. However, while the forces of other imperial realms were incapable of doing as they pleased in Crimson Dragon City, the native forces didn't dare to act rashly either. Xia Qingyuan did not balk at all and forcefully retorted, "Many of the people on Heavenly Flames Avenue witnessed what transpired personally. The flames were gifted to us by an old man. If you insist on being so forceful, then bring the old man here. If he told us to hand over the flames, we would comply without question. As for you people, we did not get the flames from you. Do you think that we'll just hand them over because you say that the flames are yours?" If these people had spoken to them nicely and proved that the flames were indeed theirs, Yi Futian and his people would have considered returning them to them. However, there was no way they would hand them over just because the other party claimed that the flames were theirs. Furthermore, these people had attacked as soon as they'd arrived and had behaved extremely rudely and forcefully. They'd also voiced their intentions of taking down Yi Futian's party out loud. In this case, it was simply impossible for Yi Futian's party to hand over the flames. Both parties stayed in a deadlock for quite some time, neither of them giving way to the other. Both women, Shi Chan and Xia Qingyuan, were extremely powerful people. A new group of people approached them. They emanated extremely powerful auras and wore crimson dragon robes, making it obvious that they were part of the Crimson Dragon Army and tasked with maintaining public order in Jianmu City. Jianmu City was part of Crimson Dragon City. Within Crimson Dragon City limits, The Crimson Dragon army served as the absolute peacekeepers. A fight had broken out there and caught their attention. Commander Mu. Shi-chan bowed slightly to the leader of the army. It was obvious that she knew the commander. The Crimson Dragon army of Genmu City had been stationed there for many years. There were 9 lieutenants and 2 commanders. Commander Mu was one of the 2. He was tasked with managing the upper regions of Genmu City. What happened? Commander Mu looked at the opposing forces and asked. A figure arrived in a flash of light and reported to the commander what had transpired. Commander Mu then looked at Yi Futian and his group after finding out who they were. It was said that Yu Sheng of Chenya City had entered the regional palace by overpowering all the mighty being there. He could become one of the commanders of Crimson Dragon City someday. There was a great possibility that he would join the Crimson Dragon army's ranks one day. Shi-chan, how can the Shi clan prove that those flames are theirs? Commander Mu looked at Shi-chan and asked. How did the Shi clan come to possess the flames? Commander Mu, those flames of the way indeed belong to the Shi clan. A figure appeared in midair at that moment. A fiery aura swept out through the air. A legendary figure appeared, looking as brilliant as the sun in the sky. He seemed to have the sun on his back. He was blindingly bright and nearly impossible to look at. It was the Saint Lord of Joyoung of the Shi clan. However, this was probably only a projection of his will rather than his true self. Commander Mu looked at the materialized spectre and said, there has never been a Renhuang in the ranks of the Shi clan, Joyoung. Those flames are of the Renhuang level, so that means they were acquired elsewhere. By my logic, I'm afraid no one would have traded those flames away without good reasons. It was apparent that Commander Mu had a good guess as to the origins of the flames. The Saint Lord of Joyoung frowned. Commander Mu then looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked, the Shi clan claims that the flames are theirs. Would you be willing to return it? No, Xia Qingyuan answered decisively. Very well. Commander Mu nodded. One side wants to take the flames while the other side refuses to give it up. In that case, the Shi clan is free to take the flames by force, but do not cause too much of a commotion in Genmu City. Furthermore, if you people clash with them in the future over the flames, the Crimson Dragon army shall not interfere with matters between your parties. You are free to do as you please with each other. Crimson Dragon City had rules that forbid haphazard killing. In truth, Crimson Dragon City was the safest city in the Crimson Dragon realm because it was the only place where rules were firmly enforced. That was because those rules had been laid down by the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself. Everyone had to obey them. Anyone who broke those rules would be dealt with by the Crimson Dragon army. However, at present, the Crimson Dragon army was there simply to mediate the conflict between the 2 parties. Since neither of the parties was in the mood to make compromises, the commander saw fit to let them deal with the conflict on their own. The Saint Lord of Joyoung looked down at those below him until his eyes fixed on Xia Qingyuan. If a conflict breaks out between your parties, none of us will have anything to gain from it. What would it take for you to return the flames? Those flames were rather important to them. It was about more than the flames being left behind by a Renhuang. If the flames had only been left behind by a Renhuang, the Saint Lord would not have bothered making an appearance. Since you people sought to overwhelm us through sheer force, there is naturally no way we will return the flames. Xia Qingyuan looked at the Saint Lord of Joyoung coldly. If he had been a top-notch figure who didn't belong to any group, he would have been tricky to deal with. However, since he was part of a top-notch clan, then he did not dare to make a move against her. Overwhelm you through sheer force, eh? The Saint Lord of Joyoung looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, Shi-chan. Yes, sir. Shi-chan looked up at the Saint Lord. If Princess Xia here thinks that we are simply throwing our weight around, you should fight her. After all, you are on the same plane as her. The Saint Lord then said, Princess Xia, if Shi-chan wins, you shall return the flames of the way. If you win, then the Shi clan shall never ask for the flames again, and I shall have Shi-chan apologize for her rude actions. What do you think about that? If it not for Xia Qingyuan and the others being from Emperor Xia's realm, the Saint Lord of Joyoung would not have bothered being so polite. He would have simply taken them on right there and then. Of course, if that had been the case, Xie Qingyuan and the others would not have dared to maintain such a forceful attitude in the first place. They would have been forced to give up the flames. Xie Qingyuan looked up after hearing the Saint Lord of Joyang's words. Yi Futian then said, "I'll do it." They did not object to the Saint Lord's proposal. Xie Qingyuan took a look at Yi Futian and then at Shi Chan. She said, "Mind your own business." She then looked up at the Saint Lord and said, "Very well then." The people around them got rather excited when they heard her agree, especially those who had been watching the entire time. They have long heard of Shi Chan's talents and powers. She was the most powerful member of the younger generation of the Shi clan. She had honed her flames of Joyang to frightening levels, making powers were unparalleled. Xie Qingyuan, on the other hand, was a princess from Emperor Xia's realm. They were rather curious as to how a princess from an imperial realm would fare against a genius from the Crimson Dragon realm. It seemed to them that a good show was about to start. The two women rose into the air. Shi Chan basked in the flames like a goddess of the sun. She hovered high in the air as the scorching afternoon sun showered down on her. 9 suns appeared behind her and rotated. Raging flames emanated from behind her. The light from those flames was capable of burning anything it touched. The fire was imbued with the devastating might of the Great Path. Terrifying sunrays shot out at Xie Qingyuan. They could have burned her to death on the spot. Holy light glimmered all over Xie Qingyuan's body as will of calamity swordsmanship emanated from her. It turned into the light of calamity swordsmanship and fired out beams of sword wills, clashing with the sunrays. The collision created high-pitched noises. Shi Chan did not expect to beat Xie Qingyuan with only that one move. Her body hovered in the air as the 9 suns circled her. The celestial bodies rotated and high above. Suns appeared in astounding numbers in the blink of an eye, shrouding the entire area and enveloping Xie Qingyuan. Every single sun harbored extremely ferocious flames. They were the flames of Joyang. Every single direct descendant of her family had trained in the flames of Joyang. The only thing that differed between them was their plane levels. Even though the flames that she'd conjured and honed were only of the proving holiness level, they were nonetheless tremendously devastating. The suns that surrounded Xie Qingyuan rotated shot down rays of light, trying to burn their target alive. Shi Chan's beautiful eyes looked as if they held suns inside them. She lifted her arms and fire of the sun coiled around her palms. She was out to see just how capable a princess of an imperial realm could be. "Burn," said Shi Chan. Saint-level spells were cast as the suns repeatedly fired beams of flames. They tore through the sky as they headed right for Xie Qingyuan. Ringing noises were heard in the air. It was difficult to imagine just how devastating the flames of the suns were. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield from below and was rather startled. Shi Chan was more powerful than he had expected her to be. Top-notch clans who were trained in the power of the flames in Crimson Dragon Realm exhibited extremely proficient control and use of fiery powers. They were considered masters among masters in the art. Holy light dazzled over Xie Qingyuan as countless lotus flowers appeared around her. Those lotuses shielded her as they blossomed in the air. The beams of flames collided with them, making the petals ring intensely. However, the flowers remained intact instead of melting or burning away. The suns fired beams of even greater intensity, drowning the space and burying Xie Qingyuan completely. Shi Chan waved her hands, causing the suns in the air to merge. They turned into a gigantic sun and buried Xie Qingyuan. The air around them became extremely hot in an instant. It felt like everything was on the verge of melting down. Xie Qingyuan and her lotuses had been all but swallowed by the sun. At that moment, dazzling sword auras burst from the petals of the lotuses, especially from the one in the middle. Terrifying calamity swordsmanship pierced through the sun and shot outside. The number and intensity of the auras grew increasingly dramatically as they tried to tear everything apart. Within mere moments, the boundless sword auras tore the sun into pieces which then exploded with a loud noise. The lotuses blossomed to reveal an imposing figure standing at their center. It was none other than Xie Qingyuan. Xie Qingyuan stood on a lotus flower as countless others blossomed in the air. The will of calamity swordsmanship harbored extremely terrifying explosive capabilities. They became numerous enough to block out the sky in mere moments and headed straight for Shi-chan. Go! Xia Qingyuan pointed at Shi-chan. The boundless swords imbued with the worldly great path zipped past as they launched at Shi-chan. Shi-chan stepped aside as an extremely enraged aura burst from her body. It seemed as if a sun had appeared around her, shrouding her within. The space around the sun was burning red. When the swords reached her and pierced through the sun, they melted into nothing. The swords melted immediately. Shi-chan kept moving forward, forcefully making her way toward Xia Qingyuan. The flames of the sun were capable of melting everything in the world. The swords crumbled before the flames of Jiuyang. Xia Qingyuan frowned as boundless swords shot forward. They were all quickly destroyed when they hit the screen of the sun. It was her first time fighting with someone at her level. She'd never faced someone who was trained in such formidable powers as the art of flames. Furthermore, it seemed as if Shi-chan intended to fight up close and personal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The flames on Shi-chan's body grew increasingly more powerful as the 9 suns rotated. She looked like a true goddess of the sun as she basked in the sun's flames. Devastating fiery waves swept out all around her. The flames on Shi-chan's body grew increasingly more powerful as the 9 suns rotated. She looked like a true goddess of the sun as she basked in the sun's flames. Devastating fiery waves swept out all around her. Boom! Shi-chan stepped forward and headed straight for Xia Qingyuan. The flames of Jiuyang burst devastatingly as soon as she stepped out, firing 9 beams of holy light straight at Xia Qingyuan. The lotus flower before Xia Qingyuan blossomed and blocked the beams, yet destructive heat waves still washed over her. The extremely dazzling figure of Shi-chan charged at her. It was as if Shi-chan had turned into a sun herself. Ferocious heat waves began engulfing the entire space before she even came close to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan performed hand seals, causing countless lotuses to blossom around her in an instant. Calamity swordsmanship ebbed within the petals. Beams of destructive auras fired right at Shi-chan. However, Shi-chan ignored the attacks altogether as she continued to charge. Vroom! She sensed that the raging waves sweeping toward her were out to destroy everything. Calamity swordsmanship burst out as the swords headed straight for Shi-chan. Shi-chan did not even slow down, zipping right through like a bolt of lightning to throw a punch. Her devastating flames contained terrifying explosive powers that wrecked the swords within mere moments. Divine body of 9 suns, Shi-chan muttered. Her body was like a sun at the moment. She activated the divine body of 9 suns, enabling her to pulverize everything before her through extremely destructive means. The swords were destroyed and the lotuses crumbled. Xia Qingyuan retreated as Shi-chan continued to press forward like a sun falling from the sky. Seemingly nothing could stop her. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard as Xia Qingyuan's attacks continued to crumble. The holy light about her became even more brilliant. Lotus petals opened and closed until they melded into one single lotus flower. Thousands of swords flowed around her body, encircling her in an ever more powerful storm. Terrifying ringing noises were heard as the two of them chased one another in the air. Shi-chan basked in flames and charged forward like a fireball of the sun. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan finally retaliated. Xia Qingyuan pointed at Shi-chan below. Boundless swords appeared in an instant. They immediately transformed into a dragon of calamity. Catastrophic beams of terrifying intensity rained down from above. The swords then streaked downward in a frenzy, crashing into Shi-chan's body. The divine body of 9 suns broke and crumbled under the incoming attacks. However, that dragon seemed to be an indestructible being. It continued to roar and charge, engulfing the sky around them. The mighty beings from the Crimson Dragon army had yet to leave. They'd stayed around to prevent the battle above from harming the avenue below. Everyone watching the battle from the avenue felt astonished by what they saw happening above them. The duel between the two women was far more intense than they had expected it to be. Their attacks were nothing less than harrowing. Yi Futian was also watching the battle closely. He was able to tell that Shi Chan was very powerful. Otherwise, the Saint Lord of Joyang of the Shi clan would not have allowed Shi Chan to fight Xie Qingyuan in the first place. He'd known that the daughter of a Ren Huang would be anything but mediocre. It was a testament to his confidence in Shi Chan's powers. Furthermore, Shi Chan's plane was slightly higher than Xie Qingyuan's. It had not been long since she'd become a saint. She was still at proving holiness level and her aura was somewhat inferior as a result. At that moment, however, a beam of even greater brilliance fired from the sun. Shi Chan's divine body of the 9 suns charged forward and destroyed the dragon, ramming into Xie Qingyuan's body to crush her once and for all. However, at the very next moment, many of Xie Qingyuan's silhouettes appeared and stepped on the lotuses. The petals of the flowers howled with the might of the swords. Shi Chan stood at the center. Her sun goddess form was still incredibly dazzling. She scanned her surroundings, unable to tell which Xie Qingyuan was the real one. The silhouettes of Xie Qingyuan all performed hand seals at the same time. Powerful auras burst forward as the swords howled. The noises reverberated throughout their surroundings. Thousands of calamities, tens of thousands of shadows, all born of the lotus, many voices said at the same time, resonating with the world around them. More lotuses appeared in the sky. Xie Qingyuan was standing on every single flower. The place permeated with the truly stifling pressure of devastation. Countless lotus petals circled Shi Chan as the swords flowed around her. Both attacks grew in strength as they tried to engulf the area. The swords conjured devastating hurricanes. The hurricanes lashed out at Shi Chan. Every single hurricane was being conjured by the countless swords of calamity. Shi Chan charged through, intending to break through the blockade. Raging attacks bombarded the hurricanes around her. However, none were able to destroy the hurricanes. Worse still, she was almost caught in the hurricanes herself. Xie Qingyuan stood right outside the masses of hurricanes as she glared at her opponent. Her will resonated with the world around her. All things were interconnected through the Great Path, all phenomena and things were born of the Great Path. She looked like she had become the master of the Great Path at that very moment. The 9 suns were high in the sky as they surrounded Shi Chan. When she shouted, all 9 suns fired beams of flames. The hurricanes around her exploded in a frenzy, yet the hurricanes stayed intact as they were covered in flames. The flames made them stronger. They all headed for Shi Chan. Shi Chan looked rather pale at that moment. The Saint Lord of Joyang, who was watching from high above, was able to tell from her expression alone that Shi Chan had lost. This daughter of the Ren Huang was one of the most powerful descendants of the Ren Huang. Her combat prowess was tremendously formidable. As the most powerful force within Zhenmu City, the Shi clan had frequent contact with the Ren Huang forces. Not every single descendant of Ren Huang was as powerful as her. That will be all, Shi Chan, the Saint Lord of the Joyang said. Shi Chan looked up into the sky. The devastating storms of the swords subsided and gradually dispelled. The glow of the sun around Shi Chan dimmed as well. She turned to glare at Xie Qingyuan. Shi Chan turned around and left right away without apologizing. It was apparent that she was incredibly irked. Xie Qingyuan had not really expected her to apologize. However, since the Shi clan had behaved so forcefully before and had wanted to fight their entire group, there was simply no way they would have handed the flames of the way over to the Shi clan. The mighty members of the Shi clan departed. The flames conjured in the sky by the Saint Lord of Joyang likewise disappeared without a trace. Shi Chan had lost. The Shi clan could never demand those flames from them ever again. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He had intended to stay in Zhenmu City for a while and see if there was anywhere in the lower parts of the city fit for training in the way of the flames. From the looks of things at the moment, however, it would be ill-advised to continue staying in Zhenmu City. They had to return to Chenya City. Even though the flames were still with them, things had become quite tricky. Lord Yi. Some people blocked the way of Yi Futian's party, making him look up at the one who spoke. It was the young man who'd told Shi Chan to just take them away. Several imposing people were standing right behind the young man. It was apparent that they were from renowned clans. Many citizens from Zhenmu City were able to recognize him. He was a member of the Chang clan, one of the most powerful groups in Zhenmu City. They had amicable relations with the Shi clan and their bond ran rather deep. The young man was named Chang Huai and he was a saint with exceptional talents. He had been pursuing Shi Chan for quite a while, wanting to forge a marriage alliance between the Chang clan and the Shi clan. Yeah, Yi Futian said rather coldly. Chang Huai was the one who'd suggested that they take Yi Futian's party out, so Yi Futian saw no reason to be nice to him. I would like those flames. Would you mind naming a price, Lord Yi? We would like to get a fair trade underway, Chang Huai said with a smile to Yi Futian, appearing polite and amicable. He didn't have a single trace of the bullying attitude he'd displayed before. Not interested. Yi Futian refused the proposal right away, getting ready to walk past Chang Huai and his people. Chang Huai was dumbfounded for a brief moment. He then smiled and said, Lord Yi, you're just a doctrine saint, yet you're already the lord of a city. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that you're the first person to accomplish such a thing in the cities surrounding Crimson Dragon City. But then again, you're a saint who stands behind a woman. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Yi Futian's party stopped and Xia Qingyuan shot him a cold glance. You've got a problem with that. Yi Futian looked at Chang Huai as well, saying with a smile, it must seem strange to someone who only gets close to women to use them, or to someone who does not even bother with them at all. I assume that you want the flames so you can give them to Shi Chan, right? He then continued walking. Chang Huai had been right beside Shi Chan before, and it seemed that Shi Chan hadn't wanted anything to do with him. Seeing how Shi Chan and her people had been unable to take the flames, it made sense that Chang Huai was asking to trade for them to gain favor with her. Yi Futian and his people left. They flashed and zipped along the roads below, departing the area at breakneck speeds. Chang Huai smirked and said in a low voice after they left, the Lord of Chenya City has a way of getting the people around him to work for him. I have to admit, that is a good ability indeed. Sending Yu Sheng into the regional palace, making Emperor Xia's realm back him up, having Yaya protect him while he's outside, and having Xia Qingyuan fight for him. He was capable of doing all of that, yet he'd made it unnecessary to do anything for himself. The people around Chang Huai listened to his words and concluded that this was indeed the case with Yi Futian. The man himself had hardly ever fought. No one knew how capable he was. Many who had watched the Battle of Crimson River claimed that, as city lord, his powers must be on par with Yu Sheng. After all, Yu Sheng had been doing his bidding. But then again, one would only be able to know how powerful he was with certainty from seeing him fight. Yi Futian hardly minded what Chang Huai said. Xia Qingyuan shot a look at him after they left and said, don't mind what he said. You're the one who shouldn't mind, princess. Yi Futian smiled and did not say much after that. They were traveling at high speeds as they left Zhenmu City. He turned his head around and took a look, feeling that it was quite a pity that they'd had to spend so many sacred spirit stones to gain entry. They would have to pay again if they ever wanted to come back. Yaya conjured a sword in the air. The party hopped onto it and disappeared in an instant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yi Futian's party returned to the city lord's office at Chenya City. Yi Futian's party returned to the city lord's office at Chenya City. Yi Futian pondered the star-plucking saint's intentions during the return trip. He was still puzzled as to why the saint had done that. From what Shen Jun had told Yi Futian, the saint was powerful enough to take the flames of the way away and the saint lord of Joyang wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The star-plucking saint's skill at transforming was peerless. No one knew if anyone in the Crimson Dragon realm less powerful than the Renhuangs would be able to capture him alive. Regardless, the Renhuang-level flames of the way were theirs. However, it was the backing of Emperor Xia's realm that had allowed him to pull what he'd pulled. It would have been nearly impossible for him to bring those flames back with him otherwise. The Shi clan would have been the first to get in his way. Yi Futian looked for Shen Tianzhan after he returned to the city lord's office to talk to him about it. He asked, "Do you have any idea what the star-plucking saint was actually up to?" Shen Tianzhan was at the same level as the star-plucking saint. He might be able to share some insights about the enigmatic saint. However, Shen Tianzhan simply shook his head and said, "The star-plucking saint has always kept to himself. No one knows what he is up to. But then again, I have heard that he once went to the ancient imperial city intending to steal something, but he failed. Furthermore, it is said that there is a very high possibility that he was injured in the fight with the ninth servant. As for the flames, do you mind if I take a look at them?" Shen Tianzhan said. Futian nodded and took the flames of the way out. Terrifying heat radiated from them and swept all over the place. The light of the flames shot to the heavens. Shen Tianzhan's pupils dilated slightly as he sensing the will of the great path within the flames. He then said, "Put it away." Futian put the flames away. Shen Tianzhan continued, "The flames were something left behind by Emperor Kwa. If you're able to internalize the flames, you will be able to head to the 9 tribes of the Kwa and have the chance to enter the territory of Emperor Kwa." Futian was puzzled after hearing Shen Tianzhan's words. He asked, "So you're saying that there are other uses for the flames? That they allow passage into a Renhuang territory?" He recalled the moment right after he'd acquired the flames when Zhuo Shu of the Black Flame clan had asked if he could take a look at the flames. Zhuo Shu was a descendant of Renhuang. The Black Flame clan was a top-notch force. This meant that Zhuo Shu had been able to figure out a thing or two about the flames, driving him to make such a seemingly stupid request. Futian had not bothered with him back then. Indeed. Shen Tianzhan nodded and said to Futian, "The flames of the way of Emperor Kwa appear once every few years. There is rarely more than one wisp of the flames to be found at a time. However, many would have appeared at the same time in the Crimson Dragon realm. All the top-notch forces throughout the realm were out to get them secretly. Some groups obtained some and then lost them before they were able to do anything. Some traded them away to make extreme profits. In the end, a handful was taken away for training purposes, while the rest were used to gain access to the 9 tribes of the Kwa. And I just happened to pick this up for free?" Futian asked. Shen Tianzhan looked rather puzzled by the question. He'd indeed been lucky in an eerie, unnerving way. He wondered if the star-plucking saint had indeed set up the events to play out this way. The Saint Lord of Joyang probably decided to not turn hostile against you because of your identities and backgrounds. But having lost the flames to you, the Shi clan will try to get the flames elsewhere, Shen Tianzhan said. After all, Futian was not the only one in possession of flames left behind by Emperor Kwa. The flames had appeared all over the place in the past. "Where are the 9 tribes?" Futian asked. "They are found in the western regions of Crimson Dragon Realm. That place used to be the territory of Emperor Kwa. The current 9 tribes are 9 of the major forces in Crimson Dragon Realm. They are all very powerful. They're like our cities here," Shen Tianzhan elaborated. Futian nodded. Forces that had once served directly under the Renhuang territory would undoubtedly be extremely formidable. Seems like there will be secret fights over the flames starting in the Crimson Dragon realm again. "We'd better watch ourselves out there," Shen Tianzhan said. Despite what he'd said, the people of Crimson Dragon realm would hesitate to make a move against them. However, it was still prudent to be cautious. Many would guess that Futian had gotten his hands on flames of the way of Emperor Kwa. Even Zhuo Shu had begun to have his suspicions. "Will do." Futian nodded. He had no intention of leaving Chenya City just yet. "Try and see if you can do anything with the flames. I've heard that the flames pick their masters," Shen Tianzhan said. "All right." Futian nodded and left. Futian went to a training ground and temporarily sealed the place off. He then took out the flames. They began to warm the entire place with their scorching heat within mere moments, filling the entire space. A scorching aura of extreme intensity swept throughout the place. Futian closed his eyes and extended his holy will into the flames as, melding with it. His will circled the flames and sensed the powers within. He then seeped into the flames properly, bit by bit. Futian sensed the flames' terrifying will of devastation within a split second. He felt as if his will was about to be burned to cinders. The flames of the way were, in truth, something materialized from the will of the Great Path. The flames had been conjured without any will of attack. However, he nonetheless still felt as if his will was about to be reduced to nothing just by getting near the flames. Yi Futian did not try to work on it. Holy light sparkled at the center of his brow. His body was then bathed in divine essence and became extremely brilliant. Divine imperial will shot out and entered the flames, sensing the might of the flames from within. Yi Futian was immediately able to sense an extremely elegant and magnificent image. A godlike silhouette stood tall and proud beside the sun high above. He seemed to be devouring the fires of the sun. The celestial body, which hung high in the sky, burned with true fires, melding with the body of the god of war. The god of war's eyes turned even more brilliant than the sun. It was as if one look from him could make the world burn. In comparison, Yi Futian discovered just how insignificant and weak his sun life spirit was. It was no wonder that other cultivators had gained abilities to communicate and manipulate the world around them when they reached the Saint Plane or even the Renhuang Plane. They had forged their ways and methods into their life spirits, which could then be passed down to the later generations. When one reached such plane levels, they transcended. The ability to absorb the fires of the sun was extremely formidable and overwhelming on its own. The abilities of those trained by the Shi clan were similar. It was no wonder that they wanted the flames back so badly. It must have caused them quite a bit of heartache to part with those flames. As he sensed all of this, the will of the Great Path in the flames shot into Yi Futian's will and melded with it. At that very instant, the holy brilliance of the Renhuang showered onto Yi Futian's body. It was as if he had earned the approval of the flames. The flames ceased to hurt Yi Futian directly. He began to try to internalize the flames of the way into himself, sensing and absorbing the powers within. Others were incapable of learning such overpowering ways of training. They would only be able to slowly communicate and work with the flames. No one else could bash into it as he could. He spent quite a long time afterward training in isolation, internalizing the flames and attempting to forge his own. It was not that he would be training with the very flames that he worked with and internalized. Depending on his level of comprehension, he would be able to create a new one that belonged only to him. Everyone was capable of comprehending the experiences of those who came before them, but their training had to be uniquely their own nonetheless. Someone arrived at the city lord's office of Chenya City while he was training, claiming that they wanted to trade for the flames. None of them thought that Yi Futian would train in the powers of the flames, so they thought that the flames would be of little use to him. They hoped that they would be able to get the flames at a high price, but their proposal was rejected right away. Other than the scuffles and skirmishes that broke out time and again between the top-notch forces in Crimson Dragon City, hardly any clashes occurred. It was as if the fight for the flames was taking place in secret. But then again, none of that had anything to do with Yi Futian. Shen Tianzhan came looking for Yi Futian one day and told him a piece of news. Many of the top-notch forces in Crimson Dragon City and the surrounding cities were departing. Yi Futian also decided to depart right away and make the trip with Shen Tianzhan. The territory of Emperor Kwa consisted of ruins left by Emperor Kwa. There was no way he would miss seeing it. A city known as Emperor Kwa's City was located in the western regions of Crimson Dragon Realm. The old city had once been the residence of Emperor Kwa. The 9 tribes who served Emperor Kwa were tasked to stand guard around the city. Emperor Kwa's city had recently become extremely lively. People of the top-notch forces from all over Crimson Dragon City were going there. The people of the city could guess why they were there. Emperor Kwa's city had a rustic feel to it. Emperor Kwa's castle stood within the city. There was a skyscraping statue of Emperor Kwa basking in boundless fires right in front of the castle. His likeness stood tall and proud, looking very alive. Mighty members of the Shi clan, who had recently fought Yi Futian over the flames, were one of the forces found there. Shi Chan was there as well. After the flames were taken away by Yi Futian, the Shi clan paid a great price to get themselves another wisp of the flames of Emperor Kwa before coming to the city. Shi Chan stood before Emperor Kwa's statue and displayed the Renhuang will about her. There were many around who extended invitations to her. All of them were members of the 9 tribes that had once served the emperor. Yi Futian and Shen Tianzhan were there as well. Shen Tianzhan learned a lot about the matter and explained quite a bit about the ruins of Emperor Kwa on their way to the city. In addition to Yi Futian, there were many people from other forces there as well. The Chang clan of Zhenmu City was there too. Mighty figures from Flaming Prison City and Crimson Cloud City were also present. Yi Futian was wondering just how many wisps of the flames of the way Emperor Kwa had developed. Go! Getting into the ruins requires support from the 9 tribes, and their powers complement each other. The 9 tribes are not of the same level. They often compete with each other. I have introduced the tribes to you before. It'd be best for you to work with the strongest tribe, Shen Tianzhan told Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian nodded and walked up to the statue of Emperor Kwa. Holy light shrouded his body. He looked as if he was basking in divine, fiery light. And you are? Many pairs of eyes turned toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian, city lord of Chenye, Yi Futian replied. The people nodded at once. Those of the 9 tribes stared at him, seemingly watching him while weighing their options. They were wondering if Yi Futian was someone worth extending their invitations to. They had naturally paid attention to news from Crimson Dragon City. Yi Futian of Chenye City hailed from Emperor Xia's realm, but they knew little of his powers. They knew only that he had defeated Shen Jun, son of Shen Tianzhan. He had also killed the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace. However, those achievements hardly seemed worth mentioning. At the very least, he appeared to pale significantly in comparison to Yu Sheng, who had participated in the Battle of Crimson River. That was why the tribes were wondering if Yi Futian was someone worth betting on. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The relationship between the 9 tribes that had once served Emperor Kwa was a rather rocky one. Even though they worked together, they were also rivals. The relationship between the 9 tribes that had once served Emperor Kwa was a rather rocky one. Even though they worked together, they were also rivals. They had all served Emperor Kwa before. When the emperor perished, the 9 tribes remained separate entities, competing against each other for many years. They all wanted to become the true successors of Emperor Kwa and inherit the will of the emperor. Doing so would allow them to unify all 9 tribes. If one among the 9 reached the Renhuang Plain, everything would naturally come to a close. The so-called Renhuang ruins were the ancestral lands of the 9 tribes. They had been trying to inherit whatever was left behind by Emperor Kwa for many years. They were the only ones who truly knew where the flames of the way came from. Furthermore, the people of the 9 tribes knew that every single person who came to possess the flames was somehow destined for the endeavor. However, what happened after they fought was not planned. However, there was no doubt that people who inherited the flames were definitely from top-notch forces and adept at flame powers. Only such people had the ability and right to do so. Each of the 9 tribes was allowed to cooperate with someone who came with the flames. As such, the 9 tribes only had a single chance to pick their candidates. As such, they were always very careful about it. It was especially true that many forces who gained the flames showed up. However, there were still others who had yet to show up, so they did not know how capable those who had the flames were. Under such circumstances, the weaker ones among the 9 might have proceeded with the selection process, finding and approaching their candidates. The process was two-sided after all. If they didn't take the initiative, they might be able to do so later. However, the stronger few would not have extended their invitations without serious consideration. Yi Futian, lord of Chenye City, had unknown power. In truth, in addition to powers, the people of the 9 tribes still needed to consider other factors. While Yi Futian had internalized the flames, he was not a member of any clans of fire powers. They had no idea how capable he was at manipulating flames. It was imperative to find that out, as it concerned their ancestral land. As such, to the people of the 9 tribes, Yi Futian was quite literally a wild card. Extending an invitation to him would be little more than a gamble at best. On the other hand, Shi Chan and Chang Huai, who were near Yi Futian, despite having lost to Xia Qingyuan before, were nonetheless members of renowned fire clans. The abilities that they were most versed in, or rather, their core powers, were flames. As such, several tribes extended their invitations right away. However, the stronger few did not extend their invitations. They needed to wait. City Lord Yi, I, a member of the Wu clan, would like to invite you to join us in an expedition into the territory of Emperor Kwa. Will you accept the proposal? A powerful voice asked him. Yi Futian turned his eyes toward the person who'd asked. It was a grey-robed elder. He then nodded and smiled at Yi Futian, appearing rather friendly. Yi Futian recalled Shen Tianzhan's introduction to the 9 tribes. In the era after Emperor Kwa's passing, the 9 tribes had competed for many years. By remaining separated, the differences in their strengths had become apparent. For instance, the Zhu clan was one of the strongest among the 9 clans, ranking at firmly the very top. As for the Wu clan, they were actually leaning on the Zhu clan. They had even married their women into the Zhu clan, showing their intention to become an affiliated force. As for the specifics, Shen Tianzhan knew little more than that. It was, however, clear that the Wu clan was not that great of a choice. I'll think about it, Yi Futian replied with a smile. The relationship between the 9 tribes and the people who had acquired the flames was that of a partnership. Both sides waited for the right price before bidding. Yi Futian was in no hurry to make his decision. He deemed it entirely fine to wait until the very last moment. Very well, the grey-robed elder said, nodding. You can stay in Emperor Kwa's city, for the time being, Lord Yi. There are still others who have yet to arrive. You are free to make your choice when everyone else is here. The people of the Zhu clan were right beside the people of the Wu clan. The one who spoke was huge and imposing, wearing a fire-type robe sporting a crimson beard. He looked very overbearing and stern. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded before leaving the place. Like Yi Futian, Shi Chan and Chang Huai did not make their choices yet. They chose to wait for the right price before bidding. Those who had extended invitations to them were comparatively weak tribes. In this case, there was simply no need for them to be in a hurry to make their choices. You train in fire powers too? Someone behind Yi Futian asked. He turned around and saw Shi Chan. Her voice sounded rather cold. When the flames that were stolen by the star-plucking saint were handed over to Yi Futian, it had cost her clan considerably to get their hands on another wisp of the flames. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. We'll see each other in the ruins then, Shi Chan quipped. Chang Huai followed right behind her. Chang Huai smirked and took a look at Yi Futian when he walked past before continuing to move forward. Yi Futian did not pay the two of them any heed. He returned immediately to see everyone from Chenya City. He told them, let's head out. The group left the place right away. They wanted to find an inn in Emperor Kwa's city to settle down in for the moment. Mighty beings continued to pour into Emperor Kwa's city after that. There were even some people there who did not have flames with them and were simply there for fun. Of course, there were others who had acquired the flames arriving all the time. Their identities were gradually discovered by others. Unexpectedly, every single one of the people who showed up later was a legendary figure trained in fire powers in the Crimson Dragon realm. Those people caused quite a bit of commotion as they arrived at Emperor Kwa's city. People were talking about them all over the city in inns and restaurants. Someone from Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region is here. Everyone sitting at a table felt rather shocked. Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region was a true Renhuang force. It was a place located in the eastern region of the Crimson Dragon realm. All those within the region submitted to them. They reigned supreme in the eastern region of the Crimson Dragon realm. Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region and Emperor Kwa's hall in the western region were both of equal legendary status, reigning supreme in their respective regions. Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region has never interfered with Emperor Kwa's ruins in the past. Yet, they now show up with a wisp of the flames. I wonder what they're up to. They were wondering which of the 9 tribes would be willing to work with a force like that from Emperor Dong's palace. The southern regions are like they've always been. The ones who showed up are the descendants of Saint Chiming. Furthermore, they will probably work with the Nanli tribe if everything goes well, someone added. Everyone in Emperor Kwa's city knew that every single expedition into Emperor Kwa's ruins would mean one wisp of flames appearing in the other 3 regions. One member of the forces of the 3 respective regions would have to come. It was as if things had been set up to work this way. People serving Saint Chiming were always from the south. It is the same in the northern regions. Saint Joyo will send someone else said. The descendants of both Saint Chiming and Saint Joyo showed up very frequently. Other than those 3 forces, any others who had acquired the flames were probably those from the central region of the Crimson Dragon realm. The area centered around Crimson Dragon City was the strongest. As such, quite a few flames should have emerged there. However, despite that area being the most powerful one, only the top forces of the other 3 regions would have sent their representatives to the event. This was due to the central area having the Crimson Dragon Emperor reigning supreme. It was indeed a terrifying lineup. Many tribes of Emperor Kwa's city paid visits and extended invitations when the 3 forces were there. With 8 forces having gathered at present, I wonder which force has gotten their hands on the flames and if they'll show up. During the previous events, there had been situations where people who had obtained the flames had not shown up to the event. They hadn't been interested in entering the ruins and had simply gone on to train with the flames. The last force is here, someone announced, attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Who is it? Unclear, but the mightiest members of the Zhu clan have departed to pay them a visit, the speaker told them. Many were startled by the news. The Zhu clan was visiting someone personally. So, the Zhu clan had already decided who they wanted to work with. They had been waiting all this time. One figure after another left the restaurant in a flash, heading outside with intense curiosity. They were intrigued by whoever had made the topmost clans of the 9 wait. Few remained in the restaurant after that. Futian and the rest sat quietly in a corner feeling rather curious. He wondered who could have made the Zhu clan pay them a personal visit. Who could have made the Zhu clan wait? A group of mighty beings was traveling from the central region of Emperor Kwa's city at that moment. The one taking the lead was a woman. She looked legendary, dashing, and very unapproachable. The mighty beings of the Zhu clan appeared. The one in the lead was the tall man who had made Futian wait for days. He said with a smile, "Welcome, princess." "Yeah." The woman in charge nodded, startling many. Anyone bearing the title of princess in the Crimson Dragon realm was definitely a daughter of a Renhuang. Common folk did not dare to use such titles. Daughter of Emperor Wu. Someone was perceptive enough to recall who she was. She was the princess of Emperor Wu's realm. She was training in the regional palace and was considered a genius. So it was she who had come this time. Emperor Wu was proficient in fire powers and was ranked at the forefront of the Crimson Dragon region in terms of powers. His powers of fire manipulation were extremely formidable. If they had sent the princess there, it was, without a doubt, the best bet available to the Zhu clan. It was no surprise then, that the Zhu clan had kept waiting. It seemed that everything had been arranged beforehand. "Who else is here?" the genius woman asked. She'd come from the regional palace for the expedition, intending to see Emperor Kwa's ruins for herself. If the place had not been Renhuang ruins, she would not have bothered to make the trip. Those from Emperor Dong's palace, Saint Chiming, and Saint Joyo. Others are from the central region just like you, princess. One of the powerful members of the Zhu clan added, "Our greatest opponent this time will probably be someone from Emperor Dong's palace." Of course, the others pose quite a threat as well. But then again, the Wu clan is ours now. I could have them get someone to support you, princess. Who do you think would be up to the task? Futian of Chenya City, the woman answered, seeming to recall something. The Zhu clan member was dumbfounded for a bit when he heard that name. However, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yu Sheng had entered the regional palace to train after the Battle of the Crimson River. The princess was definitely acquainted with him, given that she was also training in the regional palace. Futian's powers were anything but weak. His most proficient power might not be fire, but he would serve as a very suitable aid to the princess of Emperor Wu. However, The powerful member of the Zhu clan was not going to state it that way when the invitation was extended. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The 9 forces were all there and they behaved appropriately, extending invitations to the mighty ones. The 9 forces were all there and they behaved appropriately, extending invitations to the mighty ones. The Nanli tribe chose to work with Saint Chiming's people right away, while the Zhu clan had also gotten their candidate to show up. In truth, it was the other 7 tribes seeking to pick their candidates. The Zhong clan extended their invitation to the candidate from Emperor Dong's palace and both parties reached an agreement. The Zhong clan was one of the top among the 9 and very powerful. It was a collaboration between titans given that Emperor Dong's palace was just as powerful. Many in Emperor Kua's city talked and looked forward to their collaboration. They saw that this collaboration had the capability to match the collaboration between the Zhu clan and the princess of Emperor Wu. Afterwards, there would be word that the Raven tribe would work with Saint Joyo. Yi Futian was at the inn the whole time. He felt rather exasperated as the news came in bit by bit. According to Shen Tianzhan, the stronger of the 9 tribes seemed to have had their candidates in mind, and there was no one seeking to extend an invitation to him. It was apparent that he was not the preferred choice of any of the 9 tribes. He heard from Shen Tianzhan that the 9 tribes placed greater importance on candidates who were mainly trained in fire powers. Not only was Yi Futian's knowledge of his powers limited, but the other candidates were skilled in fire powers of the Crimson Dragon realm. That likely explained why he was being ignored. There were even descendants of the Ren Huang, who were proficient in fire powers. The princess of Emperor Wu or the prince from Emperor Dong's palace were 2 such examples. The other candidates were also members of skilled forces with fire-based power. The candidate from the Pang clan of Crimson Cloud City was from the Crimson Cloud realm, and a descendant of a Ren Huang as well. There were also the Shi clan and the Chang clan from Zhenmu City, and they too belonged to fire-based clans. Such as Flaming Prison City, which was proficient in hellfire. While they were considered a weaker clan among the others, they were nonetheless very skilled in fire power. He was the only one whom no one had seen use fire powers. That was probably why none of the stronger tribes dared to bet on him. One would have placed their bets on more likely candidates, and he apparently was not one of their top choices. After some time, Yi Futian finally had invitations extended to him. The one who came first was an elder of the Bailey tribe, who emanated a rather mystical aura. In terms of power ranking, the Bailey tribe was in the middle of the 9. The elder wore a robe and held a scepter in his hand. "We of the Bailey tribe would like to extend our invitation to you, City Lord Yi, to enter the ruins with us. Would you take up the offer?" The elder from Bailey tribe did not bother to beat around the bush. "Why did you choose me, senior?" Yi Futian did not answer right away, choosing to ask with a smile instead. "Among those who have obtained the flames of the way of Emperor Kua, your powers are the least known. As such, all 9 tribes have their reservations about you, which I'm sure you can understand," the elder explained. "Now, with the likes of the princess of Emperor Wu and the prince of the Emperor Dong's palace having decided which tribe to collaborate with, we of the Bailey tribe would like to try it out with you, City Lord Yi. Were you to accept our offer, we would do our best to aid you within the ruins." It now made sense to Yi Futian. The best candidates had already been claimed by the top tribes and the Bailey clan was in a rather awkward position. That was why they decided to bet on him. The Bailey tribe simply wanted to try him out, instead of truly believing in what he was capable of. However, Yi Futian did not mind any of that. He was not stupidly prideful enough to think that the 9 tribes should have believed in his powers without question. Trust was built on the foundations of power after all. He had never even displayed what he was actually capable of, so there was no way he could have asked others to trust him. Just when Yi Futian was about to accept, another voice was heard. "City Lord Yi, we of the Wu clan would like to extend our invitation to have you collaborate with us." The grey-robed elder who had extended his invitation to Yi Futian in front of the statue of Emperor Kua appeared. Yi Futian looked at him and then at the elder of Bailey tribe, feeling rather hesitant for a moment. "City Lord Yi, We would be working with the Zhu clan on this expedition. We would have a better chance if we looked out for each other. The Zhu clan would actually like you to aid the princess of Emperor Wu. But of course, if your powers prove adequate, then there wouldn't need to be any talk of aiding the princess. You could still reap whatever you wish within the ruins, so long as you make a show of working with them. The grey-robed elder of the Wu clan then added telepathically, if you were to find something big, we of the Wu clan would do our best to help. Of course, even if you were to end up getting next to nothing, we wouldn't mind. There is no need to put strict requirements on what must be done, after all. Yi Futian's expression changed after hearing the elder's telepathic words. The Wu clan seemed to be out to aid the Zhu clan. However, it seemed that the Wu clan was not as simple as they appeared. One of their own came to extend an invitation and laid the truth bare to him, appearing sincere and honest. If the two tribes were to ally with each other and he was going to go along for the ride, it would definitely be more advantageous for him. Shen Tianzhan had reminded him that it was best to collaborate with the top few tribes. The elder of Bailey tribe spoke, after seeing Yi Futian's hesitation. It is up to you, City Lord Yi. It'd be fine, regardless of your choice. The Bailey tribe invited Yi Futian with the intention of trying him out. If he declined, they would simply look for someone else. After all, nothing was set in stone before entering the ruins. All right then. Yi Futian nodded. As the Wu clan had extended an invitation earlier, I must give them priority. It is fine. The mighty one from the Bailey tribe nodded decisively. Well then, we shall meet again in the ruins. He turned around and left. Once the mighty one from the Bailey tribe had gone, Yi Futian looked at the grey-robed elder. What prompted you to extend an invitation to me again, senior? While several mighty ones had already been claimed, it was not as if the Wu clan had no options. Yi Futian was still not really held in high regard, so he never expected them to come to him again, let alone tell him secrets behind the deal. The princess of Emperor Wu mentioned you, City Lord Yi. The grey-robed elder then smiled and added, but I do hope you would keep what I told you privileged. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. He was not so lacking in character that he would have sold out the one who came to him. However, he wondered why the princess bothered bringing him up. He asked Shen Tianzhan before and found that the princess's surname was different. The realm that her father ruled had only been known as Emperor Wu's realm because of her father's name. The princess's name was actually Yin Tianjiao, meaning genius. It was a testament of her father's expectations for her. Yin Tianjiao had indeed lived up to her given name. She had superb talents and came to Crimson Dragon Realm because of her proficiency with fire powers. She had been trained in the regional palace and was quite renowned in Crimson Dragon City. Recalling that fact, Yi Futian wondered if she had brought him up because of Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had trained at the regional palace and would have definitely interacted with the cultivators who were also there. He wondered if Yu Sheng had talked with Yin Tianjiao before. Well then, I shall take my leave. I will send someone to pick you up before we depart, City Lord Yi, the grey-robed elder said. Yi Futian nodded and the elder left. A group of people came to him next. Xie Qingyuan, Shen Tianzhan, and some others were there. The 9 tribes had chosen their respective candidates for the collaboration and many looked forward to it. When everything was settled, it was time to depart. The grey-robed elder came to invite Yi Futian and the others to depart together. The group left the inn and headed towards their destination. The 9 tribes moved out at the same time, heading west from Emperor Kwa's city. The 9 tribes did not reside within the city itself. The city had once been a territory of Emperor Kwa. It was only after Emperor Kwa's passing that the 9 tribes began to move into Emperor Kwa's cities. However, their headquarters remained in the areas surrounding the city, and they seemed to have ruled all of the western regions. It was a desolate place which seemed endless, consisting of deserts and castles. The scorching sun shone on the land and a heat wave threatened to fry the entire area. The further they went, the hotter it got, as if the entire place was covered in flames. The ground was like fire scorching their feet. Amidst the heat-struck desolation, there was an area with statues. The largest of them all depicted Emperor Kwa, with the others surrounding it. They were the mighty ones who had served Emperor Kwa, the ancestors of the 9 tribes. The gallery was in ruins, but in the center was a portal. The people of Crimson Dragon Realm all somehow knew that this was not only Emperor Kwa's ruins, but also the ancestral land of the 9 tribes. That was the place where they originated from. From here, they had taken all of the western regions in the Crimson Dragon Realm, reigning supreme over the entirety. Despite the passage of time, the ancestral land remained standing. Some of those now present were members of top clans proficient in fire powers, but had not acquired the flames of the way themselves. However, there were also others who had entered the ancestral land before. They landed and walked in a single direction. Mighty ones of the Zhu clan and Yin Tianjiao walked together, attracting the attention of many. Due to Yin Tianjiao's renown in Crimson Dragon City and training at the regional palace, she attracted the most attention. It could have been said that she was very radiant. Other than Yin Tianjiao, the one that attracted the most attention was the prince of Emperor Dong's palace. That was a Renhuang force native to the Crimson Dragon Realm. They were the absolute authority in the eastern region of the realm, so much so that not even the Crimson Dragon Emperor would interfere with their rule. Emperor Dong's palace was of equal renown to Emperor Kwa's hall. As the prince of Emperor Dong's palace prepared to enter Emperor Kwa's ruins, many became excited and wondered what would happen next. Out of all the clans, it was the Zhong tribe that was working with the prince of Emperor Dong's palace. They were very powerful and definitely among the top 3 forces. The collaboration of 2 such parties was naturally worthy of note. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Those present were the strongest to be among the 9 tribes. The leaders of all 9 tribes were there personally, as were the holiness of Nirvana. Those present were the strongest to be among the 9 tribes. The leaders of all 9 tribes were there personally, as were the holiness of Nirvana. The fact that the 9 tribes had still been able to rule the region after Emperor Kwa's passing served as an undeniable testament of their powers. Several pairs of eyes turned to Yi Futian when he came. Notable among them were the mighty ones from the Zhu clan and Yin Tianjiao, princess of Emperor Wu. Also Shi Chan of the Shi clan and Chang Huai, who worked with the Vermilion Bird clan and the Zhu tribe. The Vermilion Bird clan consisted of demonic beasts, with the leader having once served as Emperor Kwa's steed. The student of Saint Chiming worked with the Nanli tribe, while the student of Saint Joyo worked with the Raven tribe. The mighty ones of which descended from the bloodline of the 3-legged golden raven. The Bailey tribe had chosen to work with a prestigious young saint from Flaming Prison City after Yi Futian refused their offer. And finally, the ones from Crimson Cloud City worked with the Shong tribe. All 9 cultivators who internalized the flames of the way were of proving holiness level. Though there were others of higher level flame power, only those who had attained proving holiness were permitted. That was because only people of proving holiness level could enter the ruins of Emperor Kwa. Those rules were likely due to concerns of the 9 tribes over their ability to keep the more powerful in check. There may have been other reasons, but only the 9 tribes knew for certain. Since we're all here, let's move out, the Zhu clan elder with a fiery red beard said. The leader of the Zhu clan stood right beside him and his aura was unreadable, looking like a god of fire simply by standing around. Everyone nodded and began walking. The leaders of the 9 tribes walked to the spectral gate and all performed hand seals. 9 dazzling wisps of flames emerged from their hands and shot at the gate. 9 beams of light rained down and the gate seemed to have detected some kind of summons. A terrifying fiery aura and air flowed and the entire gate twisted, with a huge hole appearing shortly after. "Let's head inside," a voice said. Everyone moved for the gate, their bodies immediately disappearing after stepping inside. "Let's go, City Lord Yi," the grey-robed elder said. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Xia Qingyuan and the others. The princess then said, "Be careful." "Yeah." Yi Futian replied before moving alongside the massive group, disappearing inside the gate. The mighty ones of the 9 tribes went in next. After everyone else had entered, the 9 tribe leaders followed. Only members of the younger generation of the 9 tribes, as well as mighty ones from all forces all over Crimson Dragon Realm, were left outside the gate. They all stood guard over the vast territory, waiting for their compatriots' return. "Let's just train at the side," Xia Qingyuan said, and everyone nodded. All of them went elsewhere and sat cross-legged, waiting for Yi Futian and the others to return. Yi Futian entered another space right after stepping inside the gate. When they entered, they sensed scorching wool washing all over the place. It looked like it had been cooked throughout. Fire sprouted from the red-hot ground everywhere. The will of the great path of fire was all around them. "The world of fire," Yi Futian muttered. He looked up and saw that even the sky was scorched red. The fiery red sky seemed to have been shaped into peculiar patterns. 2 huge balls of fire were seen like there were 2 suns in the sky. However, they were concave and looked like black holes of fire. Their shapes made them look like a pair of eyes. Yi Futian's mind was rattled. He peered closely at the sky and saw more than just the eyes. He then saw a boundlessly huge face and the fiery red hair spread out throughout the sky, like glowing, red clouds in the sky. A humanoid form. Yi Futian was not the only one who thought so. The other 8 mighty ones not affiliated with the 9 tribes all looked up at the sky. They all seemed to have seen something and looked rather astonished. "Let's go," a mighty one said. Hot winds blew and it seemed that even the winds were imbued with the will of the great path of fire. The winds were scorching hot when they hit them. The place seemed like a holy ground for training in the ways of the flames. What did Emperor Kwa leave behind here? The 9 tribes went out of their way to invite geniuses from all realms. Could it be that the 9 tribes who had once served Emperor Kwa were unable to get it themselves? Is that why they wanted help from outsiders? "What would I need to do?" Yi Futian asked the mighty one from the Wu clan by his side. "Fire spirits are found in the ruins. Countless fire spirits of differing strengths are born in this place. All of those fire spirits have the essence of will of the great path of fire. What you'd need to do is to take them and make them your own," the mighty one answered. "Is that all?" Yi Futian asked. "Indeed. To possess the boundless will of the great path and transform yourself, you'd need to keep extracting and refining them. The process isn't complete until you're able to bring out extreme might using the way of flames," the mighty one elaborated. Yi Futian nodded. The other mighty ones moved forward. Yi Futian wondered if he would have been able to ignore the obstacles posed by plane limitations and bring out combat prowess exceeding his level, simply by using the way of the flames. It was no surprise why the 9 tribes placed so much importance on the fire manipulation abilities of the mighty ones. It possibly had something to do with the ruins. The way of the flames was of utmost importance there. As such, those who were incapable of internalizing the will of the great path would not have been allowed to enter. The mighty ones of the 9 tribes moved forward and split up, heading in different directions. Dangers lurked everywhere in that ancestral land. If the 9 outsiders were to simply wander on their own, there was no doubt that they would end up dead. Therefore, each tribe was in charge of the safety of one person. But of course, the 9 tribes naturally had their reasons for doing so. They would not have been so meticulous with their selection process otherwise. All of them placed high hopes on their chosen ones. The Wu clan chose to work with Yi Futian, so they followed right behind him. The Zhu clan was there as well. They were tasked with the protection of Yin Tianjiao. A fiery desert area was right before them, looking endless. Yi Futian finally saw fire spirits emerging. One fire dragon after another was seen spread out in different places. All of them were burning with golden flames. They had a humanoid, yet fiery build. They all pounced when they saw the group. Despite being spirits, they had not actually been awakened and only acted on instinct, making them see the humans as prey. "Let's go," mighty ones from both clans said to Yi Futian and Yin Tianjiao respectively. Both of them flashed and headed out in different directions. The mighty one from the Wu clan paid close attention to Yi Futian. The Zhu clan wished for Yi Futian to be of aid to Yin Tianjiao. It was a good chance to see what both of them were capable of. Boom! Yin Tianjiao charged and her entire body burst with extremely dazzling golden flames. Holy light burst out of her body, making her look like a furnace of the great path. She stepped out at blitzing speed as she headed for a fire spirit. While the fire spirits were not intelligent beings, they nonetheless possessed saint-level auras, as if they were flames of the way born of the world itself. However, Yin Tianjiao was not hesitant. She charged right before a fire spirit and lashed out. That construct of flames charged at her roaring but was quickly pinned down. A terrifying whirlpool seemed to have appeared on Yin Tianjiao, devouring the fire spirit's body and making it one with her own. She was able to absorb fire spirits of such levels into her body without pause. The mighty one from the Zhu clan watched the scene quietly. Yin Tianjiao, princess of Emperor Wu, had indeed inherited the true essence of her father. She was able to incorporate fires of the Great Path directly into her, wielding such powers in a variety of means, making her extremely powerful. Yi Futian charged at a fire spirit as well. Raging flames were sensed all over the place. Boom! A fire spirit charged right at Yi Futian, intending to eat him up alive. However, the will of the Great Path coursed about his body and holy light flowed. The flames were quickly internalized. The fire spirit roared and wanted to destroy him outright, yet its body kept shrinking. It continued until every single bit of its way of flames was taken into Yi Futian's body, being siphoned straight to his life palace. The mighty ones from both the Zhu clans nodded when they saw the scene. While the city lord of Chenya City might not have been well versed in fire powers, but that was not to say that he was weak. Such beginner levels of fire spirits were of no threat to him at all. Both Yin Tianjiao and Yi Futian continued moving forward, destroying any fire spirit that emerged from the desert and consuming their powers. Time passed, and as they crossed the desert area, hundreds of wills of the Great Path of the Flames were already found in Yi Futian's life palace. They came to a lava-filled area when they crossed the desert. The lava burst everywhere, and there were even more fire spirits to be found there. However, the will of the Great Path of Flames was different from what was seen before. But things ended up almost the same nonetheless. Both of them charged into the fires of the lava and continued to internalize the fire spirits within. The mighty ones followed closely behind. The mighty one from the Zhu clan was relieved to find that Yi Futian had not gotten in the way in the slightest, as he consumed the flames without a problem. It seemed that Yi Futian had a way of taking down flames after all. At that moment, the lava boiled and gushing sounds were heard. Yi Futian looked forward and saw the lava boil, from which a war god of lava appeared. That thing was no longer a simple fire spirit, as it had condensed itself into a solid body and materialized into a giant of lava, emanating a terrifying aura. Saint of true self-level, Yi Futian muttered to himself. The giant of lava took a look at Yin Tianjiao and Yi Futian, lashing out with both its hands. Anything hit by the great, big hands of lava would have probably melted on the spot. Both of them evaded at breakneck speeds. Yin Tianjiao looked at Yi Futian and said, "Work with me." It was apparent that she was getting ready to take on the giant, even though it was of saint of true self-level. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The lava giant took a huge step forward and clapped its hands in Yin Tianjiao direction. Yin Tianjiao was unfazed and charged at the hand. Her body dazzled with glittering light, power bursting from her body. She threw forward her hand. Though slender, it still contained the might of the Great Path. Rumbling noises were heard and the world around her resonated with her being. She thrust and an enormous, fiery handprint appeared. The lava giant took a huge step forward and clapped its hands in Yin Tianjiao direction. Yin Tianjiao was unfazed and charged at the hand. Her body dazzled with glittering light, power bursting from her body. She threw forward her hand. Though slender, it still contained the might of the Great Path. Rumbling noises were heard and the world around her resonated with her being. She thrust and an enormous, fiery handprint appeared. Boom! A loud rumble was heard and the lava giant's hand cracked, but quickly mended. The fires melted her great handprint. She frowned slightly at fire spirit's insane healing powers. Sword wills howled around Yi Futian. Swords of Kasyapa zipped past and arrived right before the lava giant, which roared as the swords came near. They were engulfed in the fires right away and melted into nothingness. Level superiority was at play in this fight. Yin Tianjiao's aura became even stronger at that moment. A tall, imposing figure like an empress seemed to have appeared behind her. A towering aura swept all around her body as her might burst in a frenzy. The will of the Great Path circled about her. Thousands of wills of the Great Path coursed, and the area surrounding her seemed to have become a world of destruction. Many wills of the Great Path of Flames all gushed into her body at that moment, and it felt as if her body was burning. The will of the Great Path around her was furiously absorbed into her body. Yi Futian took a look at her and conjured the halberd of time and space into his hand. Yi Futian burst into the air with a flash, disappearing right away and appearing right before the lava giant, bringing down the weapon like a bolt of lightning. The lava giant blocked with its hand, clashing with the halberd of time and space. Rumbling noises were heard as the hand crumbled, inch by inch. The fires exploded at the weapon and Yi Futian himself. Still, the giant absorbed the power of lava without pause to reconstruct its broken arm. Yin Tianjiao stepped out and attacked as well. Her great handprint resonated with the great path around her as she brought her attack down on the fire spirit. The lava giant attempted a block, which caused its arm to quickly crumble inch by inch. Both Yi Futian and Yin Tianjiao continued to press on their attacks until they pierced the lava giant's body. Yin Tianjiao's rules within her handprint cracked open the fire spirit. A sliver of lava-colored will of the great path intended to flee, but Yin Tianjiao grabbed and pinned it down. Towering fires burst, intending to consume Yin Tianjiao. As holy light dazzled, her body almost burned, devouring the fire bit by bit. "You could have the next one," Yin Tianjiao said to Yi Futian, who nodded without saying anything. The mighty one of the Zhu clan added, "Why not internalize the will of the great path inside you to a certain level of strength first?" "Doesn't matter," Yin Tianjiao replied plainly. Yi Futian took a look at the mighty one. Since entering the ruins, the Zhu mighty one spoke his mind without reservation. The ruins had boundless wills all around. The numbers were astronomical. To people who trained in fire-based powers, the ruins were like a holy land all its own. The reason why the 9 tribes supported their candidates was to allow them to internalize their will of the great path and increasing their strength. But what was their ultimate goal? Yi Futian and Yin Tianjiao continued moving forward without thought. The lava area was incredibly vast and looked endless as well. Both of them plundered as much as they were able to, having no idea how many fire spirits they had destroyed and stripped of their will. They weren't the only ones. Mighty ones from the other 7 tribes did the same in other areas, too. A short time later, they entered a territory filled with demonic fire beasts. A city seemed to have appeared right before them, a city of fire. They stopped and stared at it. The city had many steps leading to the top, and the entire place looked like it was basking in fire. The phenomenon made it seem like a city of the sun. It is best to internalize the will of the great path of flames within your bodies. You might run into greater challenges ahead, a mighty one from the Zhu clan said. Yin Tianjiao and Yi Futian nodded, then found a spot to sit cross-legged. Yi Futian closed his eyes and dazzling light appeared around his body. Swishing sounds were heard in his life palace. At that moment, his life palace turned into a world of flames. Flames of the way circled about endlessly. Yi Futian knew that those powers were not his. They were simply things taken by force. Even if he were to be able to internalize and use them for battle, they could be destroyed. That would be the end of it. Essentially, he was only using external powers instead of relying on his own skills. It was something he would not have done in his usual training. Those flames could only be used as trump cards, akin to convenient devices. That was unless his plane could reach the required level. Then he could truly make those flames his own. If at proving saint level, he could really enhance his own powers. Of course, there would have been no way for him to finish internalizing those flames in such a short period of time. The greater the flame's intensity, the harder it would have been for him to make them his own. There seemed to be another silhouette of his in his life palace, who sat cross-legged and holy light burst from it. The deed of thorough comprehension flowed about in a frenzy within him. His body was now like a furnace, melting and internalizing the wills of the great path. The world tree swished about. Powers of all elements been turned into auras of flames, enveloping his body. Auras of the world around him flowed into his body, entering his life palace through his veins. The first of his flames were completed a while later. Flames of increasingly greater numbers melted to become one with him. Fiery auras of the boundless great path flowed into his life palace. Not far away from where Yi Futian was, Yin Tianjiao was also training with her eyes closed. They sat that way for a long time. When they completed their training, they opened their eyes. Together, they began ascending steps before them, moving towards the city of the sun. With every step they took, the heat of the staircase grew increasingly intense. Like they were walking on the flames of the great path. The sun hung high above with countless golden ravens circling around it. The birds dove towards them with great force, as if they viewed the group as intruders. Everyone feared they were on the verge of destruction. Yi Futian sensed the birds' auras and found many of them to be at saint of true self levels. Fiery auras of the great path flowed around the sun, coalescing into dazzling beams of light. The beams shot forth like divine fire. The golden rays were engulfed by them, and they exploded into flaming auras of the great path. What transpired had caught the attention of the mighty ones from both the Zhu and Wu clans. Yi Futian's fire ability did not seem weak at all. His own powers combined with what had been absorbed were like rays of the sun, capable of melting anything. It even seemed to contain will of the sword, which gave the beams devastating shredding power. He conjured the halberd of time and space, grabbing the will of the great path. He charged at the flock of golden ravens that blocked out the sky. Yin Tianjiao's attacks were just as powerful. Her entire body was bathed in the dazzling, holy light of flames. It was apparent that, like Yi Futian, she had also internalized the flames. She melded them with her own attacks and crushed everything before her. Humanoid spirits appeared amidst the great number of golden ravens. A silhouette dove straight for Yi Futian. Its eyes emanated an extremely terrifying demonic aura. Yi Futian sensed the aura as the fire of the sun rained down, intending to penetrate the creature's body. However, it suddenly became a sea of flames, engulfing the area Yi Futian was in. A terrifying head appeared, intending to devour him. The grey-robed mighty one of the Wu clan came behind him. "Be careful, that thing is out to take your spirit." The people of the 9 tribes would not have let anything happen to their candidates, not before they reached their destination. The journey was meant to strengthen their powers and familiarize them with the way of the flames of the 9 tribes' ancestral land. The mighty one lashed out with his hand and dazzling, golden flames fired at the being coming at Yi Futian. It let loose a harrowing roar as it was turned into will of the great path. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Futian said before continuing on. The rest of the mighty ones arrived soon as well, moving up the steps towards the Sun Castle. Upright figures stood guard at the gates of the city. They cast their glances forward and a frightening and immensely profound aura swept over the field, turning into terrifying storms that resonated with the sun in the sky. "It has been years since you last came. Is there one worthy of entering this time?" The 9 tribes had been trying for many years. They had toiled for ages, but had never succeeded. As such, they were forced to begin borrowing external powers. The intent was to unravel the secrets of their ancestral land through the hands of ingenious outsiders. Even so, not one in all those generations had succeeded. The guards wondered how these new chosen ones would fare. They hoped that the clans would not let them down again. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." High above the Sun Castle and the sun above the castle, golden ravens descended upon them like a flood. High above the Sun Castle and the sun above the castle, golden ravens descended upon them like a flood. Yi Futian and Yin Tianjiao were doing their best to hunt them down and take any manifested will of the great path. Duan Wuji, prince of Emperor Dong's palace, and the mighty ones of the Zhong tribe were there as well. Duan Wuji's body was surrounded by a terrifying firestorm as if it was able to devour anything it touched. He extended his hand as he charged at the birds. A black fireball manifested in his hand, which turned into a terrifying maelstrom. The maelstrom devoured the birds one after another on the spot before having their will of the great path extracted and absorbed into his body. There was a mighty one from the Zhong tribe who went on to kill the golden ravens with Duan Wuji, who then gifted any will of the great path gathered to him, as the mighty one worked with him in the hunt. Dazzling holy light glittered far away. It was as if golden ravens had swooped down. It was the mighty ones of the Raven tribe, as well as the student of Saint Joyo. The mighty ones of the Raven tribe had the blood of the golden ravens flowing in their veins. They were impressed at the scene before them deep down. Such was their ancestral land, where the will of the great path was abundant and turned into countless golden ravens. The student of Saint Joyo was extremely powerful. Black lotuses surrounded him, and black fires sprouted from the flowers, burning down the birds and absorbing the manifested will of the great path into the flowers themselves. He quickly ended up killing quite a number of golden ravens. His life spirit blossomed, and a pure black lotus appeared. He stepped onto the flower, which subsequently enveloped his entire body. The taken will of the great path gushed within and was absorbed by the black lotus. After that, the student of Saint Chiming, Shi Chan of the Shi clan, Chang Huai of the Chang clan, and many other mighty ones arrived. All of them charged into the battlefield with the 9 tribes without hesitation, hunting down countless golden ravens and making nourishment out of them. The mighty ones chosen by the 9 tribes were capable of internalizing all of the wills of the great path taken throughout their journeys, and making them their own, thus enabling them to easily kill the golden ravens at Saint of True Self level. The fire powers of everyone present were very powerful. Yi Futian understood why the 9 tribes picked only cultivators who were versed in fire powers. It was not surprising at all that none of them had any expectations for him. Cultivators who were lacking in firepower had no way of working on and internalizing the wills of the great path in that place to enhance their powers. That meant that they had no way to participate in the later battles. Yi Futian found, while he was doing battle, that the other mighty ones continuously took wills of the great path while they were doing battle, enhancing their own powers as quickly as they were able to. The deed of thorough comprehension was in full effect. Yi Futian's body was like a furnace of the great path, as well as that of the sun at the same time. His sun life spirit was infused directly with his body, enabling him to devour the taken wills of the great path on the spot. He became able to easily make such wills at Saint of True Self level into something of his own. Boom! A huge golden raven dived at them. It had extremely sharp eyes, looking as if it had acquired intelligence. That golden raven seemed to have harbored will of the great path at unblemished saint level. Everything it touched was quickly burned down. That huge being charged right at Yi Futian. The grey-robed elder behind Yi Futian stepped out and pointed his finger at the air. Dazzling golden fire spread throughout their surroundings, before penetrating right through the golden raven's huge body. Fiery holes appeared on that huge body of the bird. Terrifying golden chains of the great path appeared from within the holes, penetrating through the bird's body and shackling it in place. "City Lord Yi," he called. Yi Futian appeared right away. His finger pointed right before him, and great fires shot out right away, devouring the golden raven's body, along with the will of the great path at unblemished saint level. The unblemished saint aura was extremely powerful. Yi Futian felt extremely hot all over when he absorbed the bird. It was as if he was about to be burned to a crisp. The fires of the furnace were unable to make it into the way of fires that he required. He had internalized too many Saint of True Self level wills of the great path along the way. However, the will of the great path at unblemished saint level exceeded his capacity to easily internalize the flames, due to plain limitations. That bit of Renhuang will of the great path seemed to have fused within his body, making the light on his body shine even holier. He used that will of the great path of Renhuang with the fires of true self to work on the flames of the way of unblemished saint level. Time passed, and Yi Futian plundered countless wills of the great path of saint of true self level, as well as many unblemished saint ones. He then stopped fighting altogether, walking up to a spot. He trained with his eyes closed, internalizing the flames in silence. Among the others, there were some who were still fighting and some working on the flames. All of them were doing their best to enhance their fire powers to the greatest extent. Futian continued doing battle at times and taking wills of the Great Path while he was working on the taken wills. The group plundered and trained in a frenzy at the Sun Castle, forgetting about the passage of time altogether. They had ended up training there for a month before they realized it. The flames on their bodies had long become something terrifying. While the wills of the Great Path absorbed exceeded their respective planes, they were nonetheless able to internalize the flames due to having worked continuously on them. Despite not being able to enhance their planes right away, the internalized flames were able to be used in combat nonetheless. Everyone on the battlefield became unnervingly powerful by then. Duan Wuji, the prince of Emperor Dong's palace, stood there. Terrifying fiery whirlpools appeared around him. Boundless aquamarine-colored flames coursed about him. He extended his palm and absorbed it. Golden ravens around him were all absorbed into his body in a frenzy, which was then internalized by the flames within. The black lotuses of the student of St. Joyo seemed to have turned huge, and his flames burst in full force, burning everything down. Those golden ravens were all burned down. Every single one of them brought extremely formidable power of the flames to bear until none of the massive flock of golden ravens was left flying in the sky. The ray of the sun above the Sun Castle was cast onto everyone's bodies. The sun seemed to have a true golden raven letting out a shrilled cry. Terrifying light was cast down onto the 9 mighty ones as if they seemed to have been embedded with mystical connections. The battlefield was empty, making the participants realize that there was a limit to the bird's appearance after all. When they became powerful enough to absorb and internalize those golden ravens easily, the spirit of the bird disappeared altogether. Frightening aura was sensed sweeping out from the Sun Castle before them. All of them began to walk towards the construct. The mighty ones of the 9 tribes seemed to be walking up in the front like they were on a pilgrimage. One mighty one from each of the 9 tribes walked to the front and came before a being in front of the Sun Castle's gates. All 9 of the mighty ones stood before that being. The mighty ones bowed slightly and then extended their fingers, drawing paper cuts on them and let their blood drip. The blood was shot to the being on the castle, which then flowed on its body. The being then looked up at the sky, and the sun up there shone on it. The 9 glittered with extremely dazzling light. It was as if a blood-colored thread had connected them. The 9 mighty ones of the 9 tribes then returned to their respective chosen ones. The grey-robed mighty one came to Futian's side and said, "Do what you've seen me do. You'd be connected to the matrix afterward." Futian nodded and pricked his finger as well. Blood dripped from his finger, and a ray of light shone onto his body. The being on the castle connected to him, and a blood-colored thread was seen in the air. Futian seemed to have seen an illusion right there and then, as if he was linked together with that being at the castle, flourishing and perishing alongside it. All chosen ones of the 9 tribes did the same as well. The space seemed to have a huge matrix conjured, engulfing them within. The center of the matrix was that sun in the air, shining on everyone below. Only one among the 9 of you will be able to enter the ancestral land. It is time for you to battle amongst yourselves, the mighty ones from the 9 tribes said to the people at their side. All 9 of the tribes had chosen their own candidates, and the upcoming battle would determine who would earn the right to enter the ancestral land. The outcome of the battle would also determine which of the 9 tribes would be able to have their ancestral lands opened. Who would be the first to do battle? A mighty one of the Zhu clan said. He turned his eyes at Yin Tianjiao, hoping that they had not chosen the wrong candidate that time and that she would have enabled the Zhu clan to open up their ancestral land. Many turned their eyes to Yin Tianjiao and Duan Wuji. The scene made the mighty one of the Zhu clan lift his brow slightly. The mighty one from the Zhu clan took one look at the grey-robed mighty one at Futian's side as if he was signaling something. "Let's see you fight first, City Lord Yi," the grey-robed mighty one said to him telepathically. Futian noticed the eyes of that mighty one from the Zhu clan. He was hoping to avoid having Yin Tianjiao fight first, as it would attract too much attention. Futian nodded and stepped out without saying much. Another figure walked out from the other side right after he emerged. It was none other than Chan, who was working with the vermilion bird tribe. She glared at Futian. Intense flames coursed about in her eyes. She was scorching hot all over her. She naturally noticed that Futian had a sun life spirit as well, which meant that he was capable of wielding flames. She lost to Xia Qingyuan back in the fight in Zhenmu City, losing their flames of the way. She took that loss as an insult. At the moment, the match was essentially one that was fire fighting against fire. She was confident in not losing to Futian. No words were spoken. The sun hung high up in the air when Chan emerged. 9 suns appeared at the same time above her. Terrifying rays of the sun were fired, containing fires of the great path of destruction. Boom! Flames burst all over Futian's body right away. But it was as if he was a furnace of the great path, devouring the scorching beams shot at him. Chan took one step out. The ground rang, and more suns appeared in the sky, hanging high above and surrounded Futian. All of those suns fired frightening will of the great path of flames unendingly right at Futian. Fiery aura that was even more raging bloomed, and Futian's body had turned entirely into a furnace of the great path. The beams of fire's shot were continuously consumed by the furnace, preventing them from burning his body. Chan performed hand seals and multiple suns circling Futian to close in on him in an instant as if they were about to merge into a true sun. She then unleashed the wills of the great path of flames that she had imbued into the sun. Devastating fiery beams shot from that sun, making Futian, who was being engulfed in it, feel that doomsday was near, and he was about to be devoured by the sun. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The 9 powerful cultivators had all refined a great deal of will. This was an external force. With it, they could all exert destructive power far beyond their level. The 9 powerful cultivators had all refined a great deal of will. This was an external force. With it, they could all exert destructive power far beyond their level. The power of the sun flare that Chan was putting forth was completely different from that which she had used during her battle with Xia Qingyuan. The part of the air that Futian was in seemed to be within an actual sun. Beams of destructive flame will shot towards him. His body turned into a furnace tripod, and he was covered in flames. When the beams of flame will reached him, they were swallowed up by the furnace tripod, and so they did not even touch his body. The sun seemed about to explode. Destructive power filled the air, trying to bury Futian within it. Ancient characters were floating around Futian as he released the deed of thought comprehension. All of his will melded and turned into flames. His body was the furnace that swallowed up Chan's sun flare, and she was swallowed up within it. The people outside the battlefield could barely see Futian. All they could see was fire. The burning storm swept out, but the people surrounding him stood firm. No one there was weak. The terrible storm gradually dissipated. Chan stared forward. The furnace tripod was still there, and Futian's body was contained within it. A furious look came over her face. The will that she had sent against him had not only not hurt him, but it had also actually been refined by him. Everyone else looked at Futian and felt a flicker of nervousness. The terrifying furnace tripod surrounded him and refined the power of heaven and earth and all the law power into power that he could use. This was an incredibly strong technique. No wonder he had been able to come here. It seemed that his cultivation techniques could be used with flames. The ability to refine things out of flames was also very powerful. A look of surprise came over the faces of the Wu clan cultivators. It seemed that the Zhu clan might have been underestimating him when they had chosen them. Even among the flames, he was still strong. Chan transformed into the divine body of 9 suns, becoming like a sun goddess as she was bathed in divine fire. She shot towards Futian. Her spells could not shake him, so she had to attack him directly. She gathered her power as she rushed towards him. He reached out, and countless sun fists cut through the air like huge fireballs. They slammed into Futian, containing immense destructive and explosive power. Boom! The sun furnace on Yi Futian's body shook endlessly. A huge sword appeared before him, formed from Kasyapa, and forged from the fire of the Great Path. It was a flame saint sword. Bang! There was a loud sound as Yi Futian rose into the air and lashed out with the sword. It cut through the sun fists. This sword of the Great Path was immeasurably brilliant. It cut down from the sky, slicing through the air towards Shi-chan. Shi-chan raised her arms. The 9 suns protected her as her hands rushed up to collide with the sword. The sword cut down wildly through the fist wills, piercing towards Shi-chan's arms. Terrible flames suddenly swept out, completely enveloping her and seeming to refine her. She gave a groan. She felt as if her body was being eroded away by the flames. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She retreated, but Yi Futian did not let up. His sword continued forward, with flames spitting out of it. Shi-chan went pale. Her tender body fell to the ground, blood flowing continuously from her mouth. Yi Futian flashed down to the ground in front of her. Shi-chan looked at him and said, "I am defeated." But Yi Futian ignored her, and the flames of the Great Path flew overhead. Shi-chan looked at him coldly. But seeing the resolve in Yi Futian's eyes, she finally sighed and gave up the flames of the way, letting Yi Futian take control of them. Soon, the divine fire around Shi-chan dissipated, and all was calm once again. And Yi Futian was not planning on giving up. There was a furious look on Shi-chan's face. She glared at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian ignored her. When he had obtained Runhuang's flames of the way in Zhenmu City, Shi-chan had not been polite to him and had directly attacked him. If she would not pay attention to the rules and only care about strength, then he would naturally not be polite to her either. Seeing the cold look that Yi Futian was giving her, Shi-chan's face grew as icy as frost. But she finally gave him the rest of her flames of the way. Yi Futian took them. Only then did Yi Futian let her go. After Shi-chan was defeated, the sunlight that had fallen upon her went dim. Even the cultivators on the castle walls connected to her were weakened. They would never be as powerful as before. It all looked incredibly magical. It seemed like when the whole matrix was only missing a single piece, it dimmed until there was no light left. And Yi Futian's light shone brighter. The figures on the castle walls that were connected to the Wu clan could breathe a little more. The 9 families of the Vermilion Bird clan had already withdrawn from this clan dispute. Shi-chan returned with an apologetic look on her face. The Vermilion Bird tribes did not say much. They just sighed inwardly. Even the descendant of the Shi clan from the ancient tree in Zhenmu City was not strong enough. Yi Futian returned to his original position and sat cross-legged, continuing to refine the will that he had seized. However, refining this will would take time. Even though the flames of the way that he had refined for his use were quite strong, he couldn't mold other wills into them whenever he wanted. The cultivators of the Zhu clan looked at Yi Futian. He was stronger than they had even imagined. Later, they might be able to use him to deal with Duan Wuji and Saint Juyo's disciples. They were sharp enough to see that these people would be difficult to entangle. At that moment, Duan Wuji stepped forward and walked to the center of the crowd. Everyone shared a single thought. This prince was a son of Ren Huang in the Crimson Dragon realm. He dominated the eastern part of the realm, and his flames of the way were extremely strong. People called them God-eating fire. As he stepped forward, his gaze fell upon a cultivator of Flaming Prison City, who was allied with the Bailey tribe. The cultivator frowned slightly. He did not want to oppose Duan Wuji, but it seemed to be too late to avoid it. His every step shook the very air. Burning will swept out, and hellfire blazed. A powerful flaming god of war appeared behind the cultivator from Flaming Prison City, and his body merged with it. He grew larger, turning into a flaming war saint. Duan Wuji looked at the tall figure, but his expression was unchanged. The dark green flames around him blazed and flowed, seeming to form a devouring storm. It swallowed up all the flame in the area around them and integrated them into itself. Bang! The burning god of war stepped forward, and a terrible aura swept out. Duan Wuji stood firmly and rose into the air. He stretched out his hands, and suddenly, the The dark green flames formed a terrible storm that grew larger and larger. In a flash, a dark green vortex appeared in the air above Duanwuji's head. In addition, the aura that was swallowing up all the flames in the area grew larger. The terrible vortex shot towards the god of war and covered him. The cultivator from Flaming Prison City lashed out with a fist, and suddenly, it seemed as if lava and flames were shooting out from him. Firelight shone all around, threatening to melt the vortex before him. But the vortex swallowed up the lava as well. Endless green light shone from it, falling upon the fiery god of war's body and slowly eating up the flames upon him. It was turning him dark green as well, making it look like demonic fire. The cultivator from Flaming Prison City felt that even his soul would be devoured and integrated into that terrible fire. His face grew dark. Did he have no power to resist? His opponent's flames of the way were crushing his own. The flames raged wildly, and the fiery god of war's body began to shrivel. Soon, his figure exploded, the flames of the way were all devoured, and the terrifying vortex returned the air above Duanwuji, after which it wrapped around him and poured into him little by little. "Give up," said Duanwuji. Then he stepped back, just like Futian had. This battle was a contest of flames. It would show who could refine and use flames for their attacks the best. When facing the cultivator from Flaming Prison City, Duanwuji had shown complete mastery. A disciple of Saint Joyo stepped forward and challenged a cultivator from Crimson Cloud City, which was allied with the Shong tribe. There was another battle, and the cultivator from Crimson Cloud City, though he was a descendant of Ren Huang, was defeated by Saint Joyo's disciple. This disciple of Saint Joyo was skilled with Black Lotus Karma Fire and had immense destructive power. He could burn away someone's very soul. All of the fire of the way that he seized, he refined into Black Lotus Karma Fire, giving it incredible destructive power that he used to defeat his opponent. After 3 battles, there were only 3 people who had not fought yet. Yin Tianjiao took the initiative to step forward and challenge a disciple of Saint Chiming. Both of them were extremely strong and clashed many times. But in the end, Yin Tianjiao was able to withstand one more attack, and he defeated the disciple of Saint Chiming. Sunlight flooded the walls of Sun Castle. The cultivators of 4 great tribes shone with dark fire. The opportunity to reclaim their ancestral lands had once again passed them by. Of the 9 great cultivators, 8 had fought. Only Chang Huai had not yet fought. He frowned and glanced at the 4 cultivators. Duanwuji, Yin Tianjiao, the disciple of Saint Joyo, and Futian. There was no clear choice. He was not assured of victory against any of them. In fact, he was likely to be defeated. But he could not avoid going out to fight. His gaze fell upon Futian, who was sitting cross-legged and was busy refining his flames of the way. "There was a misunderstanding at Zhenmu City," said Chang Huai. "I never would have thought that you were so skilled with flames, Lord Yi. I ask that you show me what you can do." Futian, who had just been cultivating, opened his eyes and glanced at Chang Huai. A loud sound rang out, and his body transformed into an enormous furnace. It rang out as he stood, and his body disappeared. The furnace blazed as brightly as the sun, and he appeared right in front of Chang Huai. He raised his fist to strike, and a powerful wave of qi swept out, slamming violently into Chang Huai's body. A look of shock came over Chang Huai's face as a burst of powerful spatial will locked his body in place, making it feel as though it was impossible to move. Even though his flame spells were powerful, he could not avoid being affected by other powers. Chang Huai could only hastily raise his hand to attack. Raging flames burned the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian had completely transformed into a sun furnace. He shot forward, with fist will filling the sky, pushing the flames of the way before him. He was powerful enough to cut through anything like a blade through bamboo. Futian had completely transformed into a sun furnace. He shot forward, with fist will filling the sky, pushing the flames of the way before him. He was powerful enough to cut through anything like a blade through bamboo. There was a loud sound as Chang Huai was sent flying backward. He felt like a hole had been pierced through him. A burst of flame entered into him, causing him to twist and distort his face in pain. Yi Futian walked forward step by step, looking indifferent and emotionless. Although he had refined some flames, and his attacks with the flames of the way were extremely strong, his defenses had not changed at all. Yi Futian's burst of power had made it so that he had had no way to respond, and so he had been badly wounded. The battle ended in an instant. Yi Futian walked in front of Chang Huai and swept his cold gaze over him. He reached out, and flames of the way came out from his hand. Chang Huai went pale as he watched the figure before him. He had once ridiculed Yi Futian's reliance on women back in Jianmu City. But now, he had been so thoroughly crushed. Even though it was true that Yi Futian had attacked him without warning, even if he had been ready for him, it would have made no difference. His will had been seized, and his Renhuang will had been taken, just like with Shi Chan. Yi Futian had crushed the two geniuses of the ancient tree. Yi Futian returned to his original position and sat down. Everyone looked at him. This contest between them had not been anything special, and so they had not gotten a look at the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. But they could at least see that the Lord of Chenya City was not like they had imagined. Otherwise, it would not have only been two great tribes that would have went to invite him. After Chang Huai was defeated, there were only the representatives of 4 tribes left. Yin Tianjiao of the Zhu tribe, Duan Wuji standing in for the Zhong tribe, the disciple of Saint Joyo for the Raven tribe, and Yi Futian. These 4 were all very skilled at refining flames. Even now, they had their eyes closed and were cultivating, seizing every moment they could to refine the flames of the way that they had taken. In this place of ruins, the flames of the way were power. The one who could refine the most of them would be the strongest. At that moment, sunlight was falling upon Sun Castle. Only 4 beams of light were still shining. The light where Yi Futian was the brightest. He had defeated 2 great cultivators all by himself, and so he had seized a few more flames of the way. The light seemed to form a mystical matrix. However, this did not increase Yi Futian's power. He could feel the sunlight falling upon him. Seeing that all 4 of them were calmly and silently cultivating, the cultivators of the Zhu tribe cast their gaze over the battlefield. At that moment, there was only the 4 of them. They and the Wu tribe were together in this, which the Zhong tribe and the Raven tribe must have known. Thus, those 2 forces would probably not fight each other, which would let the Zhu tribe and the Wu tribe win the battle without lifting a finger. So, this would be a 2-on-2 battle. He looked towards Duan Wuji, who was fighting for the Zhong tribe. He was probably more threatening than the disciple of Saint Joyo. Thinking of this, the cultivator from the Zhu tribe summoned a cultivator from the Wu tribe and said, "Have Lord Yi challenge Duan Wuji." They would fight for a bit, which would let them see how strong Duan Wuji was. What they had seen in the previous battle was just a performance. Duan Wuji had needed to use too much of his power to defeat his opponent. Yi Futian's performance had been outstanding, so he would probably be able to test Duan Wuji a bit more and see just how powerful the flames of the way that he had refined were, and how strong his god-eating fire was. That way, they would be able to find out as well. The cultivator from the Wu tribe looked out towards Yi Futian. The grey-robed figure walked over to him and said, "Lord Yi, why don't you fight Duan Wuji of the Zhong tribe in this battle?" Yi Futian opened his eyes and glanced at Duan Wuji. He was indeed quite strong. In his last battle, he had nearly crushed his opponent. He had not wasted any energy. His god-eating fire had swallowed up his opponent's flames of the way, and he had integrated the will that he had seized into his own god-eating fire. He was incredibly threatening. But if he wanted to make it to the end, this was an opponent that he would have to face sooner or later. He couldn't avoid it. It was just a matter of when. Therefore, he did not refuse. He stood up and walked out onto the battlefield. He looked out towards the cultivator from the Zhong tribe and Duan Wuji. Seeming to feel Yi Futian's gaze, Duan Wuji opened his eyes as well and looked back at him. There seemed to be dark green flames within his eyes, like demonic fire. He stood up as well and walked out onto the battlefield. It was still extremely hot in front of Sun Castle. Everything was extraordinarily calm at that moment. The two of them stood facing each other. Futian turned into a great furnace once again, and the fire of the great path surrounded him, bathing his body. Dark green flames flowed around Duanwuji, wrapping around his body. They slowly formed a vortex that grew stronger and stronger. It floated forward, swallowing up all the flames and slowly turning into a massive vortex of flames. The wild vortex shot towards Futian, sucking up all the flame power in the area. Futian used his deed of thought comprehension, and all his will turned into flames that burned like the sun. Leave. He pointed to the air, and the flames around suddenly shot upwards, covering the sky. The word leave appeared among the flames. The vortex collided with the sun furnace, causing an incredibly destructive storm to sweep out. The dark green storm tried to swallow up the sun furnace, and the sun furnace was trying to transform the vortex. The two forces intermingled, and terrifying flames of the path wrapped around each other. Duanwuji and Futian were floating in the air, using their minds to control the flames, and guiding them with their hands. As they watched this ferocious battle, many people thought that if Futian and Duanwuji's wills were to collide with each other, both of them would be consumed. In that case, Yin Tianjiao and Saint Juyo's disciple would probably be able to reap the benefits without having lifted a finger. Many people were a little surprised that Futian's fire of the Great Path could withstand Duanwuji. As a prince, Duanwuji had cultivated himself to be very powerful. So, Futian of Emperor Xia's realm's powerful techniques must be at the Renhuang level. The two of them floated among the fire of the Great Path, using their hands to control the flames. They were putting more and more will into it, and endless flames descended from the sky. Each flame was filled with terribly destructive energy. Duanwuji looked at Futian under the raging flames. Dark green fire wrapped around him, growing stronger and stronger. He had not put all of his power into the vortex yet. He was still saving some. However, lines of flame will appeared around Futian as well. The flames were clear and pure, seeming real one instant then illusory the next. There was something unreal about them. Go! Duanwuji swept out his sleeve, and endless flames of the way swept out. But Futian pointed forward, and 3,000 flames of the way shrieked forward, slamming into his opponent's flames. The two powers shook the sky as they collided. Duanwuji stepped forward with a mighty stride and descended right in front of Futian. He reached out, and suddenly, a vortex of flames appeared around Futian, trying to swallow him up. Futian's eyes were frightening. He swept his gaze over Duanwuji, and pure white flames appeared around him, seeming to have grown out of thin air. They covered Duanwuji's body. The two of them were nearing each other quickly. Duanwuji raised his fist and slammed it towards Futian. Immense power appeared around his delicate hand. Futian stretched out a single finger, but it was sharper than a sword. It pierced towards the onrushing fist. The two attacks collided, and a terrible vortex descended upon Futian from Duanwuji's fist. He seemed unable to control his body, and his aura was sucked out by his opponent's fist. It seemed that his very soul was under attack, and would be sucked out. But Futian's finger contained immense space-tearing power. It was like a halberd. In a flash, endless destructive will entered his opponent's hand and slammed into his body. Duanwuji's blood surged through his body. He had an uncomprehending look on his face. Terrible flames suddenly appeared on his hand, and it turned dark green as he continued to press it towards Futian. His fist seemed able to engulf Futian along with his very soul. Futian continued to press his finger forward, and flames of the Great Path shot out of the other fingers. As soon as his finger landed on his opponent's hand, a void was drilled all the way through his hand up into his arm. Both of their attacks threatened their opponent, so after that single touch, they broke apart. Futian's sleeve was torn, and dark green light had appeared on his hand. Duanwuji was the same. His sleeve had been burned away to nothing, and undying flames of the way were raging across his body, sapping his vitality. Duanwuji tried to retreat, but he felt an intense space-binding power. Futian continued to press his fingers forward, trying to touch Duanwuji again. Duanwuji frowned, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Someone was really actively trying to attack him. He slammed out with his fist once again with no hesitation. In a flash, the two of them collided again like two phantoms. Bang! There was the loud sound of a collision, and the two of them separated yet again. Both of them groaned. This attack had obviously been difficult to bear. They had both been struck by their opponent's attack at the same time as they struck their opponent. The threat from the flames of the way was more than they could handle at their level, and its destructive power when it entered their bodies was apparent. Yi Futian's arms and torso were starting to turn faintly green, which looked very strange. Everyone's eyes fell upon him. Could he withstand this anymore? But Yi Futian sat down and crossed his legs as the dark green fire raged across him, swallowing up his vitality, his spirit, and even trying to devour his very breath. His blood roared and roiled as his divine will descended, stamping out the flames. He looked a little better now. When it came to flame power, Duan Wuji was not inferior to him at all and was even a little bit better. Thus, he did not have the advantage when they collided. But at that moment, Duan Wuji was also sitting cross-legged in the air. Renhuang light seemed to flash around him, snuffing out all other power. White void flames raged within him. They were undying, having an unlimited lifespan. The flames burned until they reached outside his body. His face was ashen. Finally, he groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The cultivators from the 9 great tribes were all shocked when they saw what was happening. The cultivators from the 9 great tribes were all shocked when they saw what was happening. Prince Duan Wuji had been the first one to be seriously wounded. From his current stance, it was clear that this wound was affecting him greatly, and he was still fighting to control the flames of the way within him. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Futian swept his gaze around. The divine sun furnace swallowed up everything, and gradually devoured the dark green vortex. Duan Wuji had no time to deal with him, and so the conflict up in the air had come to an end. Duan Wuji has lost. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was an unexpected outcome. If this had just been a regular duel, then even though Lord Yi of Chenya City did not have a brilliant record, he would still have been strong because of Yu Sheng, and he could have been more than a match for Prince Duan Wuji. However, this was a contest of flames. The god-eating flames were famous, and so everyone had thought that Duan Wuji would win here in the ancestral lands. But things had not gone as expected. Yi Futian of Chenya City had defeated Duan Wei in a contest of flames. Even the Zhu tribe and the Wu tribe, who had chosen Yi Futian, had not thought this to be possible. They looked incredibly surprised at that moment. If they had known that he could control flames so well, then everyone would have sent him invitations the moment he had set foot in Emperor Kwa's city. Instead, no one had come looking for him, and so the Wu tribe had been able to convince him to go with them for practically no cost. However, many people looked surprised when they thought of the relationship between the Wu tribe and the Zhu tribe. Yin Tianjiao of the Zhu tribe was still there, and Yi Futian, whom the Wu tribe had invited, was still so powerful. It seemed that there was no more suspense about the outcome of this struggle at the ancestral lands. Saint Juyo's disciple was strong, but it would be almost impossible for a single cultivator to resist 2 powerful cultivators like Yin Tianjiao and Yi Futian. Indeed, he would have a great deal of trouble trying to take on just one of them. After all, Yi Futian had already proven his strength in this battle. Thus, if the Wu tribe was willing to concede to the Zhu tribe, then there was no more suspense in this battle. The Zhu tribe would be the victors and would have the opportunity to put the ancestral lands to use. 8 great tribes had been eliminated from this competition already. The only question was, would the Wu tribe and Yi Futian concede? If they didn't, who was stronger? Yi Futian or Yin Tianjiao? Lord Yi's strength is supernatural. I never would have thought that Prince Duan Wuji would lose to him. It seems that Saint Juyo's disciple would similarly have a hard time against him, said the burly, middle-aged man from the Zhu tribe with the long, red beard. Saint Juyo's disciple looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his eyebrow slightly. This cultivator from the Zhu tribe was a bit impolite. Or could it be that he was trying to incite a fight between him and Saint Juyo's disciple? Among the people present, he was the one who had fought the most. Although he had beaten Duan Wuji in the fight he had just had, he had used up a lot of his power to do so, and much of the will he had refined had been destroyed. Moreover, Duan Wuji's attacks had injured him. With such fearsome flames entering his body, how could he not have been affected? Saint Juyo's disciple was not weak, and his Black Lotus Karma fire contained terrible destructive power. If he fought again after having just fought, then even if he defeated Saint Juyo's disciple, he would not be at full power. And at that point, the only two cultivators left would be him and Yin Tianjiao. He knew exactly what the cultivator from the Zhu tribe was trying to do. His statement seemed to incite Saint Juyo's disciples' will to fight. He stared at Yi Futian, and the Black Lotus Karma fire wrapped around him. He was ready to fight. But at the moment, a figure flashed over and descended upon the battlefield, appearing in front of Saint Juyo's disciple. The dazzling figure was none other than Yin Tianjiao. She had not waited for Saint Juyo's disciple and Yi Futian to fight but had actively come to participate. Terrible flames wrapped around her, bathing her in divine fire. Her violent aura swept out, shooting towards Saint Juyo's disciple. The cultivator from the Zhu tribe was shocked as he beheld this scene. He was surprised that she would act like this. But then he understood. These people were all proud sons and daughters of heaven. Thus, this Yin Tianjiao was an incredibly proud person and had seen what he was trying to do. So she had acted, disdaining such means as he was employing. The cultivator from the Zhu tribe smiled coldly. Yin Tianjiao was indeed proud. But the ancestral lands were extremely important to the 9 great tribes. Now that they were within easy reach, how could he easily let them go? He would obviously use any tricks at his disposal. Also, wasting your opponent's energy was not really a petty trick. Yi Futian eyed Yin Tianjiao. What a proud woman. Duan Wuji was still sitting there. He opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian, saying, "What kind of flames of the way do you have?" The pure white fire had been almost clear and seemed like void flames. This kind of flame seemed as if it could not be extinguished. Even if he tried to use Ruhuang will to control them, he would still be burned by them. These are flames that I learned about long ago through my cultivation. But at that time, they were just a prototype, so I never used them. Now, when we were refining our flames here in the ruins, I tried to use them again. Now that I've managed to employ them, I call them the fire of white lapis lazuli, answered Yi Futian. These flames have an endless will, said Duan Wuji. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Endless will was indeed contained within those flames, and it would be difficult to extinguish for even the most powerful cultivator. Duan Wuji smiled and said, "I never thought I would lose to you in a contest of flames." He was extremely confident in his god-eating fire since it was so powerful. "You are very good at controlling flames," said Yi Futian. He then turned and returned to his position. He had not been exaggerating. He had spoken truly. That god-eating fire had burned within him. It was indeed quite ferocious. Duan Wuji looked at Yi Futian, then turned and left as well. The glory of the Zhong tribe had dimmed a little bit. Only Yi Futian and the Wu tribe cultivators' glory was still shining brightly. On the battlefield, the two cultivators were locked in furious combat. Although Yin Tianjiao had cultivated many powerful flames of the way, she seemed to have integrated all of them into her attack spells. She was bursting with power as she launched her attacks. Saint Juyo's disciple's Black Lotus Karma fire was incredibly strong, but it seemed almost insignificant when facing Yin Tianjiao. In the end, Yin Tianjiao defeated Saint Juyo's disciple and made it to the end of the contest. The glory of the Raven tribe dimmed while the Zhu tribe's glory brightened. The light of the sun fell upon the two remaining tribes, the Zhu tribe and the Wu tribe. It also shone high up into the clouds. What was hard for people to accept was that the two remaining cultivators were from the Zhu and Wu tribes. These two tribes were very close and were practically allied. Now they had both made it to the end. Did that not seem a little strange? Would they really fight each other now? Yi Futian was still busy refining his will. He sat with eyes shut, cultivating. He seemed to have not seen the conclusion of Yin Tianjiao's battle. The Zhu tribe cultivator's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. "Lord Yi," he said, "I will have a great gift of thanks for you when we return. Why don't we let this battle end here, all right?" He hoped that Yi Futian would give up. Yin Tianjiao was very strong, but if they could win this without a fight, everything would be settled. The fact that Yi Futian was still there made him an unknown factor. If he had been able to defeat Prince Duan Wuji, who could say that he would certainly lose to the princess of Emperor Wu, who had cultivated in the Crimson Dragon realm? End it here. Yi Futian looked at the cultivator of the Zhu tribe. "The elder of the Wu tribe placed his trust in me and asked me to fight this battle. I've already come this far, how can I give up? I must give it my all." The Zhu tribe cultivator frowned. He was a bit upset with this reply. The Wu tribe cultivator looked at him, then to Yi Futian, and said, "Both of them are powerful figures, and so it would be good to watch a battle between the two of them. Why don't we just let them fight?" The Zhu tribe cultivator frowned. This man from the Wu tribe seemed to have his own ideas. Was it because Yi Futian's strength had given him confidence, and thus thoughts of total victory had been born in his mind? "What are you thinking, Wu Yong?" asked the Zhu tribe cultivator coldly. The other cultivators of the Zhu tribe also swept their gazes over the people from the Wu tribe. Coldness flashed in their eyes. Were they trying to stand up for themselves? Boom. At that moment, a wild flame aura swept out. Yi Futian ignored the Zhu tribe cultivator. He directly unleashed his power as he sped towards Yin Tianjiao. He was prepared to fight. As for the Zhu tribe cultivator's exhortations, how could he obey them? Why had he even come here? Would he give up when he was only a step away? "Please enlighten me." Wild flames rolled towards Yin Tianjiao as the great path furnace burned everything. Yin Tianjiao waited for it patiently, staring at Yi Futian. In a flash, a ringing sound came from her, and she blazed as brightly as the sun. Her radiance was frightening. Boom. Her wild aura shot up into the clouds. She seemed like a goddess of war. Divine light shot up into the sky as she gazed at Yi Futian's onrushing figure. Great path-binding power descended. It was spatial will that sought to freeze her in place. But Yin Tianjiao stepped forward with no thought of retreat. She seemed about to trample upon Yi Futian's body. A giant palm print materialized before her and slammed out towards him. The battle had broken out in an instant. There was a dark look on the Zhu tribe cultivator's face. He watched Yi Futian with unkind eyes, but soon, he was watching the whole battle. This battle was extremely important. The idea to have the Wu tribe invite Yi Futian on this trip to the ruins had originally been theirs. When the Wu tribe had seen Yi Futian's strength, they decided to gamble with him. He would watch and see. If Yi Futian was defeated at Yin Tianjiao's hands, how would the Wu clan cultivators deal with him? And even if he won, would the Wu clan cultivators be able to take all of the Zhu clan cultivators? Two figures collided wildly atop of Sun Castle. Two figures collided wildly atop of Sun Castle. Yi Futian was bathed in the sun's fire. He turned into a furnace tripod, and ancient characters surrounded him, refining all his power and integrating it into his body. He let loose a powerful attack. Yin Tianjiao was a princess of Emperor Wu's realm and was a Renhuang cultivator. It was apparent how powerful she was in combat. She had also inherited Emperor Wu's talent, and her attack spells were overpowering. She integrated the fire of the Great Path into her attacks. At that moment, the fire merged with the martial will exploding from her body. But it was different than it had been with Shi-chan. Shi-chan had transformed into the divine body of 9 suns, but that had just been like borrowing the might of the sun. But Yin Tianjiao had transformed into a goddess of war. Burning flames wrapped around her, and she borrowed the might of the entire world. Her every strike and her every movement was filled with destructive power. At that moment, Yin Tianjiao raised her fist and pressed it down towards Yi Futian. She was powerful and overwhelming. Her attack, the Nirvana handprint of unblemished flames, covered the sky and shook the very as it slammed towards Yi Futian. The wave of flames swept out, giving off a shrieking sound. Yi Futian activated the deed of thought comprehension, and took the flames into his own body, as he had turned into a great furnace. He also raised his fist and stepped forward with the footwork of Shen Yuan. The air trembled along with the great path. He thrust forward with overlapping Huangting fist wills, and his attack slammed into the palm print that covered the sky. A rumbling noise rang out, and the hand print trembled as cracks appeared in it. It then collapsed. But Yin Tianjiao's attacks did not stop. She continued forward and struck out with both fists at the same time. Her long robe was bathed in flames. She looked majestic and powerful. She slammed out her fists like a martial goddess, and her flaming palm print flattened everything in its path. The two of them slammed together, and a destructive airflow swept out at their terrifying collision. There was a loud bang, and they both retreated. Yi Futian's gaze was fixed on his opponent. He was a little surprised that a woman could attack so powerfully. No wonder she had been able to enter the regional palace to cultivate. He wondered if she had fought with Yu Sheng there. Yin Tianjiao felt her heart quaking. She had not been able to beat Yi Futian, and he was even directly attacking her. This guy was just like that B***starred from the regional palace. He was simply a monster. Moreover, he seemed to have a similar power to her own in that he could integrate the power of flames into his attacks. Either way, this showdown between them was not getting anywhere. She looked at Yi Futian, and her blood boiled. The blood of Ren Huang flowed through her veins. The light from an even more powerful flame shot up into the sky. Divine fire seemed to wrap around her as dazzling flame light pulsated. It was like a divine golden fire was burning her body and making her aura even more powerful. An even wilder aura swept out from her. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. Yin Tianjiao's aura was increasing and becoming stronger. It was as if the flames of the way within her were improving her combat ability. Golden flames shot out of her eyes and pierced towards Yi Futian's. In that instant, Yi Futian felt terrible divine flames burning in his mind that sought to extinguish his spiritual willpower. Whoosh! Yin Tianjiao stepped forward, and the divine flames that wrapped around her body transformed into a fiery war goddess with many arms. The goddess thrust out her fists towards Yi Futian, destroying the very air as they covered him in blows. There was a look of pain in Yi Futian's eyes. He looked up at the oncoming fists, and a terrible fiery airflow swept out from him. At that moment, horrifying divine fire shot out from his eyes. He looked at Yin Tianjiao, and she seemed to see an incomparably huge fiery god of war. The scene was somewhat familiar to her. Intense sunlight fell from the sky. It was as if the sun itself was on fire. The flames fell on Yi Futian's body, making the flames that were already around him become stronger and stronger. All the cultivators from the 9 great tribes were looking at him, and their hearts were trembling. They also seemed to feel a familiar aura. The Renhuang flames of the way, they all said as they watched him. Had this guy refined many Renhuang flames of the way and integrated them into his body for his own use? Yin Tianjiao's flames of the way could also be called Renhuang flames of the way. Her father, Emperor Wu, was Renhuang, and her talent had come from him. But even so, she had only been able to gradually display her power as her cultivation became stronger. No matter what, her flames of the way should have been stronger than the ones that Yi Futian had refined. After all, she had directly inherited them from her father, whereas Yi Futian had obtained them later. However, the aura that burst forth from Yi Futian now was not weaker than hers in the least. In addition, Ren Huang will burned within it. It was as if he was using the power of these ruins. The intense light of the sun shone down on him. Boom! A wild burst of will swept out as Yi Futian's furnace swallowed up the flames around him. His body became tall and mighty. It was as if Emperor Kwa had come down into the world. He raised his fist and grabbed at the air. Huge palm prints slammed into the onrushing fists, shattering them completely. He stepped forward, and the very air trembled. The great path roared as fire shot out of his eyes, colliding with the golden fire that was coming from Yin Tianjiao's. The two colossal powers clashed. Yin Tianjiao's expression changed. She stepped towards Futian. Beneath the flames, she was like a goddess, beautiful beyond compare. Futian stepped forward at the same time and thrust his fist out. A furnace tripod of the heavenly great path appeared in his hand, formed from the flames of the way. The flames within him poured into it and then swept out towards Yin Tianjiao. Yin Tianjiao swept her divine golden flames downward and turned into a divine phoenix. She and many other sacred beasts of flame charged forward. But the divine furnace was growing larger and larger, and it swallowed them all up. The fiery divine beasts shrieked as they were shattered within it. They could not break out. Boom! The fiery divine beasts all melted within the furnace. Yin Tianjiao went pale. The terrifying furnace continued to swallow them all up, and endless divine flames shrieked forward, but they could not destroy it. It was as if the furnace was formed of Renhuang fire, and thus was able to consume all their flame will. The great path had formed this furnace, and it could refine all the flames of heaven and earth. Futian stepped forward and slapped the furnace through the air towards Yin Tianjiao. It pressed towards her, and she raised both her hands to block it, but it swallowed up the flames that were upon her. She was sent flying back by its continuous pressure, and she spat up a mouthful of blood. Her face was ashen. Futian continued forward with not a hint of regard for her safety. He once again pressed the furnace towards her, continuing his attack on her. She was slammed to the ground. She was finally no longer able to bear it. She lay sprawled on the ground with crimson blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Futian's figure flashed, and he descended before her. He began to walk towards her. Upon the walls of Sun Castle, the Zhu tribe cultivator's face was held hard as iron. Yin Tianjiao had actually been defeated at Futian's hands. Of all the 9 tribes, it had actually been the Wu tribe's Futian who had made it to the end and had defeated all opponents. Lord Yi, called the Zhu tribe cultivator. Futian looked at him, then continued forward, ignoring him. All the cultivators of the 9 tribes were watching him. They were speechless. The Zhu tribe cultivator could not change this outcome. Futian had no intention of conceding. He walked up to Yin Tianjiao and cut the flame will from her. Sunlight streamed down from high up in the sky. Upon the walls of Sun Castle, 9 beams of radiance seemed to merge into one. It fell upon Futian. Golden light wrapped around him and covered the vast area. The will of the great path flowed down along with the sunlight, making Futian's aura stronger and stronger. He seemed to resonate with the sun, and the two of them became one. Not only that, but of the cultivators standing guard on Sun Castle, only those of the Wu tribe's bloodline shone brightly as well. The cultivators from the other 8 tribes dimmed. It seemed as if their auras had been swallowed up by the sun and given to this one man. Wu Yong turned his gaze towards a figure standing guard upon the castle walls. The sun shone brightly upon him as he strode towards Futian. Do not resist. He will help you open the gate to the ancestral lands, Wu Yong said to Futian. The figure walked towards Futian, then entered directly into his body, seeming to turn into a beam of fire. It seemed as if the cultivators upon the castle walls were not real, but were formed of pure will. Futian's golden light grew brighter and brighter, and the refinement of flames of the way within him sped up. The light of brilliant flames covered Sun Castle. A beam of terrifying light shot forward towards the gate to the ancestral lands. The sun, Futian's body, and the gate to the ancestral lands all shone brightly one after the other. Even under the light of the terrible golden fire, the gate did not budge. Even as it was heated until it became red hot, it still stood firm. Open it, then we can go to the ancestral lands, said Wu Yong from beside Futian. He hoped that Futian could complete this final step and open the gate that led to the ancestral lands. The cultivators of the 9 great tribes all watched Futian. They did not know whether or not he could accomplish this final task and enter the ancestral land. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. There seemed to be a massive matrix atop Sun Castle. There seemed to be a massive matrix atop Sun Castle. At this point, the sun's fire was not divided into 9 rays, but instead, all of it was falling upon Futian and helping him refine the gate to the ancestral lands. Flames burned beneath the brilliant matrix that was formed from the light of the sun. Everyone around them stepped back due to their terrible power and would not dare to draw any nearer. The cultivators of the 9 great tribes and the 8 other people that they had invited with them were all staring at Futian and the gate. The cultivators from the Wu clan were watching closely, especially Wu Yong. His heart was pounding fast. Wu Yong may have invited Futian twice, but in reality, he would have never thought that the Lord of Qianye City could refine the flames of the Wei and defeat all his opponents, especially Yin Tianjiao, the daughter of Emperor Wu, and Duan Wuji. But now he had succeeded. He naturally hoped that Futian would go even further and open up the gate to the ancestral lands, letting them set foot there. Over the years, any tribe that managed to enter the ancestral lands became much stronger, and their power would increase by leaps and bounds. They naturally did not want to miss their chance. The reason that the Wu tribe had attached themselves to the Zhou tribe was both tribes' power was gradually increasing. When facing external threats, the 9 tribes acted as one, but they would also struggle and compete against each other. Each of the 9 tribes was ambitious. They each wanted to unify the 9 tribes and become their leader. However, without entering the Renhuang plain, it would be challenging to make the other 8 tribes listen to orders and obey them. But even if they could not unify the 9 tribes, they would still increase their power by entering the ancestral lands. Wu Yong would no longer need to look at that Zhou tribe cultivator's face, nor listen to his orders. As he thought of this, Wu Yong watched closely. He hoped Futian could do it. Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao were watching Futian as well. They had all heard of the ruins of Emperor Kwa. It was said that every time they were opened, people would go there to undergo trials. Part of the reason was so that they could become stronger. For people who refined flames of the Wei, the path of refining did not allow you to advance to the next level directly. They must first deepen their understanding of flames. But more importantly, it was rumored that Emperor Kwa had left something behind in the ruins. Those who went to the ancestral lands would have a chance to find and inherit it. Of course, very few people had been able to go there in the past. No one had ever heard of anyone finding whatever it was that Emperor Kwa had left behind. Thus, people still came here. But none of them expected that they would not be able to pass through the gate, as Futian overtook them. Now they could only be observers. Both Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao thought that given Futian's talent, he had a chance of opening the gate. After all, they thought of themselves as quite outstanding, and Futian had beaten them using flames, so they naturally had to admit the extent of his power. At that moment, there was a divine matrix formed of sunlight in front of Sun Castle. The sunlight helped Futian refine the flames, and his aura began to rise wildly, becoming extremely strong. It seemed to be helping him reach the peak of the divine path and refine all the flames that he had seized from his opponents. It was not only the matrix that was helping him. The figure that had entered into his body previously had turned into a brilliant flame of the Wei and was assisting him as well. At that moment, Futian had reached the extreme limits of his power. He could even fight with someone at the nirvana level. Of course, most of it was power that came from outside him, and it was just there to help him open the gate. The sun's flames shot towards the gate to the ancestral lands and covered it. However, the gate did not budge. It stood there firmly, and the flames of the great path could not melt it. Futian wildly refined the will within him. He could even feel that the figure that had entered him was at the nirvana level and was refining fire as well. At that moment, he felt that he was at the absolute center of all the fire of the great path in the area. He was drawing in all the power of heaven and earth to try and melt the gate. But he was still unable to do it. Time passed slowly, and Futian still sat in the center of the matrix, bathed in the sun's divine fire. He did not stop for a moment. No one tried to hurry him up. The cultivators of the 9 tribes stood there watching. All of them were at the saint level and thus were very patient. At this point, there was no need to be hasty. The cultivators who had been defeated in battle did not leave either. They stood there watching as well. Several days passed in what seemed like the blink of an eye. However, Nothing changed. The flames within Yi Futian's body became stronger, but the gate was not affected in the slightest. It seemed to be an eternal gate that would never open. Yi Futian's eyes were shut tight. He was thinking about what the problem could be. He had taken all the flames from the matrix. If that were enough to open the gate, it would have done so by now. But the gate had not opened. So, where was the problem coming from? Emperor Qua's flames of the way. When Yi Futian thought of this, lines of fire entered the furnace that his body had formed and into his will. In his mind, a fiery god of war stood between heaven and earth, devouring all the flames. Yi Futian's will moved, drawing upon the power of the matrix, and began to refine Emperor Qua's flames of the way. Time continued to pass. When one reached the saint level, cultivation could take a long time. Yi Futian refined for 10 days without realizing it. Some of the people there thought about leaving, but stayed anyway, sitting there cross-legged as they cultivated. The cultivators of the 9 tribes were used to this. They were aware of what the gate to the ancestral land was like. It was not easy to open. Even within the 9 tribes, no one could open it. That was why they came here all the time and relied on the power of outsiders to open it. That showed how difficult it was. Yi Futian's perception of the will was getting stronger and stronger. He had already refined quite a bit. In his perception, he seemed to have transformed into a fiery god of war. A figure was coalescing in the furnace of the great path and was gradually growing larger. This figure looked like Yi Futian, but it was just an illusion formed of the fire of the great path. Its body grew bigger and swallowed up all the fire in the area. Up in the sky, the sunlight grew stronger and changed even more than it had before. It seemed as if the sun's fire would flow along the bridge of heaven and earth to the fiery god of war. Time passed, and the flames burned in the sky. Above the figure that had been formed from will, the firelight reached the sky and merged into the world itself. A powerful burst of will shot through the world. Gradually, Yi Futian became able to perceive the whole ruins. After some time, everything in his perception changed. He seemed to see an incomparably immense figure. It was just like when he had just come to the ruins, but it had become much clearer. There was a huge face in the sky, and the brilliant sun seemed to be its eye. The crimson clouds were its hair, and the vast ruins seemed to be its body, and the fiery magma was its blood. It seemed as if these ruins had been integrated into a god, or rather, these ruins were, in fact, a god. Is that Emperor Qua? Yi Futian wondered this. Heaven and earth seemed to change colors as the whole ruins were dyed red. The sun matrix's power reached its limits, and the figure of the god of war that was formed from flames seemed like it would swallow up the whole sun. There was endless fire everywhere, and it all turned into nourishment for the figure. Rays of divine light shot towards the gate and finally slammed against it with loud bangs. The gate gradually began to change. It looked like it was melting. The entire gate gradually became transparent. It's opened. The Wu tribe cultivator's eyes were bright. Yi Futian had done it. He had opened the gate to the ancestral lands. Wu Yong clenched his fists. Although he was an unblemished saint, he was still obviously very excited by this. He had not expected this stroke of luck that he had invited someone able to open the gate to the ancestral lands. He looked up into the crimson sky and felt his heart pounding. The Wu tribe would finally have a chance to enter the ancestral lands. Lord Yi, the gate to the ancestral lands is open. Please let us, the members of the Wu clan, enter. You may enter as well, but do not let anyone else, Wu Yong said to Yi Futian. Very well, answered Yi Futian. Wu Yong looked around at everyone else and saw a powerful figure standing next to him. It was the elder of the Wu tribe. He looked at the other tribes and said, "This time, it is the Wu tribe who will enter the ancestral lands." On saying this, the whole tribe started forward. The other 8 tribes did not move. This was the agreement that the 9 tribes had had for many years, and they would continue to follow it. Moreover, right now, Yi Futian was controlling the gate to the ancestral lands with help from the Matrix. At this point, it could be said that Yi Futian was at the extreme limit of his power, and could even kill someone who had reached nirvana. He was the one whom the Wu tribe had invited, and thus the Wu tribe had earned the right to enter the ancestral lands. Open! Yi Futian opened his eyes, and terrifying light flashed in them. A fiery hole appeared in the gate to the ancestral lands. The Wu tribe walked forward, entered within it. Once they had all entered, Yi Futian flashed over there and transformed into a beam of fiery light that shot inside. In the next moment, the matrix at Sun Castle disappeared. Everything returned to the way it was before. The gate to the ancestral lands solidified once again. It was closed. Everything was calm once again. The Zhu tribe cultivator had an icy look on his face. ****, spat the burly figure. The Wu tribe had betrayed them. If the Wu tribe had obeyed their orders, then the one to open the gate to the ancestral lands would have been Yin Tianjiao. Should we leave, or should we wait? Asked Duan Wuji. His voice was calm. There was no joy or sorrow in it. It was if this was all perfectly ordinary. We will stay here. You can all leave if you want to, said the Zhong tribe cultivator. Is it all right if we stay and cultivate here for a while? Asked Yin Tianjiao. The Zhu tribe cultivator nodded. Of course. Duan Wuji looked at Yin Tianjiao, then smiled. He had had no intention of leaving, so he stayed as well. The gate to the ancestral lands had opened. None of them knew what would happen there. After Yi Futian and the others entered, they looked forward and saw a stairway off in the distance that went up into the sky. The end of the staircase seemed to be the place where the sun rested, the highest point of Sun Castle. The Wu clan cultivators waited for Yi Futian up ahead. The elder watched Yi Futian walking over. Many thoughts were racing through his mind. At this point, Yi Futian no longer had the blessing of the matrix. But an incredible aura still flowed over him. What had he just gained? After opening the gate to the ancestral lands, would he be the only one who had the chance to get whatever it was the Emperor Kwa had left behind? Yi Futian felt the elder's eyes on him but kept his own eyes forward. He looked extremely calm, but he felt a keen sense of determination. This whole scene made his heart tremble slightly and gave rise to a sense of vigilance within him. This elder of the Wu clan had never spoken to him. Could it be that he had some ideas of his own? For him to pull down the bridge after crossing the river would be nothing new. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Have you gained anything from this, Lord Yi? The Wu tribe elder asked Yi Futian. There was a faint smile on his face, and it did not look like he had any ulterior motives. Have you gained anything from this, Lord Yi? The Wu tribe elder asked Yi Futian. There was a faint smile on his face, and it did not look like he had any ulterior motives. I have been able to refine a lot of will, and have felt Emperor Kwa's majesty. I have benefited a lot, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. The Wu tribe elder nodded with a smile. Thank you for allowing us to come here to the ancestral lands. Without you, we would have never had this chance. No need to be so polite, elder, replied Yi Futian with a smile. As far as I am concerned, I have also gained a lot from this. So I must also thank you for inviting me. The Wu tribe elder smiled at that, then looked ahead. At that moment, Wu Yong was coming over. Elder, Lord Yi, he said, let's go up and take a look. All right. Something flashed across the Wu tribe elder's face as he looked forward. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yi Futian walked forward up the stairway, going higher and higher. It looked like he was walking right into the sun. Lord Yi, did you learn anything about what we might find in the ancestral lands from the Matrix? Asked the Wu tribe elder as he stared up the stairs. My perception has covered the entire area, but other than at the very top, I can't find anything. I did, said Yi Futian with a nod. A sharp look flashed in the Wu tribe elder's eyes, but when he turned to look at Yi Futian, his gaze returned to normal. His eyes were warm and calm. Was it the thing that Emperor Kwa left behind? He asked. Yi Futian shook his head and said, it was a marvelous feeling. Previously, the power of the Matrix poured into my body, and I felt that my body could resonate with the ancestral lands themselves. I feel that a secret way of opening up the ancestral lands can be found at the top. Let's go and see. The Wu tribe elder looked at Yi Futian, then nodded and said, "Very well. Since you were able to come here, Lord Yi, you must also be able to unlock the secrets of the ancestral lands. I will wait here and see. The Wu tribe thanks you deeply. If you ever need anything in the future, you only have to ask us." "Thank you, elder," said Yi Futian with a smile. A group of them continued forward. "You were able to overcome all those heroes," said Wu Yong to Yi Futian. "Your future is definitely bright. Unfortunately, the 9 great tribes of Emperor Kwa have no one left within them who is as powerful as you are. Otherwise, given your accomplishments with the flames of the way, we might truly have a chance to truly become Emperor Kwa's heirs." "You are too kind, elder," said Yi Futian with a smile. They continued forward. They eventually came to the top of the stairway. A blazing will descended upon them. The sun was directly overhead and seemed to be very close to them. This was clearly not the sun of the Crimson Dragon Realm, but instead was the sun of the ancestral lands. "Look over there." Wu Yong looked at the place directly below the sun. There seemed to be a magical matrix pattern there. "I will go and look. Perhaps we will find the secret of the ancestral lands there," said Yi Futian. He flashed over there and descended within the matrix. He sat down cross-legged within it. Sunlight fell from the sky, and he was instantly swallowed up by it. Divine light was shining all over him. His body was bathed in endless flames. The great path drew upon the power of heaven and earth. The matrix lit up bit by bit until it was incredibly bright. In a flash, Yi Futian's whole body was covered by the incomparably bright light from the matrix. Radiance continued to fall from the sun. At that moment, many thoughts were running through Yi Futian's mind. "How is it going, Lord Yi?" called the Wu tribe elder. Yi Futian kept his eyes closed, and seemed not to hear what he said. "Lord Yi." The Wu tribe elder's voice grew much louder, shaking Yi Futian's eardrums. Yi Futian opened his eyes, and the Wu tribe elder asked, "How is it going?" "There is an inheritance here, left by Emperor Kwa. Please do not disturb me for a while, and let me perceive this area in peace," Yi Futian said to the Wu tribe elder. The Wu tribe elder's pupils dilated, and his gaze became extremely sharp. There was an inheritance here that Emperor Kwa had left behind. As he watched Yi Futian, a thought appeared in his mind. Why should this inheritance not go to him and his tribe, rather than to an outsider? After all, Yi Futian was just a guest that they had invited to help them fight, not a true cultivator of the 9 tribes. Moreover, he had just claimed that he had felt the thing that Emperor Kwa had left behind. This was undoubtedly very exciting, especially to the elder of the Wu tribe. It was indeed a very great temptation. As he thought of this, the Wu tribe elder walked towards Yi Futian and said, "Lord Yi, can I feel it with you?" Yi Futian nodded. "Very well. As you please, elder." The elder of the Wu tribe walked into the matrix and could suddenly clearly sense the power of this will. It seemed that Emperor Kwa had indeed left his flames of the way in the sun, and they were falling here continuously. The Wu tribe elder stood amid the flames of the way. Lines of will were falling on him and piercing directly into his mind. Divine light covered his body. This was an incredibly mystical experience. It was like he was touching the inheritance of the great path. But Yi Futian was at the center of the matrix, and so the will falling towards the Wu tribe elder was clearly a bit less. He turned his eyes towards Yi Futian, and his gaze became very sharp. He was thinking that whenever one of the 9 tribes went to the ancestral lands, their power increased greatly when they returned. Could it be that they had personally felt the will that Emperor Kwa had left behind here? It was highly possible. Yi Futian and the others who had previously come to the ancestral lands were all outsiders after all. They had only come to help. If there was something useful here, they should naturally give it up to the members of the tribe. Moreover, if there really was a secret in the ancestral lands, was it necessary to abandon future opportunities for the 9 tribes by letting outsiders uncover them? The 9 tribes had fought for many years, but no matter what, they were all of the same bloodline. Thinking of this, he said, "Can I sit where you are sitting, Lord Yi, so that I might better feel it?" Yi Futian looked up at him. The Wu tribe cultivators were all stunned as they watched their elder. Wu Yong's expression changed. The elder had his own ideas. He wanted to take the inheritance for his own, rather than letting Yi Futian have it. And why shouldn't he? This was the ancestral land of the 9 tribes after all, and this was what had been left behind by Emperor Kwa. Emperor Kwa must have created these ancestral lands. He naturally understood why the elder wanted to be the one to obtain the inheritance. It was just that in doing so, they would be betraying Yi Futian. Elder, let Lord Yi cultivate for a bit. These are the ancestral lands, after all, and Lord Yi was the one who opened them, called Wu Yong. He had invited Yi Futian to help the Wu tribe. It was not his wish to betray him. Moreover, Yi Futian was an outstanding talent and had an extraordinary background. Maintaining good relations with him was the best choice. If they betrayed him, it would bring them trouble later. After all, Yi Futian had unlimited potential. Unless... Wu Yong's heart raced. He looked at the elder, and his expression changed again. Could it be that the elder had murderous intentions? Did he want to cut out the problem at its root? Yi Futian had unlimited potential, but right now, he was very weak. If they killed him now, it would undoubtedly offend Emperor Xia's realm. But, outsider emperors could not come to the Crimson Dragon realm and unleash their power. As for the Nirvana-level cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm, if they dared to send an army against them, they would have to face the 9 tribes. Their battle array was not far inferior to that of Emperor Xia's realm. If Emperor Xia wanted to defeat them, how much power would he have to expend? Moreover, the elder probably thought that if he took the inheritance, then his own power and right to speak among the 9 tribes would grow as well. Wu Yong's guess was correct. At that moment, the Wu tribe elder had murderous intent within his heart. The talent that Yi Futian had displayed made him think that rather than form a bad relationship with him, it would be better to cut him down now, ending the matter forever. As a figure at the Nirvana level, his will was firm, but he also pursued his goals with a ruthless heart. Yi Futian looked at Wu Yong. He was a little surprised by the elder's request. He saw him walking towards as if he had not heard Wu Yong, and he said to Yi Futian, "What do you think, Lord Yi?" Yi Futian swept his gaze over him, and the light of the matrix became even more brilliant. Divine fire fell from the sun. In a flash, it was like the flames of the apocalypse were descending. Boom! Suddenly, a look of shock came over the Wu tribe elder's face. He was sent flying back as the descending flames slammed into him. His body began to burn. The matrix around him filled the air. Everything was flames. Yi Futian. The Wu tribe elder swept his gaze over Yi Futian. Could he control the fire of the sun? A pair of eyes seemed to appear in the shifting clouds, looking like 2 great suns. They were vast beyond compare, like the eyes of Emperor Kwa. They looked at the Wu tribe elder. He felt that his body was burning up and that he had no control over it. He retreated with a horrified expression on his face. A booming sound rang out as flames covered everything. It was a devastating divine fire that could destroy everything. "You tricked me." The Wu tribe elder gave a pitiful cry as his body burned up. "From the beginning, I've only let you see what I wanted you to see," said Yi Futian coldly. "Even the inheritance was like this. We came here, but I am the master of this place." The Wu tribe cultivator shot into the sky, trying to escape, but his arms burned away into nothing. A look of absolute terror came into his eyes. When he looked up in the sky, he could only see a horrifying imperial face. "Please spare me, Lord Yi," he cried. "Kill him," Yi Futian spat in a cold, emotionless voice. The fire of the Great Path continued to fall. The Wu tribe elder's aura swept out at maximum power, but it was no use. His body burned away to nothing under the fire of Ren Huang. The Wu tribe cultivators all looked shocked. They trembled as they beheld this scene, with hearts beating wildly. They were shaken by how fast it had all happened. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance across the disappearing figure. There was no emotion in his eyes. A Nirvana-level cultivator had tried to deceive him, but he had only managed to reveal his ambitions and be destroyed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian was still sitting there, cross-legged. He had not moved at all, but the elder of the Wu tribe, a Nirvana-level cultivator, had disappeared. Futian was still sitting there, cross-legged. He had not moved at all, but the elder of the Wu tribe, a Nirvana-level cultivator, had disappeared. The sun was high in the air Futian's head. A huge face had appeared in the sky, and as the cultivators of the Wu tribe looked at it, they felt their hearts tremble. It was the face of Emperor Kwa. Emperor Kwa had rebuilt the ancestral lands. This part of the ancestral lands had been left behind for the 9 great tribes to use. If they could obtain it, it would be a great advantage for them. The thing was, few in the 9 great tribes had been able to pass Emperor Kwa's test and open the gate to the ancestral lands. This was why they found themselves in the situation they were in now. Futian had come to claim the inheritance, and the elder of the Wu tribe had gotten greedy. At that moment, conflicted expressions were playing across the faces of the Wu tribe cultivators. They were all top figures within their tribe. The elder had had his reasons for what he had done, but from Futian's point of view, the elder had tried to kill him, and so he had naturally had to eliminate the threat. They had not wanted their cooperation with Futian to end up like this. Them being able to open the gate to the ancestral lands was really a happy accident. They would have a chance to revive the Wu tribe. But greed was inherent to human beings, and so now they wanted more. This had made it so that at this moment, their very lives were in Futian's hands, not to mention the revival of their tribe. It could be that Futian would wipe them all out with one fell swoop at the slightest provocation. At that moment, Futian was watching the cultivators of the Wu tribe. There was a great sense of tension throughout the whole area. A voice suddenly rang out. The elder of the Wu tribe acted impulsively and was killed by Runhuang's flames of the Wei when he tried to claim the inheritance. Futian turned and looked at the one who had spoken. It was Wu Yong. Wu Yong clasped his hands and bowed to Futian, saying, "Lord Yi, you opened the gate to the ancestral lands, making you Emperor Kwa's heir. We in the Wu tribe will always be your friends." The other cultivators of the Wu tribe all looked at Wu Yong. Those of the 9 great tribes who came to the ruins were all top figures. Even if they were not elders, they had still cultivated for a long time and had become very strong. But there were very few of them. They naturally understood that Wu Yong was trying to avoid a threatening situation for the Wu tribe. The elder had tried to do away with Futian, which had led to this awful situation. What would Futian do? Futian had just slain their elder very decisively. If he could kill one of them that easily, he could do the same to 10 of them. After we leave, we will summon the 9 great tribes and announce that the elder was consumed by Runhuang's flames of the Wei due to his impulsive actions, chimed in another cultivator beside him. His desire to survive this was quite strong. "Lord Yi, I understand why you just did what you did. You had no choice but to do it. Everyone here is an elder of the tribe, and none of us are in the elder's direct bloodline. As an elder of the tribe, I can control the rest of them," Wu Yong said to Futian. "So, please do not worry, Lord Yi." Futian looked at Wu Yong. His eyes were filled with the light of divine fire. Boom! High up in the sky, the fire of the sun descended, and a giant phantom appeared. It seemed to be the image of Emperor Kwa. He merged into the sun, and flames fell to the ground from him. In a flash, Wu Yong was covered. The cultivators of the Wu tribe were all stunned. Wu Yong's expression also changed slightly. He looked up at Futian and cried, "Lord Yi." Wu Yong's voice resonated throughout the area as he stared at Futian. He seemed to have shown his attitude and disposition. He did not try to escape. The light of the terrible flames covered Wu Yong's body. The Wu tribe cultivators' hearts beat wildly. However, Wu Yong was still standing there. He did not move. The terrible scene that they had been imagining did not occur. Wu Yong's body was not burned, and the flames of the Wei entered into him. Will was flowing down from the figure of Emperor Kwa up in the sky and going into Wu Yong's mind. At that moment, Wu Yong felt that he had received a great gift from the Great Path, one that had been imparted by Emperor Kwa. If the elder of the Wu tribe had not acted against me earlier, then I would have given the inheritance of the ancestral lands to him. After all, these are the 9 great tribes' ancestral lands, said Yi Futian indifferently. The cultivators of the Wu tribe felt like they were in a dream. They breathed a sigh of relief, but their expressions were still conflicted. Yi Futian had been the one to open the gate to the ancestral lands and was the one who had the right to receive Emperor Kwa's inheritance. He could give it to whoever he wanted. That was how those few tribes that had come here before had been able to become so powerful. The elder had died for nothing. He died because of his greed. If he had not had that often idea, Yi Futian would have helped him. But since Yi Futian had guessed what he was thinking, that he was purposely plotting against him, it had led to his fall. A Nirvana-level cultivator had died for nothing. They all sighed inwardly. It was truly tragic. Previously, you all saw that this was not what I wished. I grant what Emperor Kwa left behind to Senior Wu Yong. If he wishes to give it to someone else after this, that is his affair. From now on, Wu Yong should be in charge of the Wu tribe, Yi Futian said to everyone. Wu Yong was an elder of the Wu tribe, and now the inheritance had been passed on to him. Now he would be able to lead the Wu tribe even better. Wu Yong was stunned when he heard what Yi Futian said. But the one beside him said, he is worthy of bearing the position of elder. The others all said the same thing one by one. Wu Yong nodded, not shirking his responsibility. This must have been fated to happen. The brilliant light of the flames flowed through Wu Yong's mind, but it stopped after a while. When Wu Yong opened his eyes, fire seemed to flash in them. He bowed to Yi Futian and said, "Thank you, Lord Yi." "You should go and cultivate, elder," said Yi Futian, already calling him elder. "Very well." Wu Yong nodded, then turned and walked to the front of the gathered Wu tribe cultivators. "We will go somewhere else to cultivate," he said. "Yes, elder." Everyone followed Wu Yong away. They walked down the stairs. They took care not to disturb Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them. How much of the inheritance Wu Yong was willing to pass on was his own business. He closed his eyes and began to sense the great path. At that moment, there was only one man left atop Sun Castle. He sat with legs crossed beneath the sun. High up in the sky, there was also a massive figure. This scene could be seen from far away. It was incredibly astonishing. Endless will flowed down, descending upon Yi Futian's body. Besides the law power that Emperor Kwa had given him, the scene that he beheld was growing clearer and clearer. It was the figure of Emperor Kwa. It seemed that these ruins had turned into him. His perception spread out throughout the ruins, expanding the range he could sense. As he stretched out his perception, the fire flowed towards him. Could it be that there was something else hidden here besides Emperor Kwa's inheritance? It was that previously no one had been able to find it, otherwise, nothing would have happened. He sat there, calmly, perceiving, letting his thoughts spread out. Time passed slowly. The Wu tribe cultivators were cultivating at the foot of the stairway. Wu Yong's aura was the strongest. Some of the others looked up at Yi Futian and saw that the sun was growing redder and redder. Crimson clouds streamed through the sky. They wondered if Yi Futian would be able to find whatever it was that Emperor Kwa had left behind besides his inheritance. Could he find the secret of the ancestral lands? Or maybe the 9 great tribes had been wrong all these years, and there was no secret of the ancestral lands at all. Maybe Emperor Kwa had only left his inheritance here and waited for people to come and claim it. They did not know if this trip would end up being a blessing or a curse. Whoosh! A powerful aura exploded from Wu Yong, and divine light covered his body. Strange light shot up into the clouds. The cultivators of the Wu tribe looked on in fascination. Wu Yong's aura was already at the level of an unblemished saint. Perhaps he would have the chance to reach the Nirvana level before long. Outside the gate to the ancestral lands, no one had left yet. They were still waiting there. No one knew what was going on inside. They could only imagine. However, they could all faintly feel the flame will all around them, flowing towards the gate to the ancestral lands. A long time passed. Yi Futian was still cultivating at the top of Sun Castle. His thoughts seemed to cover all of the ruins. These ruins formed the figure of Emperor Kwa. He could faintly feel a strange aura in the sun at the peak of the ruins. Up in the sky, there was an incomparably brilliant sphere among the sun's flames, which was slowly rotating. There was a powerful aura within it. Rays of light shone out from within it and stretched out into the distance. They covered the whole ruins. What is this? A thought flashed in Futian's mind. His will and his perception floated towards it, trying to enter in. But once they got close, it turned into nothingness. There was no way to touch the depths of the sun. The terrifying thought surged wildly. It melded into Emperor Kwa's will, broke its shackles, and continued to penetrate the core of the sun. Futian saw flames bursting from the brilliant sphere within the sun. They shot out all over the ruins. It seemed that the source of the fire of the Great Path was here. At that moment, Futian's life spirit, the world tree, began to sway. He felt something. It made his heart tremble. This had also happened when he had run into Feishue. Could this be a treasure like the one that resided within Feishue? There was a rustling sound in his life palace as he thought of the way that he had helped Feishue. The world tree began to spread outward. At that moment, he put the will of the emperor into his life spirit, making incomparably brilliant light shoot out of the world tree. It was like the world tree had its own sun as it stretched out towards the actual sun. A powerful sense of burning spread out, and the will of the emperor that had been melded into the world tree began to burn. But the leaves and branches of the world tree grew even more brilliant as they were bathed in flames, and they began to swallow up all of the fire, even the flames from the radiant sphere within the sun. At that moment, everything suddenly changed. A terrifying vortex instantly appeared inside the sun, and the endless flames around him shot towards it. What is going on? Everyone at the base of the stairs looked up and saw the clouds fluctuating up in the sky. All the flames were flowing wildly towards the same spot. They were flowing towards the brilliant sun on top of Sun Castle. At that moment, it had turned into a black hole sun and was swallowing up everything. After only a moment, the whole world went dark. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.